Bad habit, if it moves, gotta grab it. Fuse like a magnet, lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same, cause that's what it takes.
All right. Happy Friday, guys. February 24th. Already almost through this month. Holy hell. Massalorian, welcome. Mediocre,
Evening.
welcome.
Good evening.
Evening.
Massalorian, where you been hiding, brother? We hadn't seen you in like weeks, I feel like.
Massalorian had to go back to full-time work, so.
Okay. Well, you got to keep the lights on, right?
That's right. I got to be able to keep engaged in the market. And the only way I can do that is if I have money coming in. So
I could think of a couple benefits of, going to work and not having to watch the stock market and YouTube for a couple weeks. Right about now, it's a little bit crazy if you haven't been paying attention. Just a couple things going on.
Just a little.
Just a couple. Mediocre, what's new with you?
Not much. Just making money in the market, baby. You know what I mean? Just running some strategy and stuff in the market and being careful because we're in a crummy market. You know that.
Yep. I didn't do a lot of trading this week because of all the DD and research I've been doing, but I did do a couple buys. So they're more long-term plays, but did not do a lot of day trading this week. All right, let's see who we got in the house today. Punchy Nuts, Jeff, Groundhog Eater, Juxta, Mike, Broke Ape, Steve, The Bricks, Edward, Sergeant Beef, what's up? Win Lambo. Who you guys got on your side? Let's some hellos there.
I got some over here. Let's see. We got Ground the Goater 7, Code for Life. Gorilla Garden. You got Dufresne. Good evening, Hammer. Yuka Frida. Catching up here. The Bricks. Edward Alex. Steve Bernhardt. Good evening. G Immortal. I see Gus and Tendy Time is in the house. What's up, Tendy?
What's up, Tendy? Grandma Lou, SMK, Rudy, Rick, G Money, Anya, R Baglio, good evening. Real Rugged, what's going on? Long time no see. At least been a day or two. Huh? What'd you say?
I said, "What's up, everybody?" Let's see.
All right, guys, it's Friday night. We're gonna probably talk about a stock or two, maybe in between sips of our beer, but it's Friday night after all. So make sure you have a drink ready. We're going to try and have a little bit of fun. Who can we make fun of tonight to start off the fun? Massalorian?
Me.
Who can we make fun of?
Everybody makes fun of me.
Why are we making fun of you, Mediocre Trader? What's going on? Tell us. Anything good?
I'm just
mediocre. Just joshing? Man. Okay.
Just mediocre. That's it.
Nothing
special here, baby.
Hallie, what's up?
Do you want to elaborate a little bit on what you were talking about earlier? So I just saw right before I came on, your video popped up on my queue as far as an update on the suits. I know we're trying to take it a little light tonight, but
let's start off with, before we get into the lawsuit, let's start off with something fun.
Go.
Everybody's favorite snack. Popcorn.
Yeah, look at that, baby.
Adam Aaron announced today, if you guys didn't know, I'm sure everybody already knows, but we're going to log this for the archive here. This morning, teaser video of the factory showing the beginnings of millions of microwave pouches of AMC's Perfectly Popcorn coming soon to stores near you. So I'm sure we will be hearing about that soon. We've been talking about it, us three on the live streams for a few weeks, that we sure would like to get that announcement before the Q2 earnings, and Adam Aaron delivered. So hats off, hat tip, whatever you want to say, to Adam and AMC. It's been a long process, 12 to 18 months to get a food product brought to market. So in my book, they're right on schedule. They're right in between that 12 to 18 month window. And I'm excited to see this, especially with the name brand recognition that AMC has. Look at that shit. I mean, it's just cranking out what, one,
That's a lot.
2 or 3 a second. Just run
Cases.
that baby 24/7, Adam.
Those are
You know what?
cases, aren't they?
That looks a
buddy.
lot more productive than the Mullen factory right now. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
We start off by making fun of Mullen, huh?
Just saying.
Look,
Just saying.
those boxes are moving quicker than the stuff at Best Buy, or not Bed Bath and Beyond. My bad. I didn't mean to say Best Buy.
let me pull up a photo from Mullen. I've got a Mullen video coming out, but I've been hesitating to put it, do a Mullen video for a couple weeks because I don't like to beat someone when they're down. My screen's locking up. Mullen posted a video of some vehicles, their new vans. David Mishery. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah. All right. You might see the irony in this photo. It says Mullen's Class 1 EV cargo vans at our facility in Tunica. You know what? The first thing I did was that I counted the vans. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, how many are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Basically, one of the companies they bought had about 9 or 10 vans, so they lined them up here in the warehouse, carefully staged the photos so that you can't get the depth of field, and they want this is more fucking shenanigans. This is a lead-in, guys, to what we're going to talk about at some point tonight. The CEO trust. David Mishery's broken trust of his shareholders time after time, and this is more of this staging to make things look good. And people, I bet if 241 comments, I bet at least 70% of them are like, yeah, let's go. You're the man, David Mishery.
You know it.
I know that some of the comments say that's only the 7 vans, 8, 9 vans from the company you bought. There's not even a Mullen badge on these vans. Notice how they cut it off so you can't see the badge on any vehicle. This was staged, and it's all showbiz to trick retail investors. And
why are there mufflers on these vehicles? Aren't they supposed to be EV?
Oh my God. Oh man.
All right.
You guys been hard on Mullen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna hold back when I talk about Mullen here in a couple weeks, in a couple days. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. But speaking of not holding back, I put out a video yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it on Highcroft, because for some reason everybody's running around, not understanding why is Highcroft going down this week. What did it close at today? Let me pull up. I know yesterday it was like it went to 33 cents at one point during the day.
37 cents closed out today.
Okay, 37. So I just, I wanted to make a video and an update. I haven't done one since November because everybody got so mad at me back in November for daring to share some facts on Highcroft about why I was waiting and what their long-term plan is. I'm not coming down hard on Highcroft. I'm saying they're executing to their plan. It's incumbent on us as retail investors to understand their plan. And that means you got to disengage from Reddit and Hopium and Hype and Twitter and everywhere else that these guys have not even looked into the company. They've never read a filing. They're just excited about the stock. That is not how we do investing on my channel. So Highcroft, if you're wondering what's going on, go watch yesterday's video. But institutions have been selling, dumping their Highcroft because they don't want to be here for the long game. And the next 12 months is going to be, it's going to be rough for Highcroft. No mining, no leach pads, just exploration, reverse split pending, probably going to need to raise cash after they finish their phase 2 production to get their phase 2 exploration. To get into production, they're going to need to raise cash. So there's a reason, these institutions have been selling to retail and then taking the money and running. It is unfortunate, but I have a buy order in for Highcroft at 28 cents, and then I'll wait for the reverse split. And if it goes down after that, I'll buy some more when it gets cheap. So again, I'm not shitting on Highcroft. I just want you guys to understand how long of a play this is. So you're getting in at a good entry. You can be patient on this play. There's no rush. Hallie says that's the Mullen picture is actually a picture of his distribution center.
Yeah,
Angelina, what's up?
Hey, Angelina.
Hey, Angelina.
Dan says, will the vote for 8 be delayed? I put out a video this evening, a couple hours ago. Hopefully some of y'all had a chance to watch that. If you really want to know the nitty gritty of what's going on, that gives you some insight into the teleconference the judge had with the attorneys for Allegheny and AMC yesterday on Thursday. But right now, they had an initial meeting over the phone. They were supposed to agree, the two attorney teams, on the discovery process by the end of the day today. And there is a hearing on March 10th. That's what we know right now on that one lawsuit. The other one, we might know something next week. There's 2 lawsuits and a request for a restraining order.
T, where is the other lawsuit out of? One's Allegheny, and where's the second one?
Osvaldo Munoz and what's his name? Anthony Fracci or something like that.
Okay. Are we talking totally separate county? Totally different district attorney?
I think that guy, I did a couple Googles on his name. There was a bunch of people with that name, not Osvaldo, but the Anthony Fracci. I came up with one that was a retirement system fund manager. So I'm imagining that might be the dude. It would line up, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't know. That one is a little more locked down, but as soon as I get full access to the details, I'll let y'all know. And I'm spending hours and hours a day reading through these complaints and reading through all the laws and looking up other comparable case law. Cause I could have my opinion. I'm not an attorney, guys. I can tell you that everything that they're complaining at in these allegations, these lawsuits, everything they're complaining about, I've known about for 6, 12, 18 months. It is just astonishing to me that these guys are going to try and file a lawsuit at the last minute. Oh, well, we didn't know. Well, then you're stupid, Mr. Allegheny fund manager, and who's ever advising you. None of this was a secret. You are mismanaging your own firemen and policemen's money because you are incompetent. Now, that is my opinion. That's my opinion.
That's mine as well.
But the judge is going to know the comparable case law, and maybe we'll talk about that more later tonight. But the only thing that I really couldn't find, like a hard way to shut down, was there is this complaint. One of the complaints is that in the proxy, and you guys can go read this, it says that if no instructions were given for APE units held at ComputerShare that they would be voted in proportion to the ones that were voted. You guys saw that?
Yes.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
That is not standard language, but I found no evidence that it is disallowed language. You understand the difference? I did not see any rule that says you can create your own rules basically with preferred stock. And most companies, when I'm looking at what have other companies done in this situation, most of them, if there were no instructions given, they have said in their filings that those will not be counted. AMC went a different route, and I think we all know why, right? We'll call a spade a spade. They want to try and lock up the vote. So yes, they're trying to spin it to get a yes. There's no debating that. Yeah, but just because they're doing that doesn't make it illegal.
Right. That's the problem. I'm saying? Yeah.
I looked, and again, I don't have an extensive law library here. I've just got my research tools. I could not find anything that said it was disallowed. And even in the complaint from the attorneys, they said, oh, if you look at, I forget the NYSE rule 452, I think it was, they told brokers, not depositories, they told brokers that if it was a special election, that, you couldn't cast votes in proportion. This is like such a gray area. There's so many ways that AMC could get this tossed out.
You would think.
Nothing that they have done is irregular, except for that. So,
sorry, I'm not laughing at you, Tony. I'm laughing at you, Frida's comment.
Yeah, the chat seems to think that Dominion voting is overlooking the chat right now because of the slowness of it.
And Yuka Frida says this comment was sent back in 2022.
22. It's coming through now.
They have every right, and any investor has every right to file a lawsuit, guys. But for those of you that are saying this is evidence of crime or guilt, first of all, that is a misrepresentation of how our legal system works. I could literally file a lawsuit against Massalorian because I don't like his hat. Does that make him guilty? And
pretty much.
And he could call Mediocre up and not talk about it. Does that make him guilty?
Adam Aaron doesn't talk about it during the.
Adam Aaron is not going to talk about an active lawsuit. I mean, that's common sense.
But Tony, if he doesn't, he's guilty.
Look,
I know that's always the war cry,
You're
right?
being led around by your nose ring by the fucking clickbaits and the faceless people that turn comments off on YouTube that are trying to gin you up and get your emotions all riled up. This is a fucking psyop. If you are hearing anything that's making you feel a certain sort of way, you are being played. And I mean that on both sides. You guys got to get out of letting people lead you around by emotions. Use your common sense. Adam Aaron is not going to talk about this lawsuit.
By the way, T, someone in Jesse, I think from New Zealand, and I see Kiwi Girl in the chat, so let's say what's up to the Kiwis. Jesse was asking, is international, do you know, are we just getting domesticated popcorn? Pretty sure for AMC, right?
That I don't know yet. That's a good question.
Okay. Stay tuned, Jesse. We'll see if we can't get you some to Lord of the Rings country.
Let's put some money down right now, Mass and Mediocre, and chat too. What do you think is going to happen on March 10th? The options on the table. The options on the table right now is
jump ahead of me like that, man.
there could be a complete dismissal. In fact, I would not be surprised to see a motion to dismiss filed by the defendant between now and March 10th. But or maybe on March 10th they show up and say, "Look, this is bullshit, Your Honor."
She sauces it.
There could be that. There could be there could be something where they just allow the vote to happen, but they can't effectuate it until after the judge renders a decision. Or the third option would be that they do an injunction and stop the vote or delay it. So if you guys had to vote, you chat. I want to see which one of those three options. And Mass and Mediocre, what do y'all think?
I think exactly what you said. I think the judge is going to toss it when they come in on the 10th. I don't think they're going to have enough time to get all this together and make a solid argument to proceed forward. And that's my take. I don't see any solid anything from what I've heard so far about these filings. And now we don't know. A lot of it's been redacted, right? We can't even get to
the second lawsuit was redacted, but I imagine it says the exact same thing.
exact same thing, right? Yeah. So that would be my guess. We've seen a couple of these come across the table in the last 12 to 18 months from other entities, and they haven't gone far, right? So
Yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere. That's just my opinion. What do I know?
Look, almost every complaint they had about Ape trampling on the rights, powers, and privileges of common stock. I understand what they're saying. I get what you're saying, but the ability of the company to do that was disclosed in 2013 in the original amendment. I mean, the original charter. The ability to create preferred shares with virtually it's a blank check. They can make it be whatever they want. So it was disclosed then. It was disclosed in 2021 when the third amendment to the charter was voted on. It was disclosed again in August when APE was created. It was disclosed again in December, and then disclosed again in February with the proxy. So, like, to say that you didn't know, to me, is just gross mismanagement of the of this person that's suing them. So I don't know. I spent a lot of time looking at it. I think they're going to have a hard case to win, but I'm not an attorney. I have not reviewed every shred of data and relative other case law out there. I have read some, but I haven't found a way to find a way for AMC to lose this yet. They still could. They still could lose it. So I'm not making any predictions, but my opinion is that it's going to be a nothing burger.
if it does hold up, let's say that we get to the 10th and there's something that she pulls and says, okay, I'm willing to take this further. Would that delay the vote going through?
If the judge
decides to proceed with the case, she says, okay,
yeah,
because you said she was going to give them that time to get the discovery together, right? Bring and be able to present it on the 8th, between the 8th and the 10th, correct?
The 10th,
Did I get that correct? Okay.
So she presented a couple options, right? They could do, the defendant AMC was saying, at least let us do the vote, and then we won't put it into effect when the yeses win until we get your order to the judge.
Okay.
Until we get your decision, we won't effectuate it. That could be one thing they do. Take the vote, just park it, wait for the judge to make a decision. The other thing is they don't agree on anything on the 10th, and the judge says, well, you got to delay the vote or you got to cancel the vote.
Right. Okay. That's what I was curious on. Did she have the power to do that? Is what I was kind of insinuating.
I mean, if she found that APE was created illegally, which I know it was not.
No,
just from
everything we've seen, no, it's totally legit up on the board. I mean, everything was pretty transparent.
Look, I understand, and many of us might not like the fact of what he did to do an end run to go have a way to raise money when we told him no in 2021. I understand everybody that's not happy about that.
Yeah,
that is a feeling, and many of us share that with you. But that feeling is different than were they legally allowed to do it? In my reading, yes, they were legally allowed to do it. That's why it's important to read filings so you know what you're buying. But this is a very minutia level stuff, right? I think the only person that I've ever heard talk about preferred shares ever, and that I've had a conversation with in the last 18 months, was myself and Pantheon. And I know he digs through that stuff.
Better than anyone. Yeah. Yeah. And real quick, I just want to say, Yuka, thank you for the super chat, friend. Saying he's going to get us some better upgrades on the internet. Is everything sounding smooth, guys, on the other end? Are you guys getting a lot of choppiness here? from the broadband?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Okay. Okay. All right. I
Yeah,
apologize.
I hear you guys fine. I think
Okay.
everything's good
Okay.
on this end.
Hallie says, check my comments above. Let me see. He says, I'm prepared for a delay on the 10th. There is a bit of back and forth between the lawyers that will have to happen before judgment. Yes, they were supposed to agree on discovery procedures today, the attorneys. And so assuming they did, and we'll find out on Monday, then they've got 2 weeks, as
Tony.
Casey says. Yeah.
I think his name was Doug. Something Doug wants you to explain the threshold list. I can't remember what
Food
his name
Dog.
was.
Food Dog.
No, it wasn't Food Dog. It was somebody else, but I can't remember what his name was.
I'll give you my rundown on threshold list. It's not going to agree, surprise, with a lot of the people that are talking about it, but it's not anything different than what I've been teaching here for the last 18 months. And that is, it's an interesting data point, but if you understand how things get on the threshold list and how they stay there, it's not going to sound so exciting. Everybody that's doing the daily counts, the daily updates, my explanation is not going to be as exciting as theirs. And if you've been doing this for a while, you've seen these. So such and such stock has been on the threshold list for 30 days, 60 days, a year. There's only a couple times where it's actually amounted to anything. But when a stock gets hard to borrow, that's when it starts showing up on the threshold list. So they do go together. It is an interesting data point, but let's just recap how it works. If you have fails that reach a certain level, then you get on the list. If you being an institution, if you fix it the next day, that stock will still be on the list for 5 days. Even if you fix the fail on day 1 or day 2, it will automatically be there 5 days. So first of all, don't get excited about the first 5 days. But let's say that institution A fixed it on day 2 and institution B failed on day 5. What happens then? Now you're add 5 more days. And what happens if institution B fixed it on day 8? Well, now you add 5 more days. So now you're at 13, even though the first 2 cleaned it up. And you can stretch that out for a year, because I hear everybody say, well, after 13 days or after 35 days, they gotta do a forced buy-in. The first guy might have cleaned his shit up on the second day. You don't know. This is the problem that I hate with the FTD list, the threshold list, is we don't see the data behind it. So we don't know of all the moving pieces of these institutions that are getting themselves put on the list. Where are they in the count of days? You can have multiple dropping in and out.
A lot of data, Tony.
Huh?
We're behind on a lot of data.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks for retail. This is one of the things that I'd like to see the SEC fix, but because I don't know the daily count of any one institution, I don't know if they're at 1 day to fix it, 13, 30. I just don't get that excited about it. It's good enough for me to know that it's there. It's good enough for me to look at a high cost to borrow and a high short interest. You'll never see me talking about the threshold list, because it's a
non-factor.
It's not a non-factor. It's an indicator of problems, but it's nothing that you can count on creating anything meaningful in the stock price on any given day. We already know the short interest is high. We already know the cost to borrow is high. The threshold list doesn't mean jack shit to me. It's just one more indicator that they're having trouble getting shares. I'm not going to ever give you a day count on threshold list.
TG Immortal said, Mass, if the compliant base the creation of Ape, then what is the problem with returning to the original spot AMC? ? Redressing. G Immortal, I'm not at all well versed in the law. So you were asking the wrong person here. T, you know a little bit more about this from just the digging you've done in the last 24 hours. Is there something behind that? I mean, we all know. I just feel like maybe that they're a little misinformed here. This Allegheny, maybe they don't understand what the idea behind ape was. I don't know. Does
Oh
it
no, they
seem
know
possible?
exactly. They know. I read all 42 pages.
They do.
Or whatever. They know exactly, and they're assuming the absolute worst intent of all of the actions. And maybe they're right on that, right? Maybe even if all of their allegations and intent are correct, that Adam Aaron was mad that we didn't approve the extra shares he needed in 2021, and they figured out a conniving way to come up with shares.
Connection. Mediocre said his connection dropped. You got that?
Yeah. Even if even if that's what happened, that they figured out an end run. What they did, in my understanding, in my reading of every bit of talk about preferred shares at AMC since they created it in 2013, and in Delaware law, and in other companies that have the exact same wording, they were entirely, unfortunately, within their rights to do everything they did. The real debate is going to be, and I see Migto has a question that he made a statement that the law says that rules and laws governing public-owned companies are consistent in requiring permission from investors if their interests will be impacted by the board's actions. See, that is really the matter of debate. Are the powers, privileges? What was the other word? Powers, privileges, and I forgot it. Anyways, special rights, powers, privileges, and rights of one class being impacted. You could say, yes, they might be impacted, but if you bought a stock where all of that was disclosed, that the board has the ability to create a preferred stock and assign whatever powers, privileges, and rights it wants to that, and then it makes it economically and voting rights equivalent to common stock. And they also disclose in their charter that in all cases, unless prohibited by Delaware law, that both common and preferred will vote as one class. If all of that was disclosed, which it was, did they break the law? I understand where you guys are coming from. Like, well, this just doesn't make sense. How can preferred vote on something that's happening to common stock? It was all set up that way from day one in 2013. And it's very consistent with Delaware law to set things up like that. They have the right to do it. I understand why people are struggling, because some of you say, well, that doesn't sound right. It might not sound right, but they have the right to do it. What you can't do, for example, though, is if there were an item on a vote to get rid of the preferred stock, just to get rid of it, that would impact preferred stockholders, and common would not be allowed to vote on that.
Yuka, you are funny as hell, dude.
I see everyone in the comments saying, why are they allowed to do this with the thresholds list? What's the point? Blah, blah, blah. This is why we have to get on the SEC's ass, guys, is because they aren't doing anything for us. I mean, I'm going to keep saying that until I'm fucking blue in the face, but we need to get on the SEC. They are not doing their goddamn job.
The only thing that the SEC says about the threshold list is that this gives us a better idea where we might need to do some oversight to check for possible infractions. Like, that's how serious they take it. Maybe we'll use this to investigate something. You know how long it takes them to investigate something, guys? Like years.
Forever.
So
I think
what?
I think Gary Gensler needs a new pair of glasses. You can't see a fucking thing.
Maybe a magnifying glass.
He needs a new address of where to work. And it's not in DC.
He can't see a fucking thing. He's fucking thinks Stevie Wonder could see better than that guy.
It's honestly gotten to the point now where I look at the market and think, entering and exiting positions now, I take a whole different perspective on things, knowing now what we know and all the things that we've discovered over the last 2 years. I really do. I've taken a whole different a whole different look on it, just because it seems like we are always behind the 8 ball every day before the market even opens. That we don't have the proper information on hand that we need, and or there's just complete false information being pushed out there to everyone, and people making bad choices. And I know a lot of people have left this play because of broken promises that they've heard, and a lot of it does fall on some YouTubers in here and there. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the bottom line, this falls on the overseers, the people who are supposed to be holding oversight over these different bodies that are supposed to be protecting retail, and they're just not doing their job.
This is why, maybe a good moment to pitch having the bulk of your portfolio in either blue chip stocks that you've carefully selected that have a long history of increasing revenues and profits, or mutual funds. And if you get in those and you stay in them for the long term, you can avoid a lot of this crime and manipulation. But if you choose to to dive into the deep end of the pool, which you are, many of you are, and that's fine. I do that too. You got to understand you're playing in their water and you're playing on their field, and you're gonna get screwed sometimes. So scale your risk accordingly would be my recommendation.
Yeah, did you guys hear a lot of people talking about, I don't know, I guess there was some stuff going around that people were upset about the amount of money that they put in, or money they couldn't afford. I think everyone's done a pretty good job about that, of not over leveraging themselves. At least a lot of the OGs and the guys that we've been talking with for the last 2 years have been pretty good about not doing that, right? Just kind of risking what they can afford to risk. But some people have gone all in, and my heart goes
There's
out to
plenty
those
of
people who are in
OGs
a
that
bad
went all
spot.
in. There's plenty of
Right.
OGs that went all in, but they're OGs in this play. They're not OGs at trading. That was probably their first trade.
Right.
Yeah, I concur. And I'd also add to I'm gonna go out on a limb here and throw out a guess that I don't think a lot of people had averaged down either. So they're deeply underwater in their play, right? And that a lot of that's due to, I would suspect, not being in the market long and not understanding the way the market works. It could be some money issues. I really don't know, but that's what I would suspect.
Yeah, just run out of cash to be able to cost average down, right? I mean, just eventually not having how much can you possibly continue to buy 2 years straight, 24 months of the same stock over and over again and down? It's going to be tough on people, and I think that's hurt us a little bit. But again, overall, it doesn't worry me. I'm not so much concerned about the retail investors as I am the oversight, really, because that's going to continue after this play is over. We're still going to have a stock market. It ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, they don't care about the retail investor. They say they do, but they don't. I don't.
No, we are literally their source of liquidity. So they're not going to clean shit up and make it easier for us.
Nope.
Exactly.
Not without pressure. Nope. Not unless their job's in the line, or they're afraid of getting fined or going to jail. I mean, there's got to be repercussions for breaking the law. There is for everyone else.
Goodfella says, Tony, what are your thoughts? That's a good comment, Zen Hodler, by the way. Risk tolerance and understanding is what is outside and inside the market. Goodfella says, your thoughts on why a retirement fund invested in a stock would sue them and prevent them from making money and pay off the debt. So I could come up with a myriad of different reasons why they might be doing it. Maybe they, if they owned AMC for a year, like allegedly they have, then they got to ape distribution.
Yes.
It shouldn't matter to them if it gets converted back. Right? Because
correct.
So I'm thinking they probably sold their ape and they're worried about getting, their price of their AMC, which is all they're holding now, knocked down. That might be one reason, but I think they have a relatively small position in AMC. Probably, I don't even know if they own it outright or if it's just in by virtue of owning the Russell 1000. I don't know. It was hard to tell from looking at their documentation, but let's just assume
you couldn't tell if
it was in there. It was in a list that they had in a file, and it said top, bottom 10 performing stocks in our portfolio, but that table at the top said Russell 1000. So I don't know if that was reporting a Russell 1000 index or just they were handpicking stocks that were in the Russell 1000. It doesn't matter to me. They own some by somehow, so they have the right to sue. But obviously the other thing that we could look at is maybe they're being allegedly, potentially, what's the politically correct way to say this?
Correct way? Don't look at me.
Maybe they're helping a friend. Maybe they're helping a friend. I don't know. I mean, that it's just pure speculation, and I don't like to do that. So you guys can come up with your own theories. I'm sure many of them are the same as mine.
Someone asked, so basically we're saying the play is over. There's no way on God's green earth you're going to pull me out here at 10 o'clock on a Friday night after working all week to come on and talk about a play that's over. So no, whoever asked that, the play is not over.
I'm gonna run down why I am still in this stock and what concerns me.
Do that. I'd like to hear that.
I know from talking to Mass and Mediocre over the last 18 months that they probably feel the same way, but you guys can jump in and give your thoughts also. I'll start with what concerns me, not a reverse split. That is just a math fugazi. Reverse split is not changing your position. It's reducing the float. It's reducing your share count by 90%. Everyone always gets so mad. You won't say it's reducing your share count. It is reducing your share count by 90%. If you have 1,000 shares, you'll have 100, but they'll be worth 10 times as much. No one ever says the second part. So your position will be exactly the same. And the shorts go through the same thing. Their obligation will be exactly the same. The float will be 10 times smaller. What do we hunt for every day when we're day trading? Small float stocks. So reverse split, I don't care about. Yes, I know 90% of reverse splits end up in the shithole because you're looking at penny stocks. Go watch my video from 3 weeks ago. I don't want to talk to you about it. If you haven't watched that video, don't even tell me that all reverse splits are bad because you're uneducated. What am I worried about? Same thing I talk about every week on this channel for the last 18 months. Dilution. Dilution could be a potential negative, but we're already being diluted with APE. So if you vote no, you're going to be diluted with billions more APE because the company needs to raise cash. If you vote yes, you're going to be diluted with the new AMC at a higher price. Yeah, put a pencil to paper. I'm tired of explaining it. Figure out if it's better to get 1 billion shares at 60 cents or 100 million at $30. Do the math. You're not going to avoid dilution. And anyone who's telling you to vote no never tells you that you're going to have billions more of your shares and your votes sold for pennies on the dollar compared to AMC shares. So dilution worries me, but we're in the middle of dilution. That's the play you're in. That's AMC. They need to raise cash. So for me, that's really a non-issue. If you don't like dilution, get out of the play. You're not going to avoid it. If you vote no and no wins or the vote's called off, he's going to issue more APE. And all of your AMC shares are going to get diluted when it comes to the income statement. And more institutions are going to get billions more shares for 60 cents. So for me, look, if you don't like dilution, don't be in this play because it's coming either way.
Tony.
Yeah.
I would also add.
I didn't get to the good part yet, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I would also add you've already been diluted through APE.
Yeah.
Already. So.
But there's going to be more coming either way, no matter how we vote.
You are right. There is. I believe that too.
The good part. What do I like about AMC? We were at zero income in part of 2020. came out of the hole in 2021, moving back up to around 9 billion in 2023. 2024, if we get enough movies from Hollywood, we're still at about 50%, 60% of the movies that they were cranking out in 2018, 2019. So if we continue on this progression into 2024 and get back to 150, 160 releases a month, or different movies being screened in a month, then we could be at that position where we're making 12.5 billion domestic box office revenue. Yeah, that's domestic, right? Not global.
Right.
And
we averaged 100. We averaged 130 releases per year pre-COVID.
I think it was more than that some months.
I'm looking at it right. Well, average.
Okay, average. So the progression up until 2024 is what I'm focusing on. I'm not saying that 2020. I don't think that 2023 we're going to have an operational profit. We could if some of these movies exceed expectations. Now we got popcorn adding new revenue. That's exciting to me. Credit cards, I'm not really excited about. I think that's just going to be a wash. But who knows how much extra revenue popcorn will add, the retail popcorn. And then we have the other interesting factor in play right now of Cineworld. Regal Cinemas may be closing some theaters. They're having a hell of a time finding anybody to buy their theaters in the US and the UK. And the best thing that could happen would not be for Adam Aaron to go buy Cineworld or Regal. I don't know what he's going to do if he gets his hands on some more money, but my preference would be not for him to go buy all their theaters with stock or debt. I would prefer to let the majority of them close, cherry pick the best ones, or some in locations where you need more screens. But
there's
unknown
a real nice one right near me. I wish that he owned.
Yeah, there are probably some that he could cherry pick. But I know a lot of people are worried if he gets his hands on money, he's going to go buy all Cineworld. I would not be in favor of that. I would not. We have too many screens per capita in the US. The best thing that could happen for this entire industry is to get some of these screens shut down. Ideally from a competitor. So we got that. We got Cineworld.
Supply and demand.
Makes it an unknown. We got Cineworld unknown. Makes it interesting. We got popcorn revenue coming up. We got increasing revenues, increasing movies. If you look now through 2024, this is not a dead play. Is it a risky play? Is it a speculative play? Absolutely. The company's not making money. They have $5 billion in debt. That's the company you bought, guys. This is why it's important to look at filings, look at financial statements, or follow a channel like mine where I tell you that stuff, and it's not just all the fairy dust and hopium being shoved down your throat. I'll tell you exactly what it is. But I was not here in January through June of 2021 to tell you that stuff. So I'm sorry. I'll try and do better next time. Guys,
Tony.
what do you guys think? Did I miss anything?
Yes. What
you
happens
got?
if AMC gets profitable?
Well, that's 2024, right?
Yeah. Tell them, Tony.
If we get if we get profitable in 2024, operationally profitable, there is the chance that you each could be getting the big D.
Dividend.
The big D. And look, if the shorts are still in this play a year from now, and you're still in this play, and if we get to a point where AMC could issue a dividend, that is one more thing that shorts, we know that they don't like it. They don't
say
like
another
the big
year,
D.
Tony. You say another year? Is that what you said?
I don't think that the box office revenue is going to be a point where we can be operationally profitable in 2023. However, that could be, I'm not counting any popcorn revenue in that, retail popcorn. I don't know. I haven't sat down and quantified what that is going to deliver to the bottom line. So that's another X factor. Who knows? Maybe we could get operationally profitable in 2023. What if Regal shuts down all their US theaters in April? Guess where all those bodies are going to watch a movie? Into AMC seats. That could get us operationally profitable. There's a lot of things in play, and it's impossible for anyone to say this play is over as far as this company. As far as the play, a MOAS, a short squeeze, I don't know.
Put it this
refer
way.
to everything I just said.
Let's put it this way and make it real simple on everyone. If you had to pick one of the theater companies to survive the apocalypse from COVID and the streaming services taking over and everything they've thrown at us, including the kitchen sink, if you had to pick one company that you think has a chance to make it through this to the other side, out of Regal, Cineworld, Cinemark, AMC, as a retail investor, which are you backing? Just out of curiosity, right now, which one? And maybe you can say why.
Question, though.
There is only one answer. Cinemark just posted their results this morning. Did you see that?
Yeah,
I did not.
I think they have about $2 billion in debt. They have half the screens that we do, and their Q4 this year was worse than Q4 in 2021.
Correct.
I think they had 6 cents a share profit a year ago, and it was like 80 something cents negative this quarter per share EPS. So I don't know. I mean,
their revenue in Q4 got knocked down by 10% to about $600 million.
They're counting on the same thing AMC is, that this year will be better and that 2024 will be better. So
I think we're in a way better position than both of them theaters, though.
Right, and you also have the X factor that AMC is the most highly talked about and eyeballs on probably stock in the market right now, besides maybe Tesla and I don't know, maybe the FANG stocks. Other than that, AMC is number one. It's got the biggest backing by retail. Like I said, the most chatter. It's got all the positives you could possibly ask for, except for the debt amount. It's the only real bad thing that we have hanging over our head right now.
If only
some dissension in the ranks.
If only there was a way to raise money and pay off that debt, Massalorian.
If only.
Yeah, if only.
I know I pay attention to some of the people that disagree with me, and they're saying, but there's no assurance that he will pay off the debt if he raises money. And that's
he doesn't have to pay off the debt. That's what people don't realize.
That is true. You have no assurance of anything. The board and the CEO and the executive team gets to decide what they want to do. So again, if you distrust the management that bad, I would say this is probably not the right play for you. Just my honest feelings. Like, if that worries you so much that you'd rather see them go bankrupt than raise a bunch of money and potentially pay off some of the debt, then it's probably not the right play for you. And no hard feelings. You know, there's other good companies out there to invest your money in.
Scavenger says, but you'll lose 90% of your shares.
Yeah, I mean, I was always taught, you know, there is a time and a place for debt. Clearly AMC bit off more than they could chew right before the pandemic hit. So the timing was horrible. Their forecasting didn't forecast a complete shutdown of the country. So they probably thought they were doing something smart, and then they got caught with their pants down. So did every other theater company. Almost all of them have gone bankrupt. So this was not an AMC specific thing that we're risking bankruptcy. This was not Adam Aron is the only bad CEO. Guys, you realize almost every other single theater company has already gone through bankruptcy. Who's the one that's been fighting it? AMC, Adam Aron. But I still hear every day, he's trying to bankrupt the company. Guys, he's had a dozen chances to bankrupt the company if he wanted to.
No, he could do it. He could do it easily, very easily, if he wanted to.
So he might not pay off all the debt. Look, I think he's probably going to want for 2023 at least a minimum of $1 billion cash in the bank. So to get through this year, and then that gives you a little bit of walking around money, so to speak. It makes coming into the office fun because you don't got to worry about running out of cash and your lenders calling all your debt due, accelerating your debt in 3 months. That's what they're thinking about right now. I would hate driving up to that office knowing that my cash is getting burnt $200 to $300 $1 million a quarter, and I'm down to my last 500.
Yeah, that's a scary situation to be in. Yep.
So where was I going with that? Oh, he might not pay off all the debt. Depends on how much he raises. And maybe it's not smart to pay off all of it. Pay off part of it. But at the end of the day, whatever he does, whether it's load the bank with cash or pay off all of the debt or do a combination,
negotiate the debt at least. You know what I mean? Let's negotiate for a lesser.
Right now is a great time to negotiate because these guys want to get out from under that shit. Their bonds are trash. You could negotiate some of that debt down, pay off some of it, put some cash in the bank. Whatever option he picks, it's all balance sheet improvement, and that will change the Wall Street perception of AMC. He does not have to pay off the debt to change Wall Street perception. If he buys the company 2 more years of life by putting $2 billion in cash in the bank, that changes the dynamic.
I think I would be a lot more concerned about this play at this point had I not have been following the entertainment industry as closely as I have the last 2 years, as well as the stock market. Because when we're talking about AMC, you kind of got to follow both, right? They go hand in hand. And I think that the slate that's coming up, I mean, just to see, I was just reading this article on Deadline earlier today that they're in negotiations right now to try to get some new Lord of the Rings movies going, possibly with Peter Jackson. Like, that's huge news, right? If a lot of these things come to fruition, some of the just to the article I was reading yesterday again from Deadline, Cinemark CEO went on and did an interview with Jill Goldsmith, and he was talking about how Amazon is going to put the Ben Affleck, Matt Damon movie in the theaters first. And they were saying it's mystic that this was going to be having this theatrical exhibition by the streaming companies was going to give a big boost to the movie chains systems. And, there's things like this that currently and continue to give me encouragement that there is some change coming and we are going to get back to pre-COVID levels. I'm seeing that good directors are out there making the movies they're setting out to make. People are taking over studios, fighting back to get back to good storytelling. All these things are positives and keep me bullish on AMC. And I think it's important to remember that we've come a long way from where we were in, those couple weeks there in March when we shut the country down. Come a long way.
Mediocre, you got anything to add?
I mean, I think we're in a great position. I've been looking at a lot of different stuff. I understand that the market is not in a great place right now. And the Fed is not really helping the situation.
We didn't even talk about that yet, right? How the Fed and interest rates are impacting so many stocks, driving them down.
But AMC is holding up. I mean, it's holding its own. I think retail's doing a great job. I don't know. They gotta look through all the fucking smoke and mirrors and just do what you gotta do. Right?
This is another thing that I love to talk about on my channel because my background is economics. And I'm going to keep on saying this until, if you guys stick around, till you wake up every day and say, what's on the economic calendar today? What could cause our portfolio to shit the bed this morning? Or what's going to make the entire market go up? Stocks do not move by themselves unless there's company specific news or, there's some manipulation or shenanigans going on. But you should be paying attention to what is their CPI or PPI, housing starts. What the fuck is on the economic calendar? That's already going to set your direction. That
And that
torpedoed
is
us a couple days this
100% what
week.
happened today.
Yes, that's what happened a couple days this week. And then when that economic data comes in and it's hot, what's the next thing you think? I want your next answer to be, how's the Fed going to respond to this?
Raise interest rates.
Yes. High indicators of inflation, which is what we've been getting. Next step is Fed will continue raising interest rates. This is our little segment right now on economics that I promised. What happens when the Fed raises interest rates?
Money comes out of the market.
Money comes out of the stock market. What happened? What does that mean? All your prices are going to go to shit.
Whose money? Whose money comes out of the stock market?
Everybody's.
Retails.
Not retail, but
Thank you, man.
yeah, institutional money is going to leave the stock market and move into either cash or bonds, treasuries,
commodities. Yep.
Commodities. Yeah, wherever they can get a better yield than negative is where they're going to move. Even if they got to park it and get zero, they're saying rising interest rate, everything's fucked. It's going to be a negative return for the next week. Pull everything out. Not everything. I'm over exaggerating, but
what's your feelings on Brainard's replacement there?
I heard she was leaving. I didn't
is.
know. I haven't seen who her replacement was.
They haven't picked him yet, but according to the press secretary, they are going to make sure it is a diverse character. So at least we know they'll be qualified for the job.
I don't even want to say what I'm thinking right now.
40%. Hey,
don't even want to say it.
It's a big success. By the way, Dano, who's all those hots for? Who the hell's Doug? I'm gone for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden, Doug's getting all these hots. What's going on? Aggravating.
So that's really what I wanted to say about economics. We're going to get into what was the other ticker I said I was going to talk about today? TRKA. Economics. I want you guys to think about, even if you don't want to wake up. I'm being a little sarcastic. I don't expect you to each get up and have the love for economic data on the calendar like I do, but I do want you to understand that stocks react to pre-market economic news. And when I see a day like yesterday or today at 7:30 a.m. my time, I'm like, well, it's going to be a good day to go fishing.
Well, I knew it was going to happen last night. I just sat there and watched. I waited for it to happen.
Yeah.
It's time to make money.
It is.
What to do.
If you have puts or you're shorting, you can make money on days like that, but it is not realistic to expect your favorite stocks to be going up on days like that. It's just not realistic. And unfortunately, we've been in over a year now of that shit happening to us. And I think
AMC
that
did well today based on what happened in the market.
We held our own. Yes. We, I think that the market is over optimistic still and has not really factored in the additional pain that is coming from the Fed and interest rates and inflation, because all of that is going to trickle into all through the economy. Many companies, not all of them, but many of them missing earnings or lowering their outlook. And so there's going to be continued pressure on stocks for a while, for at least now,
foreseeable future.
Now, at least through the first half of this year. I was saying March, but I'm officially extending that through the summer now.
I was going to say, T, don't you see this going till at least September at some point?
Well,
or August?
Realistically, yes, but I'm trying not to lose everybody.
The chat just dropped 100 people.
Yeah, we can still find, guys, we can still find good opportunities. If you like to momentum trade or day trade, we can still find opportunities, but it's
Tony, I think I'm going to do, basic options training in my Discord. I think I'm going to do that for some people who, not that I think you shouldn't trade options unless you know what the hell's going on, but not that you shouldn't learn them. You know what I'm saying? I think people
you should definitely have an understanding of them.
Correct.
I wouldn't use them on AMC right now, but you should definitely have an understanding of how options work and how
I
you can use
called
them to
out
your
a-
advantage.
I called out a opportunity for a put option on Wayfair on about February 5th in my Discord.
I heard you.
And that thing paid off like 500% if you jumped on that one. So
I heard that.
anyways, let's talk about TRKA for a second. Not because I'm not in TRKA, but I had so many people asking me about it. It's not worth it to me to make videos on penny stocks or to pump them. But it is important, if you like momentum trading, to pay attention to who is pumping stuff and what is being pumped, so that you can take opportunity to jump on those waves. What we mostly talk about on my channel is not the pump, but finding the pump that other people are doing and then understanding the play so that we get out while everybody else is still, buying up the froth, so that we get out early and avoid losing money or avoid bag holding. I'm going to tell you what just the DD that I shared a couple days ago in my Discord on TRKA, just so you can see kind of what I'm talking about. And it's been a great play. Let's put up the chart here for a second. So I don't ever tell people don't play these. TRKA. You can make money on these. It's been running up since January 6th with some dips and some rips. 9 cents up to 33, then back down to 23. Now currently sitting at 30 cents. But the balance that I try and provide is you're already getting the full dose of hopium, and it's a massive short squeeze candidate, yada, 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 just like you got on AMC and Prague and Sundial, Mullen, Highcroft. We always see this, but no one's ever telling you the balance. So what I said on Troika is my basic DD. What do I see when I'm looking at this? Well, one thing that I see is the people that are pumping it have a mixed. They have mixed results. Sometimes they call 10x baggers, which is good, and sometimes they just completely lead people to the slaughter. So you got to first of all take everything with a grain of salt. Don't put money into a risky play that you can't afford to watch go to zero, or at least lose 40, 50% in a day. But the rundown on Troika, I'm gonna put this up in the graphics in case someone needs to find this later. TRKA. All right. The float is small. That's good. 31 million shares. Next earnings is soon. I haven't checked in the past 6 days if they release their earnings. I posted this on February 22nd. The company's been operating at a loss as far as back as I looked, except for the most recent quarter, November 2022, when they did post a positive earnings per share. They are operating under waivers from their lenders for being in default. And those waivers go through June 2023. That's something important to know. If a lender is giving them waivers, you know that there's some problems at the company. Recently, though, the CEO and the CFO signed bonus letters from the board for between $1 and $2 million each if the company is sold or they do a refinancing. And I did see a press release when I checked it today, and from the past day or so. This was due diligence I shared a week ago. 22nd. That was just 2 days ago. There was a press release that they hired a firm to help them look at capital restructuring. So I said that since they signed this bonus letters, that is an indicator to me that the company is potentially trying to get itself sold off or acquired. So that's just something to know. And then right after I posted this, they signed an agreement with some company to help them figure out how to capitally restructure their company. So the CEO and CFO are going to figure out how to get those $2 million bonuses. That I can tell you. Whether it's going to be a sale, acquisition, or a financial restructuring, I don't know. Short interest on TRKA on that day was high, around 50%, which is why people are pumping it. Obviously, the shorts are coming after them due to poor financials, the risk of lender default, the risk of delisting, the risk of a reverse split, and the risk of dilution. Although the company did recently pull a dilution filing, which is another reason why it got positive momentum a couple days ago. So net, my thoughts on that were keep an eye on it as a momentum trade, a potential short squeeze candidate. My spidey sense is telling me that there's something going on that retail does not fully understand. It has to do with those bonus letters, and there's going to be a surprise announcement. On the 22nd, I said it is really a coin toss on what direction from there that this stock is going to go. So keep your risk manageable. This is not a play to go all in. Set your alerts if you're not in the play, so that if it starts moving up on any given day, you can get in early on the momentum and have stop losses in place if you're already in the play. That is my thoughts on TRKA. Not shitbagging it, but just giving people the full picture. That I don't just say short interest is high, pile in, guys. I don't do that on my channel. I don't do that on my Discord. It's way more information than most people need, but if you're going to be in it more than overnight, or if you're buying at the top, you better fucking know this shit.
Tony, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If you were up $50 or $80 on TRAKA, would you hold that?
Right now?
Oh, not right now. I mean, if you ended up with $50 or $80 in the last run up, would you have held it?
I mean, that depends. What was my original investment? If I invested 500 and I was up $50, I might let it ride, but it depends where I got in, mediocre, on this curve. If I got in at the top right here and I was
20,
up 10 or 20 26 cents. I'm looking for when it peaks, mediocre, and then when it starts coming back down. And this is an hourly chart, so I look at the 1 minute and the 5 minute.
When did Richie buy it?
I don't know.
If I can get that number, I can make an assessment based off that solely.
If I'm buying down here in this valley and I'm writing it up and I see it start coming back down, I will immediately get out. Now that does mean at times that I miss a second run up, but the times where there's a second run up are very small compared to the amount of times that it comes down. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with missing the second run up. It's about.
I wasn't looking at it, and somebody was in and asked me my opinion of it, and they were up. And I always say secure your profits,
especially in this kind of market.
They did not
take profit.
All right, so that's enough on TRKA. Let's look at Created, because I said I was going to talk about this one today. Created down 39% today. CRTD, Jeremy Frommer, the guy leading the charge of the naked, I call them the naked short CEOs. I have been kind of shitting on these CEOs since December when Lou, brought up GTII and upstream was going to cause massive short squeeze, which we know now that is not the case. Not by virtue of being listed on upstream. That's not going to scare anybody out of anything. But once these CEOs kind of sniffed around and saw that retail was really, really excited about naked shorts, even though they have no real short interest on their stock, they started talking about it. Oh, we're not performing because of naked shorts. No, you're not performing because your financials suck. But as soon as they said the magic words, retail started piling in and using all these CEOs and these companies to bash Adam Aron, which is not really fair. These companies all have massive financial problems. Created, Genius, Finger, Hellbiz, the list, GTII, the list goes on and on.
Cosm.
And Cosm has its share of problems. You know, of that bunch, Cosmos and Genius are probably two of the ones that, you know, I'm less harsh on. But Cosmos and Genius. But I think that all of them are utilizing the wave of retail wanting to believe in a CEO. Guys, how many times have you been rug pulled by believing in a CEO? Ryan Cohen, Bed Bath & Beyond, Adam Aron, AMC. But you want to run to these guys like they're some messiah. Nope. They are using you just like every other CEO does. And while you ran created up from 4 cents to $1.74, some people made money. Beautiful. I love to see that. Nothing wrong with that. I've never said don't play a momentum play, but you got to look at the financials and understand that these are not solid companies. Look at the filings to see that they're diluting. I think Jeremy, what's the float on this stock? 9 million. I think Jeremy Frommer just awarded himself 10 million shares.
Did he?
Yes. On a float of 9 million. On top of that, they're selling shares into the market. They're they have warrants out there which can be exercised for a fraction of the current price. They have convertible debt, which institutions own, which can be converted into shares of stock for a fraction of the current price. All of these people are unloading on you. And while all the CEO cheerleaders are encouraging you to buy it up, all the institutions are unloading on you. And it was inevitable that this stock would come down, and all of them will. Hellbiz is fallen in the gutter. It's the worst of the bunch. That's why I specifically did a video on Hellbiz. Just a total wreck financially. And they are literally filing dilution every 3 days. 2 million shares, 4 million shares, 6 million shares.
Is that the scooter company?
Yes.
Hellbiz?
Yep. And they don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. I don't see anyone talking about it. But trust the plan is what he says. Trust the plan. The plan is you are fucking over retail, sir, every 3 days. I said back in January, I think on January 4th, on a live stream in the evening and in my Discord, that when GTII and Created announced that they were looking at doing a merger, I just said, there's no fucking way. I mean, when you take a pile of shit and merge it with another pile of shit, what do you end up with? A bigger pile of shit.
A Jurassic Park dump.
That was my analysis. Like, there's zero chance of these companies merging. Zero chance. And today Created announced that the merger was off. They've discontinued talks and it fell 40%. So I'm sorry if you got stuck in that play. But I've been trying to warn you guys for 2 months. Yes, sir.
Tony, you forgot about BBBY. Just stick the
people got roped in on that one, huh?
We said get out of BBBY at $30. The day before Ryan Cohen sold is when I told people that I was getting out of BBBY. Steven said the same thing. I know, Mediocre, if you were in it, you would have been out then. And we have not been back other than in our paper trade contest that we're running in February. I did short BBBY, just paper trade. And I made money on it. Made 60% on a paper trade contest shorting BBBY.
You don't have any puts on it?
No, I think it's dangerous territory for shorts and for puts because retail is so damn
persistent.
Yeah. And there is massive short interest on this stock. I mean,
And
you
that's
never
all
know
some
what
people
day.
need to see. That's
Yeah,
sometimes. Yeah.
you never know what day you wake up, and you just need one little bit of good news to get people to go in and buy it. And the cheaper it gets, the higher the risk of something like that happening. I'm not talking a run from $1.25 to $100. I'm talking like $1.25 to $3.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold puts. It's just too much chance of retail, getting the better of me. So I just let it go. But there's 700 to 900 million additional shares that are being sold to retail, and you're going to find out about it. You're going to find out about it. You can keep on throwing money at it, but it's a money pit.
Let me just say real quick, Mexican Boss, thank you for a super chat. He was asking about earnings. T, did you talk about earnings at all tonight? Did you discuss it? I know we talked about Cinemark a little bit, but do you have any expectations, or mediocre? Do you have any expectations for Q4? Do you think we're going to beat our numbers? What do you think about like the Zach's consensus? And they seem pretty bullish on
I saw the Zach's. I saw the Zach's article. I also saw that Credit Suisse had expected that Cinemark was going to beat earnings,
Yes.
and that didn't work out so well.
That's true. Yes.
So when I make my video this weekend with have you seen my my 2 TA videos, by the way?
Just the one. The one, when was it from? Yesterday, I think.
I did one a week ago and one yesterday. I said that we would close flat today, and I have people arguing in the comments, we're going to close over 7 today. Okay. I'm pretty sure we close flat. But if I had to guess, if I make another TA video this weekend, I think that there could be a little bit of bullish momentum on Monday in anticipation of earnings, but I'm not expecting super fantastic news. Maybe we'll slightly beat expectations, but we already know that the domestic box office for Q4 was low. We just saw Cinemark. So I would say have reasonable expectations for the 28th.
So Tony, today I looked at the Max Payne and checked all that, and I thought for sure, I'm like, man, I had sold some $6 call options on AMC that were really, really in the money. I was green, and I'm like, man. So I wanted the full profit. So I'm saying to myself, this thing's gonna close below $6, like between $5.50 and $6. So I'm gonna be in the money. So the thing ran up a little bit this afternoon, and I'm like, I gotta recheck this. I was still green, and so I went and I checked Max Payne again, and Max Payne shifted from $6 to $6.50. So I'm like, okay. So I knew it wasn't going to close at 6 or 6.50. It was going to close in the middle. So I knew that. So I immediately purchased my options back. Said thank you for the profit. Have a good day. And guess what happened? It closed between $6 and $6.50. It's amazing.
Scott said 3 weeks ago, Bed Bath was $2.80. He bought $1.50 puts for 33 cents. Today, the price is $1.53 and they're worth 31 cents. Expire in the next month. One thing you need to check, and we've done a lot of, go watch my options videos. I have a playlist for basic options training, and one day I'll get around to doing more complex strategies, but I really need more people to understand the basics first, because if you can't do the basics consistently and make money, there is zero reason to start learning to do straddles and more complex plays. But that being said, you need to look at the IV before you buy these, any option. If you think, oh, well, it's a sure thing, Bed Bath is going to go down, there's already been 1 million people before you thinking the same thing. Driving up the IV, driving up the price of that put, and you could be entirely correct on the direction and the price and still not make money.
Mm-hmm.
That is 100% accurate.
This is why options are not as simple as people think. You can't just have the right idea. You can't even always have the right price target, you can still lose money if you're ignoring implied volatility. So always use a tool like optionsstrat.com or options profit calculator. If you don't know how to read that stuff, and use that tool. They're free. Put in the option you're thinking about buying, adjust the little slider for implied volatility, get it from your broker. It's in almost every option screen, the IV. And then you'll get a chart that will tell you how low it needs to go or how high it needs to go to make money and what expected return you'll get. I won't even buy one if by my price target that I'm thinking it'll drop or rise to, if it doesn't say 100%, I don't buy the option. I'm not risking options of money for a 20 or 30% payout. That's just me.
The other thing is the Greeks are very, very important. I think if you're going to mess with options, you need to know the Greeks, period.
For sure. Yep. For sure.
But I love the leverage.
TF Hatter says Hellbiz uses the term stakeholders instead of shareholders.
Yeah, I saw that.
Lordy.
I think Grandpa Bonnie said he finished in the green from TRKD, I think. Is that the ticker? TRKD, right?
TRKA. Yeah, I mean,
TRKA.
there's been opportunities to make money. The question is, how much higher is it going to go? I mean, I had so many people asking me about it this week and even today, like, where is this stock going? It's literally at this price point, a coin toss. So if you're thinking about getting in at 30 or 32 cents, I would scale your risk accordingly. That's like buying AMC at $70.
Yeah. Correct.
You could make a lot of money if it goes. You could make a lot of money if it goes to $1, but it could also go back down to 23 cents or 20 or 15. So scale your risk accordingly. One of the other things we talk about a lot on this channel and in my Discord is not putting too high a percentage of your portfolio in one play. Like Mediocre, how many times have you loaded up 80% of your investment money in one ticker?
No, I don't do that.
Exactly. And you're just a mediocre trader.
That's right. I'm not going to do that.
I'm just teasing. But
I always keep cash on hand.
And not only that, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to what you do, but I get very nervous if I'm putting more than 5% or 10% of my total portfolio in one play. Now there have been times where I've dumped 50,000 in a play for an hour, but I know that I'm not going to be carrying, that one ticker. This was a risky, like DWAC. I loaded on that one 3 times over 50,000 for a few minutes, few hours. But I don't do that on the reg. Like if I'm going in a risky play, I'll scale back. I'm not trying to get rich overnight off of one penny stock.
You take your time.
What will make you survive long term in the stock market is not trying to hit a home run every time. Spread your bets out, get that first base hit, that second base hit. Every now and then you'll get lucky and one will get knocked out of the park. Count your blessings, take your profits, and then go back to just putting a percentage of your portfolio in. You just keep that strategy. It's like going to the craps table. Are you going to put, if you had $1,000 and you show up at the craps table, are you going to put it all on hard 6 on the first roll, or are you going to put $10 on the pass line?
You didn't YOLO AMC, Tony?
I did not. No.
Speaking of which, can I just say, there's no doubt about it. The casinos are recession proof, I must say, because last weekend at MGM, you couldn't find a table with a $25 a hand blackjack. I could not believe it. In Springfield, Massachusetts.
What? You couldn't find one with a $25?
I'm not kidding. It was jam packed. You couldn't get on a table for less than $25. It was crazy.
How were you doing there, Mass?
I was betting on the Super Bowl.
You should have let me know. I would have went and played with you.
Oh, you would have? Ah, damn, I didn't know. Yeah, I was at MGM.
I thought you said you couldn't find one with a $25. I was like, that's really high money there.
But that's
You
that
could-
casino. They're like that every weekend. It's
Is
crazy
it?
at that place.
I couldn't believe how packed it was. I'm like, where? And it looked like a lot of poor people. It was weird.
I was
just couldn't
there,
believe it.
dude.
Were you?
Poor
Yeah.
people like to
MGM?
gamble too, Massalorian. Just look at the
MGM.
stock market.
On Super Bowl Sunday and Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh, that's where I was. Yeah, I posted a thing on Twitter from downtown Springfield.
Well,
I wish I had known you were in the area. I would have said, come have a beer. I actually left early Sunday morning because it was like such madness. And I was noticing that there were better odds online than at the sportsbook because, you know, they just started the sportsbook in Mass now. You can bet.
Yep.
You can gamble on sports in Massachusetts now. So, but I just couldn't believe the amount of people in there dropping money, and it looked like a lot of poor people. And I'm like, man, casinos are recession proof, man.
Yeah,
I'm definitely going to invest in some casinos when I get a little more money together. That's for sure, man. They were just making money hand over fist.
What's out by you out that way?
So I have Encore in Boston, or Lincoln. Lincoln, Rhode Island has the casino here. But I went to MGM. What's that?
I never been to either one of those. I go to
Yeah.
Mohegan or Foxwoods usually, but
Okay.
I usually go to MGM because it's way easier for me.
I just couldn't believe how deteriorated the city of Springfield is. Looks like a war zone. I couldn't believe it driving around. That's
Tell me
crazy.
about it.
Holy smokes.
The
What's up,
closest we have here is some casinos up across the border in Oklahoma or in Louisiana.
Texas,
was,
you still
Pokey's-
gambling outlawed?
We
Yeah.
have
Pokey's
no
is from
legal
this area
casino.
right here. He's from Springfield.
Who is?
Who is?
Pokey's.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
The
Yes.
question you just put up.
Yes.
He
Yes.
actually went to school with one of my kids. He's
Oh,
a good
really?
kid, that kid. Yep.
Yeah, I forgot about that. We do have a couple people from. Yeah, that's right. Springfield is a mess. It is focus, man. I was just completely shocked. Yeah, in less than an hour, I almost got robbed at an ATM machine and had someone walk off with my lighter. I had to go chase the dude down in the corner. It was the
Oh,
funniest
my
thing. Some guy walks by me, asked me to borrow a lighter, took my lighter, and walked off with it. And I stood there for a second. And I was like. Oh, I'm like, that's kind of fucked up. And I was like, you know what? Fuck that dude. I'm like, I'm going to get my lighter. Walk down. And I said, hey, motherfucker, and tapped him on the shoulder. But give him my damn light. I'm like, dude, you just walked off my lighter, asshole. It's crazy.
Hey, Larry, does the Hard Rock in Tampa have craps tables? That's what I need to know.
Tony, me and you gonna play crabs. That's my game. I got a table in my
Me
basement.
too. I love
right.
crabs.
As soon as I get up that way.
Yep. We take over Springfield.
Yeah, Zach says we have Kickapoo and Eagle Pass, but only slots. I hate that when I walk into a casino and all they have is slot machines.
No table games. Yeah. Kickapoo's, isn't that Indian? It's an Indian tribe, isn't it? Oklahoma, the Kickapoo? I think. Pretty sure.
It is a small town between here and Houston. It always makes me chuckle every time I'm riding. It says driving down to Houston, Kickapoo. 3 miles.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to go to Oklahoma to play cards.
I've never been to Oklahoma casinos. We usually either just drive right across the border in Louisiana, or I'll drive all the way or fly to New Orleans. I like to go to New Orleans just because it's a gambling trip and a food trip. You know, the Cajun food.
Sure. Yep.
And in the wild, you know, French Quarter.
Yeah.
There's just so much entertainment there.
Sure.
Mash, you should have told Dana you were going down there. Should have went down there.
I know. I just posted that morning that I was downtown. But honestly, that night, I'm lucky I didn't get shot. I didn't even realize it. And I can't believe I didn't go there strapped. I asked my buddy, I'm like, why didn't you tell me Springfield was this bad? I would have came up here packing heat. This is crazy. Couldn't believe it.
Did you park in the garage?
So I stayed, no, because we stayed at the Holiday Inn across the street. So there was a parking lot there. But there's a fried chicken and pizza place on the corner. And that's where I almost got robbed at the ATM. I went up to the ATM machine. I went to go put my money in. There's a kid standing there with his phone plugged into the wall, not with any food or anything, looking over my shoulder at the ATM, and the guy's like, cash only. And I look back, I'm like, hey boy, you want, brother, give me some room here? You're right, you're breathing right on my neck. He's like, nah, man, you good? And I was like, no, actually, I'm not good. I pulled my card, the machine. I said, I'll be right back. I'm going to go run up to my room and grab some money for you. It was crazy. I just couldn't believe it. And the guys in the store, the owners didn't say anything. Like, hey, man, you're bothering my customers here, charging your phone. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. All right, let's stop talking about my experiences in Springfield. We could talk all night about that.
Someone was asking about MLEC. It was a SPAC. I guess it did the SPAC conversion back in December, ran up to $40 for a couple days, and it's been trading in this $6 range since January. So it looks to me, I don't know anything about the company, but for the last 30 days, the market has decided this stock is worth $6 to $7. I can't tell you anymore since I haven't looked at the financials, don't know anything about the company. But just looking at the chart, I don't know what you want me to see here or tell you. It's pegged at $6.
What is MLEC?
MLEC.
How long was that media group there? Troika? How long is that? How you pronounce it? Troika?
Yep.
How long has that stock been kind of memeing? Is this just something new that popped up?
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Okay.
I know who's pumping it. I don't want to say because I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but
no, it's okay.
I watch the pumpers, and the nicest thing is I can say is they have mixed results, and the worst thing I can say is they often pump things well beyond the point where I would have been out of it, and that is the most irritating thing to me.
It's that hold mentality that's going to triple digits, 100, 200. Here's my price targets. Here's my brackets. That's the kind of shit, right? That gets people in trouble.
Yeah, I have no problem with pumping it when it's cheap and when it's moving up, but when it's turning the corner and they're still pumping it, I start getting irritated.
Yeah. Or you're trying to catch a falling knife with a terrible chart set up and people are still pushing. You see Gorilla got in this question. It says opinion on DWAC as the presidential campaign ramps up. I can tell you that Jim Chanos is going short big time on DWAC. Gorilla Gardner. I did read that the other day. He's taking a massive short position on DWAC. So
they have that issue of not being able to get their SPAC merger complete, right? That's the reason
holding them back. Yeah.
I think the country would embrace the idea of True Social. I have it installed on mine. I rarely use it, but if Trump were to run and they were able to get that SPAC merger complete, I think DWAC could perform as a stock, but there's so many unknowns right now. I just considered it a very risky play. So I've been sitting out. I played it many, many times early on, but not for me right now.
Yeah, a lot of things could happen leading up to this election.
I'm all in on that one, Tony.
Are you? Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't YOLO on TWAC? All my friends are YOLOing. I'm just teasing. If you're in it and you're, grabbing some of these dips, $14.65. I say good luck, and if there is good news, I'm certain DWAC will move. But they've had is a dearth the right word?
I don't understand why they won't let the SPAC merge. Why won't they let it merge?
Administrative concern, not wanting to give Trump anything that makes him happy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
They've had a woeful lack of good news, so that it's a risky play until they get good news.
Yeah. I do hold DWAC though.
But you're not all in. You didn't load the boat?
I wouldn't say I'm all in, but I have a substantial amount.
A hefty position? Would you say it's a hefty?
the cheaper it gets, I think I don't own any right now, but the cheaper it gets, the more I'm looking at it. Like, I mean, it ran up from 14, 15 bucks to 25 bucks on one bit of good news back in November. Remember when they were
down? I'm working on averaging it down, to be honest with you.
There
But
could be another day like that easily. Sure.
Yeah. I just
Mediocre.
wanted yeah.
Would you say you have a plethora of DWOC stocks? A
Plethora, yes. I have a plethora. And I have to buy more. I don't, not that I want to. I'm going to, because I have to average my position down, right? Any smart trader who's in a bad position has to find a way out of that position, either cut your losses or work with what you have. So I will work with what I have and repair my position, but I believe that the merger will eventually go through. It just shows how corrupt the market is and the SEC. That was my only point of this whole conversation about me being invested in DWAC.
Andrew said fire was created at the beginning of this chat. Are you trying to say that we are cavemen here, Andrew, or that the chat's slow? Man, we're getting shellacked in the comments for this slow burn in the chat.
Someone asked about BBIG and Mullen. I've never found a reason, guys, to own BBIG. I have it in my retail squeeze or retail momentum list. So if it starts moving, I know there are a lot of people that are interested in it, but at this point, there's just basically a lot of bag holders. So anytime BBIG runs, there's going to be people trying to get some money and get out. So I'm not a big fan of BBIG. They've been delinquent on filings. They got a lot of issues. Mullen continues to miss commitments from the CEO over and over and over. And they just approved dilution to 5 billion shares, and they have a reverse split coming. And a reverse split and dilution might not be bad by themselves, but you're talking about a company that's making virtually no revenue and probably won't be until late 2024. And even then, it's not going to be enough. So I did, as promised, for the first time ever, buy Mullen at 25 cents a day or two ago. But that's just because I've been saying for a year and a half, if it ever fell below a quarter, I'd buy some. So I bought a tiny amount of Mullen, but that's mostly just so I can say I was a man of my word. I don't have anything good to say about Mullen. And I've been planning for over a week or two to make a video on it, but it's not going to be anything that anyone wants to hear. And at this point, what's really the point? Well, what's the point of me making a video about Mullen saying, be careful when it's at 23 cents?
Right.
But there's literally
self-explanatory.
There's literally channels putting out 5 videos a day on Mullen. Guys, it's bullish. No, it's fucking not. It's not bullish.
You mean you can't move a float with billions of shares? You can't move a stock with billions of shares, Tony?
Not a company that's losing money and has no revenue, and the CEO can't be trusted. No.
Grandpa Barney, thank you. And I am actually just picking up another job. So I am currently right now. Actually, tomorrow is my last day of training. So I'm done training after tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's my last day. I thought Thursday was, but it's going to be tomorrow. So thank you very much. And yeah, I'm going back to work so that I can get some more money together so I can be able to travel. I was really upset I wasn't able to go to Ohio because I wanted to cover the train. And I looked at my finances and I'm like, you know what? I just need to start working again, more hours so I can afford to be able to get to these places, to get on the ground, to report on stories. So thank you for that. And yeah, I am not going to be poor too much longer. So thank you.
Do I have anything good to say about Yucca Frita? Besides being one of my favorite viewers, it is also one of my favorite foods.
Is that Yucca's ticker? Dollar symbols YCCA. I'm shorting that all day.
Yucca's a funny dude, man. I like it. Funny
Yeah.
Thoughts
stuff.
on Polestar cancel bubble? I need to do an update on Polestar. I did a video on them probably 6 months ago. I need to do an update. I want to. At some point, if I could ever stop covering AMC stuff, like, you know, if this play would get over with, there's so many other tickers that I want to cover. I want to do coverage on Tesla, Lucid, Mullen. I initiated coverage on Polestar. I have a Polestar dealer here in Austin. I've seen their cars. They are in production on multiple continents. Of all of the plays, you know, that is one of the good ones, but they've also been beaten down. They ran up to $16 after was it when did they change the name? When did they get the ticker PSNY? They ran to $16 and they ran later to 12. They're currently at 4. So I need to look at their financials again. It's been a while. Julie, thank you, Julie Barwick. I appreciate you. But I do like Polestar is in my tier 2 with Lucid. The only one that's really in tier 1 is Tesla. Anybody else to get in tier 2, you got to be in production and
mass scaling
and working towards increasing your volume. But I did just read that Lucid is having an orders problem, like the quantity of orders coming in. So what should I do a video first on? Update on Polestar. First video ever on Lucid. We talk about Lucid a lot, but I haven't done a video on them. Or should I do a video on Mullen?
I would just do prospectus on EVs.
We really like charger companies better than EV companies at this point.
Touche.
Grandpa Barney, what's up? Tony's mediocre super chat is broken. What's going on, mediocre? Thank you, Grandpa.
Todd Rodriguez, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I need 1,000 subs because Grandpa Barney's been all over me because he can't give me a super chat.
Well, let's get him to 1,000 subs.
You know,
help him
How
out,
do
guys.
you not have 1,000 subs?
He needs his people. Grandpa
Guys,
Barney's
go give Mediocre Trader a sub if you have not subbed to his channel yet, please.
Touche, yeah, guys. Let's help him get to 1,000. That's a big milestone for a YouTuber.
Gorilla Gardener says saw a Rivian SUV yesterday. Yeah, I like Rivian's cars too. They're also in my tier 2. They are in production. Lucid and Rivian. Lucid, Rivian, and Polestar are probably my next favorites as far as potential to make it, you know, to survive, to not go bankrupt. But they all have their issues, right? Getting into mass production in a quantity high enough to justify the money burn is the challenge they all have. So I wish them all good luck. They're all fine vehicles.
Todd, thanks for the super chat. Real quick, I just want to say, Annie, thank you. And Cancel Bubble asked, what type of work am I doing? So all I'm going to say is I'm working at a brick and mortar store.
Bed Bath & Beyond.
Nope.
GameStop.
Nope.
GameStop.
Oh, man.
GameStop?
Nope. They have orange in their in the title of all their logos. They have orange and white of the colors, and I get 50%
Orange Julius
off. No.
Orange Julius.
Yeah, I'm making shakes. No. It's brick and mortar, and it's filled with tools. And I get 15% off stock options, which is nice. So starting from day one, I could put 20% of my check directly into Computer Share at a 15% discount. I thought that was a good deal. So
it's a good place to work, though.
I thought you were frozen there for a second, Mediocre. You were just like,
no, I was thinking. I'm like, where the hell is he working?
Yeah, they came through with an unbelievable deal for me. I couldn't turn it down. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I don't know what you do for work, but if you're a skilled person, they'll pay you very, very well.
Yeah, that my experience helped. I mean, having 6-7 years of experience really helped. And my buddy was like, I can't believe they started you at that. And he said they don't typically don't do that. And so I jumped all over it. Once they made me the offer, I took it. And hopefully that's going to help me to get out more. That's all I'm hoping for. Some of this might help me get boots in the ground.
Or they wouldn't have done it. They usually do that for tradesmen.
Paul Gaines
yeah.
says, "Do we like Mullen, guys?" I already answered my thoughts on Mullen. I'll let you guys say something.
Filled with tools, Morant stream.
The
What do you think of Mullen?
That's what
Mediocre
you want to know
Mullen.
about?
What are your thoughts on Mullen mediocre?
I mean, I made $10 on it.
Did you?
If you made money on
did.
Mullen, you're like in the 1% club.
Seriously.
Okay, listen. Here's the truth. I bought Mullen just so I could sell options against it. Okay, listen. It just so happened that it was caught up in one of those little runs it had, and so I said, I gotta get out of this fucking garbage. I'm sorry to anybody who's in Mullen.
I did just say a few minutes ago, I just, for the first time ever, I've been saying for a long time, 18 months, wait on Mullen. I just bought some, Paul, at 25 cents. But I also posted in the Discord, I have a VIP chat where I post my trades and my logic behind them sometimes. I said, I'm buying Mullen at 25 cents because I've been promising for a year and a half that I would, but I expect to lose half my money.
Okay, now I feel better.
Unfortunately.
You make me feel bad for a second. I'm like,
So that's where I'm at, guys. I bought Mullen at 25 cents. I expect to lose half my money.
Oh man,
That's my thoughts on
that's
Mullen.
funny. Yeah, so it ended up running up. I made $10 on it, and I said, I can't. But I made a joke about it in my Discord with Super Steven, and the joke was Mullen was the squeeze play, and it was pretty funny actually.
There was a channel that was putting out 5-6 videos a day. He stopped finally when he went broke, of why you should buy far out of the money Mullen calls, because it was going to be the squeeze play to bankrupt the entire financial system.
Oh, that guy.
That guy. You guys might know who I'm talking about. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus.
I really don't know any YouTubers. I got to be honest with you. I just keep to myself and do my own thing.
I bet you a lot of people in the chat know who we're talking about right now. T, was Polestar used to be Cyan Racing? Was that the name of their company?
I forget who they were before that. I think it was a SPAC maybe before that.
Food Dog says the last time he's posted in the chat, Mass's toothpick had leaves. That's how slow the chat is.
Boy, this is brutal tonight. Take 2 weeks off, you come back and get shellacked. It's depressing.
All right. And Yuka says, did anybody see Cocaine Bear yet?
No, that's the movie?
I have not. The movie Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, with Elizabeth Banks, right? I saw that. Yeah, I haven't seen it, no. Is it the true story about that bear that did all the coke?
I think it's based on a true story. Yeah. I think it was on KC's chat, if I get this quote correct. I don't know who he was quoting, but the movie has cocaine and it's got bears. That's about all you need to know. Just go buy a beer. Just go buy a beer and enjoy the movie. Like, yeah. I don't think we're not looking for Oscar-worthy performances here. It's just a good time.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Hey, does this look familiar, you guys?
Yes. Teddy?
Oh,
Is
Teddy?
that you?
I'm sorry. I'm in the mood tonight.
He's not pushing Mullen right now, is he? Teddy's not pushing that, is he?
No.
Teddy's not pushing Mullen, is he?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't know Teddy. I just was doing it because I seen a video before, and I know who that is, but I don't watch his stuff or anybody's stuff, honestly.
Do you remember when April was doing that because he had pink eye? He was doing half screen for like 2 weeks.
No, I don't remember that.
It was in all the thumbnails. You don't get bombarded by his thumbnails all the time? I mean, with all his videos, do they not pop up for you?
Are you subscribed to him?
No, I don't even think so. I don't even think I am, honestly. They still come up.
No, I do not. Thank God.
Show me the list of who you're subscribed to on YouTube.
Yeah.
Who am I subscribed to?
I'll show mine. You show
I'm
me
like, am I
yours.
subscribed?
In order to be part of my club, you must show me a screenshot of who you're subscribed to and show me your position. Otherwise, you can't be in my little club.
That's it.
Oh man.
Fuck off.
Let me see here.
All right, getting back to Cocaine Bear. I asked my wife to go see it a couple nights ago, Thursday night, and she said, "No, I'm really kind of too tired, so we're gonna plan to go see it this weekend. And if I hear that one more time, too tired, then I'm gonna go see Cocaine Bear by myself." So that's the plan.
I need to know more about the movie. I know
It's got cocaine and it's got bears. What more do you
I know
need to
that's
know?
awesome. I do agree, but it, never mind. I can't say it on live. I'll tell you backstage. I'll fucking say that out loud. I don't care.
I was thinking about going to see, there's a, what's his name? Liam Neeson. He's got a crime noir movie out right now. I think it's called Marlowe, but they didn't have any convenient screenings. Like yesterday, it was loaded up and I got busy making videos. And then today, when I actually had time, there were no screenings. There was like 8 p.m. was the only screening. So I didn't go see a movie today, but I'm going to see at least one this weekend. Cocaine Bear is on the top of the list. What is hecklefish? Is that a joke for mediocre?
I don't know.
Anya says Tony should be the poster child for AMC.
Dana's trying to get me to spill the beans.
Who is
Dana?
Trying to get who to spill the beans?
Me.
Oh, about what you wanted to say.
Cocaine Bear.
Put it in the chat for me, the private chat.
Oh man. Hold on.
This must be really bad. Our Baglio says Polestar is working with Volvo. Yes, they have good backing there. Jersey Recycler says, had to laugh at Hellbiz today when I saw it at 12 cents. I keep an eye on it. It's kind of like watching a slow train wreck. Jersey Recycler says, make money shorting Mullen. That is something you could do, except if they come out with good news, retail will run that shit up. Oh yeah, don't say that, mediocre.
Okay.
Broke Ape says, talk about the scientists on their way to Ohio. Did you hear about that plane crash? This is Massalorian territory.
What happened?
You got any good conspiracy theories? There were 5 scientists headed to Ohio to look into the water quality and shit, and they all got killed in a plane crash. There was another
really?
Yeah,
seriously, that's true.
That is true.
There was another unfortunate death this week of a billionaire. Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Citadel billionaire?
Not Citadel, but he was one of the OGs in I forget his name. Was it Hill? Dan Hill? He was one of the OGs in leverage buyouts. He Massalorian.
Yeah.
Look up.
Yep. Oh, look up. I'm sorry.
Took himself out.
Oh, okay.
That's why it was
unalived himself.
Yes.
Yeah. You can ask to be unalived in Canada.
As they say in the GameStop Reddit, I promoted myself to customer.
Man.
Do you know what that means?
No. What is it?
That's GameStop Reddit, not GME, but the GameStop Reddit is just full of people quitting their job.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Today
yes.
I promoted. They're like bragging, like today I promoted myself to customer.
Gorilla Gardner says it was a direct energy beam. Those are for real, Gorilla. Be careful, man.
anyways, this guy, the scuttlebutt is everyone's trying to figure out, did this guy take himself out, this billionaire, because of some over leveraged play that we haven't heard about yet.
It's possible.
So stay tuned.
Oh, here it is. Thomas H. Lee.
Thomas Lee, thank you.
Parent self-neglect. Let's see here. Early pioneer in private equity. 78. So he was on his way out, right? Act as if. Well, the world knew him as one of the pioneers in private equity business. Let's see. Anything here interesting? 15 billion. Just trying to see if they have any thoughts here. No, doesn't say anything about any troubles.
The family's keeping everything private, and our condolences to the family. I didn't make a video on it, or there's people were rushing out videos. They couldn't wait to get tweets and videos out. But I will talk about it if there is some financial scuttlebutt next week. If we hear something like he unalived himself, as someone said in the chat, because of financial issues, that is newsworthy.
Yeah. So his fund was Thomas H. Lee Capital LLC. That was his fund. Lee Equity Partners.
I heard about this Epstein Island guy.
Let's keep an eye on that.
Tied up and shot, and they said he did a suicide, but there was no gun. I just read the headlines. I don't even know what to believe anymore. He got Clintoned or what?
Yep. Wait, I didn't. I don't want to. I'm going to be around for a very long time. I got a long life to live ahead of me, and a wonderful family, and a beautiful wife.
You want to keep it that way, right? Mediocre.
That's right.
You don't know any inside information, so you're safe. Don't worry. It's only the people that know the dirt that get Clinton.
Oh, okay.
Searches fund to find the holdings. All right. I got a weekend project. Look up. What was his last name? Daniel Lee?
Lee. Yeah. Thomas Lee.
Thomas Lee. In between doing videos on Lucid, Mullen, Polestar, Tesla, I'll look up Mr. Lee. Look up all his funds.
Oh, so he was actually from up this way, I guess. Lee was serving as chairman and managing partner of Lee Equity, private equity firm he founded in 2006 after stepping down from Boston-based Thomas H. Lee Partners. His exit was rumored to have been the result of disagreements with other C-suite figures, but he insisted to staff at the time that his party had been very friendly. Estimated about $2 billion was his Forbes Billionaire Index as of last year, according to the New York Times. A lot of money. Although it's
Anya
funny. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm changing the topic, so finish what you're talking about.
I was going to say, it's just funny because we throw around these numbers sometimes, and $500 million over here, $40 billion over here, 20. It almost has become comical just seeing the way that, especially this administration, has thrown money at the wind. It's just amazing to me. Amazing. The numbers.
Hey, you guys. What's the difference between a wet raccoon and Donald Trump's hair?
What?
He doesn't have $7 billion fucking dollars in the bank. I love that.
Mediocre. You're not a fan of Trump? You're not a Trump fan? No.
No, that's the roast. Donald Trump said that joke in his own roast.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, watch the roast of Donald Trump.
Is it old? What was it, from Comedy Central?
Yeah, I think it was Comedy Central, yeah.
Somehow he just showed up in my feed on an old segment before he got elected with, I think it was Jimmy Kimmel, or no, not Jimmy Kimmel. Who's the other one? Late night dude. Fallon, yeah. he was with Jimmy Fallon, and Jimmy's like, "Hey, this is like the last chance we have to do something non-presidential before you get in office. Can I ask you a favor? Can we just do something?" And Donald Trump was like, "Oh boy, what? What do you want to do?" He's like, "Yes, you can do something." He's like, "Can I mess up your hair?" And he went,
Did he?
Yeah, he let him do it. He went over there and like fucked it
Try
all
to
up
get
on the
it.
top. It's pretty funny. Donald Trump's a good sport with his hair.
Yuka, my gas bill is out of control, bro. Out of control. $350 last month. $360 actually. Yep.
Yeah. Did you guys ever see Donald Trump throw for $1 million to get whoever the fan was $1 million? He threw a football through a hole. It was like in the 80s or some shit.
No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, I've seen that shit too. I couldn't believe
like
it.
Like a halftime show thing? Something like that? Like a contest?
Wait, he threw the ball or he was ponying up the $1 million?
He threw the ball through
Wow.
the freaking small ass hole. I couldn't believe he fucking did it, to be honest with you. When I seen the video, I was shocked.
I wonder if that's when he owned that team. Remember he owned a team, the Generals or something back in the day. He owned a USFL football team, or I forget. It was back in the early 80s. Remember they started a team and Trump had one of the. He signed. I can't remember who the quarterback was now. He went after the big quarterback that was coming out of college that year, and they got him onto his team. I can't remember who it was now. Help me out, chat.
Sounds familiar. I've slept since then.
Yeah, that's true. Me too. Me too.
I do remember that he had a bottled water company called Trump Ice, and he also had Trump Air, and he also had the Trump Taj Mahal. How many of those are still around?
AC still, definitely, at least. There's still
Trump
that
water's
one.
still around. It made its way to Ohio.
Yeah. Hey, those people don't care if it's what kind of water it is, as long as it ain't coming out of the rivers or the streams there. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Anya asked one quick aside on stocks, getting back to late night stock talk. Anya was asking thoughts on Soundhound, SOUN. I remember Lou was pumping that one weeks back. Do you remember that, Massalorian?
SoundCloud?
Soundhound. SOUN. It was trading around $1.30. Even lower, 97 cents. I don't remember when he started pumping it, but I looked at their financials. I looked at their products. I listened to the CEO, and I think it look like they have some pretty decent products. It's a wireless surround sound system. And, but I heard the CEO say we're really, not expecting a bunch of new sales until later this year, towards the end of the year, when our new product line comes out. And their financials weren't too hot. So I was like, yeah, if it starts moving, I'll consider it. And then it didn't really do anything. But on February 3rd, I wonder if that's when Lou started talking about it. Someone help me out in the chat. When did Lou start talking about SOUN? It jumped all one day from $1.90 to almost $4.
You're kidding. And Lou was on top of the story?
How is that
possible?
I think he was earlier in the game before that. And I see some good news in their chat, in their news. So they've had some recent good news, and it's been holding at the 350 level. Let me put the chart up.
By the way,
so I haven't looked at it, Anya, in a couple weeks. I wrote it off. I'm thinking Lou is talking about it probably here in late January, and it wasn't doing anything. I just stopped watching it. But that's a nice little bump for whatever good news they had. There's a couple comments in here about people are excited about AI stocks. Soundhound Stock Rocket says investors seek out AI developers. I don't know. This one says strong prospects, but don't chase now. Seeking alpha.
Where are you pulling those articles from, Tony? Is that from your Webull?
Yeah, I just set up tabs for. You can look at filings. You can set up a filings tab, news tab, and then when I'm really bored on any given stock, I go to the comments. Let's see what BBBY looks like. BBBY comments. This is a gem. Something is brewing that says, next week we fly. Profits are coming here Monday. If you buy $10,000 worth now and hold until 2024, you'll have $100,000. Not financial advice.
NFA.
Remember, together we are stronger.
Right. Julie, thank you for the chat. Good evening, by the way, Julie.
Day on the threshold list.
Bullish. So sick of hearing that.
Looking juicy. Is Juicy still in the chat? Going to the moon. I mean, they're closing stores. They're laying off staff. They're closed distribution centers. The lenders have called all the debt due. They've got $700 to $900 million in convertible preferred shares. Like, I just don't know. There are people still thinking that Bed Bath & Beyond is going to merge with GameStop. Legit, seriously think that. And maybe they will. I'll make my apology video if they do. But this is a very long shot bet if you're betting on BBBY.
By the way, Tony, have you seen any of, or Mediocre, have you guys seen any of Camelot's videos about Best Buy and what's going on with them?
Oh, yeah.
It's looking like it's headed for some.
They're having a proxy fight, too. I've only been watching the headlines, but someone's trying to take over the company.
Oh, really?
I think that was Best Buy. Or
Okay.
maybe I'm thinking of there's Bed Bath & Beyond, there's Best Buy. Is there another towel company? Bed Bath & Beyond.
Probably. I bet.
They call them the towel apes on Reddit.
The towel apes.
Oh, man.
I hope none of them from the Midwest or the Middle East, for that matter. God Almighty, towel apes. BBB. What else would it be? What would be another store that would have home furnishings like that we're
Bed
thinking
Bath
of
&
that we're
Beyond.
missing?
Home
Let
goods.
me see if I can pull up Best Buy or just Google it.
Like all the brick and mortars right now are just look like they're in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason that I don't buy those.
I mean, Best Buy's probably doing the best out of all of them, but I haven't looked at it. I'm just guessing.
Yeah. Steve
People
saying
are buying.
Wayfair, Home Goods, Anya. Yep. All of them. BBWY.
Best Buy is you could purchase online and have it shipped to your house. So
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are getting laid off, and people have been linens and things. That's one, Dana? I didn't think of that.
Home Goods.
I know Home
is
Goods.
another one.
San Diego laundromats.
Oh, Bath and Body Works.
Yeah, Juicy got you crazy. Said BBWY.
Bath and Body Works. Third Point launches proxy fight at Bath and Body Works.
You guys remember Bradley's?
Nope.
Oh yeah. Yep. Mediocre. Where are you from again?
I'm from
Originally?
Mass.
You're from Mass, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
So we have Bradley's here. I don't think they had them down in Southwest Texas. I don't think had Bradley's.
Oh, only up here?
I think
What
they were a
about-
Northeast company. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like how Dillard's is Southeast. We don't have Dillard's up here, right? We had Macy's.
Yeah, Macy's. Yeah.
We don't have Nordstrom's up here really until recently.
No.
We didn't have Nordstrom's. That was more of a South thing.
Dana says
we had
Ames. Yeah, I remember
Filene's.
Ames.
Ames, yeah, Ames. I remember Ames. Ames. Jesus, Ames and
school.
Dedham. Oh man.
They come
Bath
and
and
they
Body
go
Works.
just like that.
Bath and Body Works fell from, remember when the recession started around Thanksgiving 21?
Mm.
It fell from $80 down to 25, and it's recently recovered to $42. So
Wow.
but I have not read the haven't read the news on the proxy fight. I just don't really care about brick and mortar stores, especially in a large store format. Any brick and mortar that is dependent on carrying inventory in an inflationary market, unless it's Costco, I really don't care about it. Maybe
Well,
Walmart.
that's why I brought up all those ones that are no longer, because whatever happened to them.
What do you mean you bought them all up?
No. I brought them up for the conversation because
Yeah.
we don't exist anymore. That's why I did that, because doesn't that happen to the majority of them?
Yeah. Woolworths. Yes. I remember Woolworths.
I remember when all there was Sears and Kmart.
Exactly. The blue light special. Remember that?
Yeah. Attention shoppers, blue light special in aisle 5. Blue light special in aisle 5. Everybody, what is it?
Yeah. The good old days. I'd like to go back to the 1950s, and I wasn't even born then.
Do you guys know what a blue law is? Not blue
I know.
balls, blue law. You're from the north, so you probably don't know. But I remember when it's something that we have down in the South, in the Bible Belt, and I remember it because I didn't grow up in the South. I grew up as a kid, California, Nebraska, North Dakota, and then my dad got stationed down south, and I went to high school down here, and the state we were living in, I needed a tool for something, a hammer, or maybe I was going to buy something to fix my car as a senior or a junior in high school. Anyways, I went to go check out, and they're like, sorry, you can't buy that. Let's just say it was a hammer. Like, what do you mean I can't buy it? And we're not allowed to sell that on Sundays. That is a blue law. You can't sell anything that involves work on a Sunday. Can you believe that?
Yeah, we had that with booze here. You couldn't buy booze in Massachusetts because of that. That was a blue law. Yeah.
Our liquor stores are closed on Sundays here.
They are.
Yeah.
Can you buy beer at a gas station in Texas, Tony?
Yes. You can buy singles, you can buy 6-packs, and they've gotten really creative now. You can get like 36-ounce singles, Massalorian.
That's my style. Keep it cheap.
So just another Abe Tony wants to know about BYND. He says the worst performing stock of 2023.
BYND.
Yeah.
Oh, Beyond Meat.
That's a Meat Kevin special. Meat Kevin special.
Was he pumping that one?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
He was big on Beyond
$221.
I gotta jump on this one. It's going
to $18.
Hold on, Tony. You don't like them to go from the top left to the bottom right? Am I doing these backwards?
Looks like a slide at Disney.
I don't know. I mean, there's certain things that IPO, when I hear them IPO, I'm like, yeah, I'm not touching that shit. Like, I get it. I get the excitement, but what percentage of America could really justify this type of valuation?
Oh my God.
What percentage of America really wants to eat soy burgers? It has its place. Beyond Meat, their products are okay, but it's not something people are seeking out. And anyways, the government's pushing us towards crickets. So I don't get this whole soy nonsense.
It's going to be a mixture. I'm sorry. Crickets and soy burgers.
Gross.
It's a specialty, Tony.
Can I pull up Gorilla Gardener's question real quick? He said, with Tesla recalls for autonomous driving defects, any thoughts on MBIS and their new Maven product? Did you guys have you guys looked into that at all? And that
Is
the LiDAR
MVIS
for
the one that
MVIS?
costs $200,000?
No, I don't think so. No.
MVI,
No.
Microvision.
Microvision, yeah. They're
Sorry,
like a
I was
LiDAR
getting
company.
confused. Someone was asking me about another EV play, and I looked at it, and the vehicles are $200,000.
Oh no.
I don't follow Microvision, but Tesla recall for autonomous driving defects. My understanding is that they can just fix that through a push up a Wi-Fi update. Is that correct or incorrect?
I haven't heard officially. I have seen speculation that it's something that can be done through the cloud or whatever, uploaded to the system. This is more referring to this Maven, what this Maven does for autonomous driving, like the upgrade it would make to it.
Tell me about it, because I know nothing about MVIS or Maven. I mean, I've heard of Microvision, but
all right, I don't want to spit this off the top of my head, so hang on one second. And I just say Dana's comment. She said, "I got your fractal theory right here." I don't know who was talking about fractal theories in the comments.
Someone said, "I got your fractal theory right here."
Dana did, yeah. Oh my god, Maven.
Terrible.
Wait a minute. I want to clarify something, because I keep on hearing different pronunciations out there. Is it fractal theory or fractual theory? I don't know. The people that are saying fractual theory, I don't know if they are genuinely think that that's how it's pronounced, or are they making an inside joke. You might have heard at least one person call it fractual theory.
Probably.
I know how it's pronounced, guys. I'm just saying I've been hearing people call it fractual theory on videos, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is that a joke and I'm just not in on it, or you really don't know how to pronounce that word?
I'm sure it's the latter.
Fractal theory. That's interesting, though.
Fictional theory, someone said.
Yeah,
he's getting to you. He's getting to you on MVIS. Stand by.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this here. So it's their new LiDAR technology. Like it's a lot smaller. It says that let's see. Dynamic range sensor can detect small objects near and far at highway speeds of 80 miles per hour. Low latency data means their vehicle can react faster to obstacles and situations on the road, enabling safer driver. Our LiDAR solution achieved pixel by pixel class 1 compliance, believed to be an industry first. There's a million things there. Detection for braking. Something that seems like it would fit well with something that's got built off autonomous driving. Especially this new update and upgrade to their LiDAR technology here. Just something to think about. I saw it in the comments, so I figured I'd bring it up. Plus, I own MVIS, so.
You own MVIS?
Yep, a little bit.
Oh,
yep.
All right.
That was a.
You were the man to answer that question, then.
That was a Trey's
favorite. Just a little bit. Who's favorite?
Trey.
Oh yeah. Back in the day, yeah, he was pumping that too. Yep, up from like $4 and ran to like the 30s, mid 30s. Remember?
Mm-hmm. It got up to $28.
28. Okay.
2021. Who was pumping it?
Trey.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, maybe that's where he made his millions.
Maybe. No. Nope. He definitely made his millions off AMC. That's for sure.
I'm
right?
just
he
trying
said
to trying to help him out. Man.
He doesn't need your help. He's up $1
Way to
million.
drive the bus there.
He don't need no help. He's good. I'm telling you, Trey's doing just fine right now. He ain't picking up shifts on the weekends. That's for sure. Anywhere, like me. Paul, have a good night, man.
All right, guys. What other questions do you have? Let's maybe not talk stocks, but maybe what's going on. What's going on in the?
Am I too loud for you guys?
No, not at all. No, you're fine, man. You're good.
What other concerns do you have that you're hearing out there that are not letting you sleep at night. We got AMC earnings on Tuesday. We've got a vote maybe in a couple weeks.
Juicy got
I'm
you
more-
crazy.
I'm- The
We
only
got
thing I'm really
9,000
down
tickers.
Seriously.
What'd you
love
say,
this guy.
Massalorian?
I was going to say, the only thing I'm worried about right now is a ballistic missile being fired at the East Coast United States. That's about it. I'm not too worried about the market right now.
Fired
we
at
got-
the East Coast?
Yeah. I'm not so worried about the market right now. I know we have a little more to go, I think, on retracement here still from that explosion in 2021. I just think there's still some more capital to be sucked out of the market, and that's probably coming in the next 12 months. And I've just come to the fact that I'm going to have to live with that. And it's going to be a little longer before we see a turnaround. And I'm just, I'm acting as if and planning if that's going to be the case.
I've got a question for you. You just sparked off some synapses there along that line. So speaking of money being sucked out, if the vote goes through on AMC in March, and seeing, as you probably have, how the community is a little bit divided right now, do you think that there's going to be a large percentage of retail that's been supporting this stock leave this play? Or do you think they're so far underwater that they're just going to say, fuck it, I'm just going to stay in and keep on making 10 Adam Aaron bashing videos a day?
That's a good question. Good question.
And if they do make 10 Adam Aaron videos bashing a day, does that serve any purpose at that point?
I don't believe so. Here's the thing. Are you asking if the vote goes through, will people exit the play?
If it goes through and it's a yes, and they know that there's going to be a reverse split the next day or dilution in the coming weeks, do you think they're going to stay in anyways, even though they're complaining now?
When push comes to shove, I think they will.
Yeah. Why? I don't see them
because you just with the anticipation and the not knowing of how this plays out and the fear of missing out. Because what happens?
What about after the vote? Like 2 days later, when the reverse split is in, are we going to have an ape repeat? Are these people going to leave if it starts dropping? Are they going to just say fuck it?
I mean, well, how is that going to play out? Are we going to? Is the stock going to open?
Take a loss, Tony. You know what I mean? Like they're going to have to take a loss. I don't see it.
So you're saying prepare for another, however many months or a year of 10 Adam Aaron video hating a day?
Probably.
God damn it!
Unless we push right off of the conversion and split. Unless pushing right away.
Ideally, we have some good news and some volatility kick off a squeeze before the vote, right? But I'm saying if that doesn't happen, do I need to mentally prepare for watching 8 different channels put out 10 Adam Aaron hating videos a day?
They're probably coming either way.
I'm hoping to be gone before that shit happens.
George is saying, leaving before the reverse split. My loyalty is worn out. George, we got like 3 weeks.
I'm with Andrew in the chat over here.
What'd he say?
He says we squeeze before that shit even happens.
I sure hope so.
I'm with him. I hope I'm with him on that one. Let's go. Adam Aaron can hold my ape. I'll stay a productive shareholder with my ape. Just let's get AMC where it needs to be.
I thought you were going to say Adam Aaron can hold my nuts.
That's what I thought I was going to say too.
Hold my nuts. Bullish as fuck.
Oh, you guys are fucked. I love it.
What's up, Danny? I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 sec.
Massalorian, I was hoping to get an update from you, but no, I'm not going to go there. Anyway,
on what? What do you need an update on?
How many days past January 31st guaranteed squeeze are we? The run to 140.
Oh, the
Oh
run to
my
140. Yeah, just about 25 now. This is day 25.
All right. I was just early.
I
Yeah,
didn't know
that's
you
all.
were. I didn't know you were keeping track, Tony. This is unfair.
Massalorian's keeping track.
Really, I kind of regret. Kind of regret a little bit of whatever. I don't want to discuss it. It really doesn't matter, Tony.
I know. I'm just teasing. I love everybody. All content creators. Everybody has their place.
I wanted to say about I kind of lost my train of thought real quick, but it was more or less about blue hats coming to America. What do you think about that? And the fact, exactly.
What kind of blue hat are we talking about?
The one that you're wearing is the perfect blue hat that we should be wearing, though. Yes, exactly. Oh, that's what I was wanted to ask, Mass. I remember now. Did you hear about the World Health Biden signing off with the World Health Organization?
I saw a headline. I was scared to read the article. Is it true?
Okay. I don't know if it's true because I haven't done any real research on it, but
Tell us, for the
that's
people
why
that
I brought
didn't
up
see
the
it.
blue hat comment.
For the people that didn't see it, tell us the headline.
From what I understand and what I make of it, the world, our president gave the right to the World Health Organization to dictate our freedoms based on pandemic response.
That was basically the headline I saw, that he is, and I don't know if it's true because I didn't read the article. I was scared to. I got enough shit making me angry in the day right now. If I would have read that, I probably would have thrown my fucking cup through the window. But I read the headline that said Biden signs agreement to allow the World Health Organization to dictate the United States response to pandemics.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Like,
So,
I just don't even know what headlines to believe anymore. Like, is this a far right headline trying to make me mad at Biden? Or is this a far left headline that is ecstatic about this news?
I'm just curious on what the Constitution says about giving up on freedoms.
I don't know.
That's the
It's
only
right.
piece
It's
of
right. It's right behind over my right shoulder, and it doesn't say anything about giving up any freedoms. I promise you. I've read it.
So I have one on. I have one too, and I read very much what it says. I just think that more people should read it. It's a great document, by the way.
It's why we were able to build the empire that we have. Unfortunately, now it seems like it's profit over lives or profit over anything right now.
Throw all the bums out. Put me
And,
and
I'm all
Mediocre
about
and
not
Massalorian in fucking charge. Send us to Washington, D.C. Fuck
I'll
all those
fucking whip
bums.
them right into shape.
You just said
Send
that
us to
super
DC.
fast,
We'll
Tony.
straighten this shit. Huh?
You just said that really fast because I think it was catching up the buffer. So you just went, just put me Massalorian. It went really fast.
I said, put me and Massalorian and Mediocre. Send us to Washington. We'll fucking straighten this shit out. Throw everybody else out. We won't do any mean tweets. We'll just fucking rule this country with common sense.
That's all you need.
We almost are going to have to get a retail investor to run for Congress to get any kind of legislation on the floor. I'm almost feeling like we have to find someone that can run to get our foot in the door.
By the way, speaking of retail investors, there is a deadline coming up. I just want to point it out. And I think it's from sometime in April till mid-May. If we want to search amongst ourselves for a retail investor who wants to put his head on the chopping plate and put their name in the hat to go run for a board seat of AMC, the window of nominations is like mid-April to mid-May. Just saying, guys, who do you want? Who do you want to see get slaughtered? I say that kind of tongue in cheek because while it would be nice to get a retail name in the hat, you're going to hate that person once they get the job because they're not going to be able to say shit. But it is time to start talking about that because it's down It's depending on what happens with the vote. Do we need to put a retail person on the board? What do y'all think?
I think so.
Mediocre, are you busy between April and May?
To vote or to be on the board?
To be on the board.
You don't want me on the board.
I will miss talking to you if you get on the board. They will, whoever, if a retail trader, if a retail investor gets on the board, they're going to lock you up with so many non-disclosure agreements. You ain't going to be able to say shit.
It's going to be NDA after
so
NDA after NDA.
We're going to have codes like.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
Oh, shit.
Like a third base umpire. Yeah.
You got the bigums. You got the monkey. We'll come up with some good codes.
Mm-hmm.
Grab just another ape's comment.
Just another ape. No, I'm not nominating anybody that's pushing a conspiracy theory shit. If you don't understand how the market works, you're not. I will run. I'll fucking run against you. If you guys nominate someone who's pushing conspiracy bullshit. Sorry, I'm looking for Steven's comment. Just another.
Why is Gorilla Gardner saying CSI could be Secretary of Transportation?
It's been 41 days, 21 hours, 35 minutes since Aunt Trace called for
Guys, we're fucking squeezing.
Oh my God.
Steven's got the timer going. He's okay.
I'm glad we're over that fiasco.
CSI could be he could be Secretary of Transportation. I got no problem with that.
Me neither.
I'm talking about the board of AMC though. I'm not talking about CSI. I'm talking about some of the other names that are being thrown out there. Phil for real, I'm cool with him. I think he's got good common sense. But there are some of these guys that if you are making videos, I'm just going to give you, when I talk about conspiracy theory shit, if you are still 2 years into this play making videos saying, I don't understand how they're shorting, there's 0 shares available. You do not belong on the board of AMC. Because if your source of data is Stonko Tracker, which only pulls data from one data source, and then you're making videos about that, you have not learned anything in 18 months. No, you're not going to get my support for the board.
Hi, Pam.
Hey, Pam.
Hey, Pamela.
Dan says I want to be on the board just to get a green card.
I think we have a problem in Congress with why we can't get anything done with the SEC, to be honest with you.
Of course.
Oh my God.
I
Yeah,
don't
of
think
course.
it's ever going to get fixed.
It's the fucking unholy triad. You got DC, Wall Street, and the SEC. Like it's a fucking cesspool of
and our
payoffs and
treasurer is
corruption.
out there. Our treasurer is out there saying we're going to keep investing billions into Ukraine until what was her wording today? She said something unbelievable.
Until pensions are paid.
No, unfortunately, that wasn't the wording. T.
How about we fucking invest in Ohio? How about that?
Yeah, how about we could end homelessness for a quarter of what we sent to Ukraine so far? End it permanently. You could give every homeless person in the United States $175,000 just with the check that he gave to Ukraine last week. Every homeless person, $100. That's enough to go and rent yourself out of place next 10 years. It's nuts.
One
share available. 2 shares available. 3 shares available. You guys are cracking me up.
The count.
I'm gonna make a fucking video about the count from Sesame Street counting FTDs or something.
Don't reset them though. Don't reset them ever. Just keep counting. 78 quadrillion FTDs.
I thought I was creative and funny, but that was fucking great right there.
Unbelievable. Craziness. Anya says, do you think we should send soldiers instead of money? No, we should send neither. We should give back the Donbass to Russia, leave Crimea alone, draw a new border. Ukraine goes back. We let 5 million people that have fled to Poland and other countries back into their homes. And then you got to rebuild the whole goddamn country because you just blew it to smithereens for the last year. So our money's going to be invested there for a long time. Make no mistake about it. Remember,
Chris
the point
Hamburg,
of the war is not to end it. It's to keep it going. It's the endless war like Afghanistan. It's to bring in profits, not help the people.
I concur on that.
I see Chris Hamburg a lot. I don't know if it's just in video comments or on Twitter. Are you on Twitter also, Chris? Welcome to the channel. I know he's a strong advocate for no. I wish I could get Chris on here. I don't know Chris. I'd love to have someone on to talk about no that is not emotional or is not going to talk, is not personally attacking people. I haven't seen Chris do personal attacks. I'd just like to have a good old fashioned no conversation. We had AB Investments on here. He did a fair job of it. He's a good dude. He can actually have a. He's worried about. He wants a squeeze, and I'm sure he's worried about dilution too. But I need to have AB on one more time before the vote to give the no people one more chance to make their case. But I really want to hear from them. Like, are they okay with diluting ape billions of more times and selling a few billion more votes? And then, proposal 3, they're just going to redo the vote. But now we diluted another billion shares, assuming it doesn't get tossed out in court, right? If we vote no, they're just going to sell another billion. They're going to sell another billion shares to Antara and redo the vote in 30 days. Like, what is really the point?
I'm with you, Tony. Didn't they learn from this lawsuit in the incorporation in Delaware that they can do whatever they want?
Yeah, this
preferred stock. I don't understand.
They're gonna get their way, and that kind of goes back to the original theme we talked about at the very beginning of this broadcast about, do you trust CEOs? They're always going to figure out a way to get their way. You got to decide just at that point, do you want to be in the play still or not? You see the game plan, the roadmap's been put out. You know what they're going to do. Then as an intelligent investor, you make a choice. I'm along for the ride. I understand the strategy, or I'm not. To sit there and say, but I want my MOAS. They've already laid out the vote with proposal 3. They will keep on doing what they need to do till they get the yeses. Like, if you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you.
It seems inevitable at this point.
I'm not telling you to vote yes or no. That's not my job. But I can see the roadmap of what they're doing. It doesn't really matter what we do. That's why I don't care to tell you how to vote. It doesn't matter, honestly.
No, you're right. It don't. I agree with you. They're gonna get their vote because you can't stop it, right? He created ape without shareholder consent. Why? Because he created it out of preferred shares.
Because he could.
Exactly. So what makes you think he's not just going to give the right amount of shares to the right people to guarantee a vote? I mean, that's what you're saying if you go that route.
Julie, you are welcome. Julie says, thank you for showing Clark the light. Yeah, I know Clark was a strong no advocate, and I'm not trying to sway anybody to vote yes or no. Vote your conscience, but I will lay out exactly what's going to happen with a yes or no vote, and then you decide. There's going to be dilution either way. If you vote no, it's going to be billions of ape, and then they'll redo the vote. So doesn't really matter what we vote. Dan says, are you guys against supporting Ukraine? There's no consensus or agreement on the three of us. We each have our own independent ideas, Dan, on all issues. Sometimes we line up, sometimes we don't. So this is not an anti-Ukraine or pro-Ukraine discussion.
It's
Each
definitely
person
not
has
pro-Putin, that's for sure.
yeah, each person has their own ideas. This is not a what's the word?
Echo chamber.
Yeah, this is not an echo chamber. We don't always agree on shit,
No, we don't.
but we do speak freely.
I would just rather support this country than another one right now when we look at how terrible the economy is. That's all.
No, I agree with Mass on that. Let's just take care of our country.
Yeah, and then we can worry about the rest of the world, right? But we got
Jeff
vets
says,
in the
Tony-
streets who are
Jeff
drug
says,
addicts
Tony,
and all kinds of
will-
stuff.
Smoking will stunt your growth. They've been telling me that since I was 11, Jeff. Nobody laughed. I guess that was funnier in my head when I was putting it together.
You can tell Mass is getting upset now, so I'm not going to laugh at anything. I'm starting to get fired up.
I didn't mean for any of that. I just,
Oh no, you're good. Anytime we're going to talk about something that's controversial like that, there's going to be there's going to be a million different opinions, right? So
I just think we should be doing more for Ohio right now, right? Like that's
Chicago or Baltimore or where there's gang violence out of control or anywhere. That could be going into a million different places right now instead of fighting a bunch of Russians who have never bothered me.
Anya says, do shorts never have to cover? Shorts don't ever have to cover. That gets into a lot of different layers, Anya, your question. And I think we probably have people here that could talk to each layer. I know that Massalorian and Mediocre and I have very different views on shorts and synthetics.
Depends on how deep their pockets are, Tony.
But I'm going to give you the standard answer. The standard answer, and these guys probably have different answers. Shorts will not be scared to short a stock, and they won't feel compelled to cover. First of all, and I mean, this is kind of obvious, until the price runs up. And I do not believe there is infinite synthetics. Otherwise, this stock would already be at 50 cents. So I would not be investing in anything if I thought they could print infinite synthetics. Can they short something over and over throughout the, millions of times in the same day? Absolutely. Can they have failures to deliver and create synthetic positions through the options chain and have high short interest and high cost to borrow? Yes. But why? The bottom line is, why are they emboldened?
Because we're $5 billion in debt.
Because we're $5 billion in debt and we have negative income. That's the bottom line. Do you see wildly successful companies with high short interest and high cost to borrow? You do not. So the number one thing that everybody should be focusing on, and it really makes me sick to my stomach that Lou created this whole synthetic narrative a couple years ago, and that's nobody can get off of it. And at the end of the day, companies that are heavily shorted, heavily manipulated, are because their financials are a mess. And that's the play you're in. So you either hope for a miracle. Lou left you a long time ago with his synthetic bullshit. Orders parked in the dark pool. He walked away from you so many times. Al with the same thing. Oh, I've got definite proof, a spreadsheet I created on my laptop showing you how we're going to get to 1 million. How many times has that guy walked away, flip-flopped? I've been very consistent in telling you I don't give a fuck about synthetics. Fix the fundamentals, focus on the data we have, and the shorts will get out of the play. That might be in a longer time frame than you guys want, and that's why you don't like me. That's
Tony,
fine. That's
Tony,
fine.
do me a favor. Pull up the motorsports game company chart.
What is it?
I don't remember the ticker symbol.
But at the moment that retail decides to get in a play because there's a catalyst, that's probably the one that you're wanting me to bring up, then anything can happen. You just got to be loaded. We're loaded. The The tinderbox is loaded. We need the spark. I'm trying to find it.
The reason why I'm asking to bring that up is because that company had a fundamental change, which caused it to run to $80.
MGAM, is that it? No.
Yeah, something like
MSGM.
something like that. I can't remember what it was.
I got it. I had it on my watch list. Do you know when they started out mediocre, they were at $380?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Is this
One hell
it?
of a chart.
Motorsport games?
That's the one.
They went from $267 to $50 in a couple hours.
Couple hours? What year is that to you looking at?
This is
Right.
February.
Yeah.
Oh,
This just happened.
Their float, however, is only 1.2 million shares. I mean, that's night and day difference between a company that has 1.5 billion shares.
Right, but the reason it ran up like that was my only point was because of financials. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
The
Right.
very best chance, like, look, there could always be lightning strike again, and the government hands out money like it's candy, and everybody's sitting at home and they have nothing to do but YOLO into stocks. But right now, realistically, 2 years down the road, the best chance we have to get the shorts to get out of this play is either the unknown catalyst, something that no one is talking about, something that no hedge fund has
can
plans
prepare
on.
for.
Right. That can always happen, just like right here with MSGM, or you fix the fundamentals. And there's going to be people really, really mad. If the first one doesn't happen, there's going to be people mad for a long time until the fundamentals are fixed. But that is just basic finance. That's basic investing 101. Every single one of these tickers that is manipulated, shorted, high daily short interest, they are going after it for a reason. You got to get that reason off your back. Or you can pray for a miracle. And the miracles do happen. Look at GameStop, January 2021, AMC, June 2021, Meagle, MSGM. But I mean, do you see these every week? No, these are rare occurrences.
By the way, Mike said, where were y'all when Trump reversed President Obama's regulations to safeguard the trains? I looked into that tonight, Mike, actually, before I came on to find out what was going on with that. Unfortunately, it turns out that this train wouldn't have, because of what it was carrying, wouldn't have needed those regulations for the braking systems because the majority of the liquids were non-flammable. Remember, they were lit and ignited by Northern Southern to evaporate all of the gas and liquid, right, and get rid of it, burn it off, instead of trying to collect it and dispose of it properly.
Wait a minute.
So
you mean they could have like vacuumed it up or some shit? They didn't have to burn it?
Yeah.
They didn't have to burn it and pollute 3 continents?
No, if you notice, the train didn't blow up on an impact, right?
So you're telling me that it was contained in a local drainage ditch, they decided to ignite it and let the atmosphere and winds disperse it across multiple states and countries?
Yes.
Come on, Massalorian.
But
Massalorian, no, I want to hear about tell me how to blame Trump, Massalorian, please. I don't want to hear about this fucking, the government decided to burn it and pollute the entire country. Tell me how to blame Trump.
I know you want to hear that. And look, I'm not the hugest fan of Trump. Like
I
don't know how to many ways to say this.
But why does everything figure out how to blame Trump? The government decided to burn it, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's bottom line. It could have been contained.
This government
it was
right
contained.
now.
Yeah.
It wasn't
the administration
even
in
the
place.
government.
God
It
damn.
wasn't even the
No,
government.
it was the train company. It was the
Right, it
goddamn
didn't
train
qualify
company.
for EPA.
Right.
It didn't qualify for EPA, so it allowed the train company, Northern
To
Southern,
do as they will. Right.
Exactly.
There was no FEMA and no EPA on site.
Hey,
And they
boss.
said, just go ahead and get rid of it. We
Boss,
want it out of sight.
what's more expensive, boss? Hiring a bunch of vacuum trucks for $5 billion or a match?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the
exactly.
match. I'm gonna go with the match, Johnny. Light her
Look,
up.
they want to get the trains back on schedule and running again. Bottom line, this is about dollars and cents. The fastest way to clean that up is burn it and move the trains off the track, re-rail it, and get them going again. This is,
It's all
it's
about
unfortunate.
massive profits with these fucking train companies.
How many stock buybacks have they done in the last 10 years between the major rail companies? I mean, enormous amounts of stock buybacks. They are making billions of profit.
Here, I'll make it easy for you since this is a stock channel. Let's bring it back to stocks. How about you go look up on howstockwatcher.com how many congressmen and women are in these fucking train companies? How about start there?
Northern Southern was number 5, I think, of lobbyists from the transportation industry that donated to both half and half, right down the center, Republican, Democrat. They gave the same amount, just about 500 million to each.
So not only do they hedge their bets in their name, Northern Southern, they also hedge their bets in political donations.
Yes. Yeah, right down the center, pretty much. It was 51-49. I looked it up the other day.
May as well just call themselves Democrat Republican.
That's right. red blue. Yeah.
Red blue. Yeah. Red blue railroad.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I thought that was interesting because I saw a lot of talk and chatter about that. So I went to go look and see, all right, well, would this apply to this train and this cargo? And it doesn't, because it was a non-flammable liquid. So it wouldn't apply with those brakes, unfortunately. They just decided to go in and clean it up as fast and, as inexpensive as possible. And they got called out on it. And now look, we're 3 weeks in, and finally the transportation department's down there and people are showing up. FEMA's got money all of a sudden to go down there.
FEMA all of a sudden got money once Trump decided to go up there and hand out hamburgers to the fire
Within
department.
4 hours of the announcement, FEMA all of a sudden was interested.
Don't forget,
where the fuck have you guys been for the last 2 weeks?
Trump brought Trump water down there.
Does he really still have water? I thought that went bankrupt a long time ago.
Nope, he still has water, but it wasn't produced yesterday. It's been produced since 2021. Conspiracy. He's only campaigning.
Interesting.
He doesn't care about nobody.
Look, he's down there probably for a political show too. I mean, obviously,
I'm
sure those are his voters. But
of course he is.
He's down there to make a political statement.
Of course he is.
Let's not be delusional here.
You guys got to read between the lines. Like we have a lot of sarcasm on this channel. We know he's there for politics and for posturing and the photo op. We get it.
And that's why Pete Buttigieg wasn't there, because he doesn't care at all. That's why he didn't go until after Trump.
I almost made a border wall comment, but I'm not going to go there tonight.
We're rolling up on 3 hours, and Johnny's going to get up to train in the morning. So I'm gonna jump off at 1 o'clock because I got to be up at 6:30.
I was going to say, at least Pete went and visited, somewhere that's in his realm. Like, has our border czar been to the border?
She hasn't. No, not yet. I did see that they told everyone they could clap for her today, though. When she
maybe if they would light the wall, maybe if they'd have a train spill down by the wall or something, she could get down there.
I doubt that. They probably would show up to that one, Tony, though. You're probably right.
Puff Bear, thank you, Puff Bear.
Those are the constituents they really care about, Tony.
Making the lights flash.
Thanks, Puff Bear.
In the background there. Puff Bear says, killed my spy calls this week. Thank you for everything. I'm big on VIX calls expiring in May. I need to take a look at those. I don't do a lot of VIX or spy trading right now when the market is so, I keep on saying bipolar. But I need to spend some more time with you guys that are making money on that. Every time I think about doing it, it does the opposite of what I think it's going to do.
What, playing the spy?
The spy or the VIX. Like, it's just so fucking unpredictable. I'd rather pick a company like Wayfair in early February when I think that they're about to tank their earnings. And
Short them.
yeah. Or no, I told my Discord, look at puts on Wayfair back in February 5th or 6th. And then they tank the earnings. So those are harder to find. And I know you can play the SPY and VIX every day. It's more for the true degen. But if you're making money on it, Puff Bear, you need to send me a DM and let's swap some notes. Mediocre,
Tony,
you do some index trading, don't you?
I do, but I was just going to tell you, I was going to ask you a question, actually. So, in all seriousness, I do use House Stock Watcher and Senate Stock Watcher. I do use those. I look, I see what they invested in. Now, you're late behind them, but they're not losing. Okay, we're all losing money. If your money is sitting in a play, you're most likely red. They are not red. Trust me. Our politicians are not red, and they're in the stock market. So my point is, though, I do use that, and okay. So I was invested in UNP. Do you know what UNP was?
Mm-mm.
It's United Pacific Railroad. All right.
Okay.
The reason I was in that play is because I was on House Stock Watcher. It was before this whole train bullshit even happened. Because some of our politicians were in that play.
Is Warren Buffett in that? Wasn't he in railroads for a while?
I think he's a major shareholder of Northern Southern. Pretty sure. Buffett.
I don't know what he's in. I don't really look. I don't follow Warren Buffett only because, I don't think that he's really corrupt. I like to follow the people who know where the money's going to go. That's all I'm trying to say here. Okay. So as soon as that happened, I got out green in UNP just for the record, but I sold that.
So
shit.
tell us the name. Is it a website?
House Stock Watcher and Senate Stock Watcher.
All right. For some reason that is not on my radar, but I'm gonna add it to my.
Yeah, you can see everyone's positions. Yep.
All right. Michael says, so guys, taking out House Stock Watcher and Senate Stock Watcher.
By the way, Buffett. Oh, sorry. I was going to say Buffett owns Burlington, Northern Santa Fe. He owns 60 billion shares.
Oh, fuck.
Railroad.
I thought it was Burlington Coat Factory. I bought the wrong fucking one.
Damn it.
Oh, shit.
I'm just kidding.
Can you imagine? That would be hilarious.
You don't like Burlington Coat Factory, Tony?
No, I'm just kidding.
That would be funny.
Michael says,
I go get my suits over there.
I hate that store. I had a girlfriend that wanted to shop there, liked to shop there. I mean, bless her heart, shopping for a deal. But I'm not a big fan of Burlington Coat Factory. It's got its place for people that are on a budget, but for me, I just don't like stores like that. It's not a great shopping experience.
Here's an interesting little number, just in case you were curious about the railroads. Per the Federal Highway Administration, there will be a 30% increase in U.S. freight shipments, rising from an expected 19.3 billion tons in 2020 to 25.1 billion tons in 2040. So they're expecting it to go up about 6 billion tons in the next 20 years, where we're just at 19 for the last 2 centuries since a intercontinental railroad was established. That's amazing growth. The railroad.
Michael says, if AMC goes into bankruptcy protection, would that expose the naked shorts? Well, I'm just going to say, how's that working out for Bed Bath & Beyond, Michael? No. I'm going to go with no on that one. What do you guys think, gentlemen?
I think naked Jordans kind of legal in their eyes. They don't give a shit. Who's the top cop? Let's ask that question. How about that? Let's start there. The top cop is not, he can't see a fucking thing, that guy.
Hold on. Why are we talking about AMC and bankruptcy in the first place?
It's a hypothetical.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we're getting really desperate on ways to expose naked shorts if we're hoping bankruptcy is the way to do it.
Yeah, let's not like get in that headspace, please. Jesus.
I just don't believe that there's any effort to to protect retail investors in the market. That's just my thought on it. And I know people don't want to hear it, but the market isn't built for you people. It's not built for us. We're the normies.
The other thing I'm just going to say, I'm going to keep on repeating things that you guys hate to hear. Naked shorting is illegal. And Lou told you, and everybody else told you, that all these plays, the CEOs, Genius, Finger, Hellbiz, Cosmos, GTII, they're all telling you that there's naked shorts. I'm calling bullshit on all of that. There is some naked shorting, yes, but to the extent that you're being told no. There's rehypothecation, which is legal relending of shares over and over. There's synthetic shares through the options chain. There's shorts that we know about. There's failures to deliver, which get rebooted. But naked shorting is pretty much the domain of market makers, and they're legally allowed to do it. And by the end of the day, they want to be flat and have those positions hedged or closed out. So we can talk about all sorts of manipulation and ways to create synthetics, but I'm not going to keep on supporting this idea. And I'm going to push back on you guys to show me the evidence of naked shorts. You've seen zero evidence in 2 years. That ought to tell you something. I can give you all sorts of evidence about rehypothecation, how to create synthetics through derivatives, how to do total return swaps, how to reboot FTDs. But this whole naked short thing, I think, is overdone. Sorry to be the voice of common sense. That's why I am the most hated YouTuber on YouTube, covering meme stocks, because I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear. There's plenty of ways they can manipulate it. Let's just stop using the word naked short. People will go to jail for that. Do they do it? Absolutely. Do they get caught? Very rarely.
Yeah, because not everything you're mentioning, T, falls under that umbrella of naked
There's
shorting.
so many ways to legal.
Right.
There's so many ways to legally short. They don't
Yep.
need to naked short. That is playing with fire. There's just
Yep.
so many other ways they can do it.
I don't think the police are looking, though.
They're probably not. And even if
they're not. They're not.
Even if they do look, there's so many places to look. And even if they do look, you're going to find out about it 5 years from now. So it's not worth worrying about that. Every fucking SEC enforcement is right now that they're getting fined for in 2023. Oh, we have this history of a million trades between 2017 and 2019. Well, that did me a lot of fucking good back then. You're just now getting around to finding them in 2023.
Yep. That's about how it works.
That is how it works. This is real fucking talk.
And we're going to fine you $50,000.
You got to understand the game that you're playing right now and who's making the rules and how little they care.
For all the Ukrainian cheerleaders out there, if we could have taken some of that $500 million the other day and given it to the SEC, maybe we could get some more enforcement and transparency for retail instead of weapons to kill people.
We're not going to give up on calling out Gary Gensler or whoever is in charge after him on improving things for retail. Don't take my cynicism as like I'm giving up. As long as I'm still alive, I'll still keep the pressure on them. But the reality is, right now we have really no voice. If only Massalorian, we could get some people doing protests.
Don't worry. More's coming. Don't worry.
Yeah, I do support the protests, and I support people, that are being activists in this.
I'm going to say
as soon as it gets a little warmer out, I'm going to start hyping it up.
This is a very long game, guys. You're talking 5, 10, 20 years. And the only thing that's really going to change it is keeping that pressure on and then having a total collapse. We're like, oh, well, these guys have been complaining about this, and now the market collapsed. The financial system collapsed, and maybe we should do something about it. Do you remember back in 2008 when the real estate market collapsed? They're just now passing regulations
for that shit.
For that.
No.
I'm not joking.
And they're still not, some of them aren't getting passed. Some of the things that should be.
Yes.
Because of that fiasco.
I'm going to say something that's slightly controversial. Mass probably will disagree with me. And every time we elect a congressperson into office, right? That person is in charge of the SEC. Just so we're on the same page, Congress makes law that the SEC follows, okay?
Correct.
So if you want laws changed in the stock market, you have to change Congress. All right.
Oh my God. I've been saying that for months, maybe a year now.
We've tried. And okay, now we've elected a representative from Georgia. I'm not going to say her name because I'm not going to be a bus driver, but you know what? I will. We elected Marjorie Taylor Greene to Congress, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now she's a Trump Republican. I'll say it. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is she also did some bullshit trades. And what I mean is she put her money into Halliburton before the Ukraine war. That shit right there has to fucking stop. That's the stuff that's going to stop. And it isn't going to stop people at all. So I don't know if it can be repaired because as soon as they go in, they get corrupted.
That's the problem.
The only way
the money's got to come out. The money's got to come out of politics.
We're probably going to get the stream killed here by, Washington's waiting to kill the stream. The only way that you can stop this nonsense is to do term limits and disincentivize the power structure that has corrupted this entire system. Because even if a congressman comes there with the best intentions, and even if they remain pure, they will be ostracized and ineffective.
That's
and
right.
Only the go along to get along people get anything done in Congress. So eventually they all get corrupted.
Correct.
And big money is what gets them elected.
So it's not about Republican or Democrat or whatever. It's about
it's across the board.
It's across the board. Fuck them all.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't care what party they're in. They're all shit. They're all trash, in my opinion. They get corrupt. Look, they might go in with the best intentions ever, and on either side of the aisle, they go in with all these promises, what they're going to do. I mean, just look at what this administration came in saying it was going to do, right? Healthcare for all, $15 minimum wage, school loans all taken care of. None of that's happened. They haven't done a goddamn thing since they got in, except go in there and vote for $1 billion to go overseas for a proxy war that we started in 2014, practically elected government. That's it. Since they've come in. Now, the administration before that was much better. I had a little more money in the bank, but not much more. So, I don't really have that much faith in the Republicans either. I think they all need to be washed out.
I agree with you.
A whole new group of young blood in there.
It's time for true Americans who want to take care of the American people.
Fix the country. Right. We want to fix our fellow citizens, people who, the 99%, not the 1%. Because once you go to Congress, you become part of the 1%. So until we erase that whole system and the way that it's run, the documents are fine. The way that the system is set up, the checks and balances work. But the money that's infused into politics has captured our leaders. And they no longer are concerned about losing the vote or what's going on in their hometown or how their constituents feel, because they are backed by so much money in the lobbyists. They don't have to worry about it because they know next term they're coming back in no matter what. As long as they have that comfort zone, they'll never fucking try to make change. They'll never try to push for change. How did we get civil rights? How did we get women the right to vote? How did we do all that? We got out in the streets and we hit the pavement, and that's how that happened. And we put pressure on the government to say, hey, either you do this or we're going to keep it up. And finally they did, right? We had all the civil rights, women's right to vote, all the progression that we've made. We got to keep pushing for that. It's the only way you get change. It's the only way. As long as we sit back and they have no fear, they will continue to do this, and they will get rich and we will get poor.
And that's the goal. In Tampa Bay, I don't know what happened to that guy from the Great White North, and I'm not really interested to know. To answer your question, I just want to ignore it.
What do you?
No, he's trying not to laugh.
Frustrating, man. It's frustrating.
I hear he's making a comeback though. But he did invent squeeze tools. You got to give it to him there.
Oh God.
Oh shit.
All right, I am definitely exhausted. Guys, I really have to get to bed because I gotta be up in like 5 hours for work.
Hold on, guys. I need to readjust my settings here. Oh, the chat is getting flooded. Our Facebook group is blowing up right now. Look at all the ladies in the Facebook chat, guys.
Who's that? Who's that?
Holy
You're intimidating.
smokes, guys. Look at all the ladies in the Facebook chat. We're the #1 channel with the ladies in the finance group and Facebook.
Who is that?
Come on, man.
I'm drawing a blank right now. Whose voice are you doing? Oh my God, I should know who this person is. God, I'm so tired.
The man with the squeeze tools.
On,
right. The squeeze tool.
You guys are killing me, man. See what people
12:16. You guys can go 14 more minutes. Let's make it an even midnight witching hour plus 30 minutes. I mean 15 minutes.
I could do that. I could do that.
14 more minutes. I like round numbers like that.
Whatever you say.
Don't do that again, Tony. I can't.
I already know where you're going to go with that. So.
Oh, man.
Pam, have a good night.
Good night, Pam.
No, that was not Mrs. Doubtfire.
No, absolutely.
That was my weak attempt at a Canadian accent.
Canadian. Yeah.
What did he used to say? Mediocre.
I forgot about him.
I can't remember.
I don't remember either. Don't ask me.
I can't remember. It's been so long, thank God.
Dan Spencer says it's 6:30 a.m. Dan is in the UK. Shout out to Dan.
Yeah, Dan's in the UK.
Dan is up early doors watching the live stream. Appreciate you, Dan. Guys, if you're new here, let us know where you're from. If this is your first time here, say hello. Let us know it's your first time here. Make sure and hit that subscribe button. And especially Mediocre, we're trying to help him get over 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, guys, definitely help Mediocre with the subscription. I mean, just so we can get on here at least in,
Grandpa Barney is
that.
really anxious to send him a $500 super chat.
What are you at right now, Mediocre, for subscribers?
Oh, I don't know. Hold on, I'll tell you. It's not a lot. I don't even push my channel at all because I never really cared. I'm only doing this for Grandpa Barney. But
you don't want to do 5 videos a day?
242 subscribers. No,
I know the Grandpa Barney jokes are going over the head of some people, but
yes.
if this is your first time here, Grandpa Barney is a AMC investor, a lineman from, where is he from? Washington
State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Washington State. And man, the ballless wonders on Twitter love to hate on Grandpa Barney for supporting those of us that spend a lot of time putting out content and doing research for you guys. So we like to give them a little hell back every now and then. We appreciate it.
I don't come on YouTube too much, but Grandpa Barney is a part of my Discord community. He's a great guy. I like him. But I try to help as many people as I can. So that's pretty much it. I just do what I do, man.
I hope to we kind of like penciled in a plan to go up to where is he from?
Washington?
Something, God damn it, I can't think of it now because it's late at night. No, the area that he's from.
Seattle.
Oh.
No, outside Seattle is something
Tacoma?
Bay or something.
Oh yeah.
It's a
we
small
talked about
town
this
right outside Seattle.
Back.
Anyways,
Yeah.
I have a high school
Proper spell.
friend that is from there. The dude and his wife that we met in Nashville. What fucking town is Grandpa Barney from? Anyways, we're gonna do a dual visit to
Union Bay.
Visit, not Union
You
Bay.
got to read Danny's comment, Tony,
Huh?
you got to read Danny's comment.
Danny.
Put it on the screen. Danny,
I
R.
heard Grandpa Barney likes frog legs.
I can't, dude.
Is Elliott Bay, Portage Bay? Those sound familiar?
Not Bay must not be the right word. It is it's a fairly expensive community right outside of fucking Seattle. I can't remember the name of it. Help me out, you guys up in the Northwest.
Gus, my buddy Gus, what's up, man?
Shit. The letter H is coming to mind. Not Hudson Bay. That's not right either.
No.
Anyways, Grandpa Barney lives up in that area. My buddy from high school lives up in that area. So I told Scarlett in August when the weather is nice, we're going to go up that way and do a twofer visit. So any of you guys that live up in that area, kind of pencil us in for whatever. What's the specialty?
Oak Harbor?
Getting closer. It's something harbor, not Oak Harbor. Getting closer, Massalorian. At any rate, I hope to meet him someday.
I'm gonna tear.
I think it's something with the word harbor in it.
Just another ape. I'm just mediocre, man. I can't help it, buddy. You know what I mean?
I'm just mediocre.
I'm just, he's crushing it with his subscribers. He's got a good channel. I like his channel. It's my buddy right there.
Gig Harbor. It just hit me. Sorry, guys. I'm pushing 95. Gig Harbor. Look at pictures of Gig Harbor. Beautiful area. Let me see if I can pull up a picture. Gig Harbor.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty. Nice. Yeah, it looks like Vancouver almost, right?
Gig Harbor. Anyways, I have not spent a lot of time up in that part of the country. Look at this. Does that not look beautiful?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Nice.
And my buddy from high school and Grandpa both told me that August is a good time of year to visit. So I want to go check it out. Take the wife on a little vacation. And I want to do a little bit of East Coast stuff also in these small towns like this with the harbors and the boats. I just, you don't get a lot of this in Texas. Not like this.
Yeah.
Is Super Steven live?
I don't know if he's live or not.
I don't either.
Look at that mountain back there. What the hell is that? Mount Vesuvius? I'm just kidding. So pretty.
Yeah, that is nice.
It's nicer than where we live, Miles. I can tell you that.
Sir Otto Hodlington says Rhode Island is the place to visit on the East Coast. Not where I live, bro. Maybe Newport. You don't want to come around these spots.
Are you talking about Block Island?
Get stabbed up. Yeah, that's what Block Island or Newport, maybe not Tiverton or one places. You don't want to come around where I am. Get shanked.
Oh shit.
He said I meant
this
Newport.
This is what we got here. This is like my nearest lake. Notice these houses are pretty nice. These are houses. And this is our lake, houses, which is flooded farmland.
Tony, that's where you live?
Right here.
Are you an actor?
Yes.
Tony, what is that? All sagebrushed out there, kind of?
This is cedar trees. Mediocre. I took an acting class 15 years ago. So now apparently I'm labeled as a failed actor. That's kind of like saying if you took a guitar lesson in your 40s, you're a failed rock star. These guys just crack me up. But these are what our lakes look like. Yes, it's rocks and But right now you can see where the water level should be, way up here by where the brush is, where the cedar trees are. Our lakes are really, really low.
Yeah, I'm nervous about that for the summer. We got no snow here. I mean, not an inch on the ground, not an inch all winter. We have no snow, none,
Yeah, it's been
zero.
bad.
I don't know where the water's going to come from this summer. No idea.
Let me see if they have a picture of Devil's Cove that we have. We
No
have the
way he did not do that.
what?
Go watch Super Steven's live stream. He's live right now.
What the fuck did he do?
I love fucking this kid, dude.
This is if you have a boat, this is where you go tie up with all the other boats on the weekends in the summer, which is basically February through November in Texas.
Really? That long?
Massalorian, if you come here, we're gonna rent a boat and go tie up.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Now that I'm back to working, cranking it up, I'll definitely be doing a lot more traveling. More traveling.
These are the safe for Google photos, if you get my drift.
Right.
This is the clothing for the ladies. It's a clothing optional cove.
They have a slip there, Tony. You can rent boats right from the docks.
There's plenty of boat rental companies. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all about that. That's my.
And the water, guys, when you jump in the water here in the summer, it's like jumping into a hot tub.
Wow.
Is it that warm, the water? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, you got to get out of the sun because it's like 102.
Right.
But so you're jumping into 80-degree water.
Man.
I'd love it.
But anything you can imagine happens in Devil's Cove.
I'm gonna do some YouTubing from my boat this summer, probably.
Look at that. Look at that. I've had two boats. One of them I had in a marina out here on this lake, and we'd spend the entire weekend on this cove.
Yep. Looks like a good time.
Good times.
Tony, pull up Super Steven's live stream real quick before we get off of here.
I'll probably get a copyright strike. You probably don't want me.
No, you won't. You won't get that.
YouTube. Just another ape, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What is it? Oh my God. He put that up there?
Oh my God. That's Ron. I love it.
That wasn't my idea, I promise. You didn't get that from me.
Count up. It's not even a countdown. Count up since a all-time high was declared on AMC stock.
140.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, but he's doing all right, though, right? Even though he was wrong, he made a couple mistakes there, but he's still doing all right. He's still doing
I know.
videos,
We're
right?
giving him a good-natured little Texas ribbon. Yeah. We love you, Ants Trade.
I think he needed it. He needed a little ribbon. He's going a little wild with his predictions there.
Well, I'm going to say what I said the very first time I heard about the dude. What is not to love about another Italian named Tony?
I know.
I mean, I automatically got to like the guy.
Yep. Yeah. You're stuck. You got to like him.
Yes. I'm a lifetime fan, but I'm not a lifetime fan of laying patterns over each other. So he's always free to come on the channel, and he'll have a friendly reception here to give his DD and his TA. But that's just me being a considerate host. I don't agree with algo theory.
No, neither do I. But I never said anything bad about the kid, so I don't really care about that.
Everybody's got their place, guys. Everybody, if you keep people in the play, I appreciate your time.
Yeah,
exactly. You have to have a sense of humor, right? And that's what I would hope that he would have, a sense of humor.
Look, he's filling a void maybe for some people who are missing, someone who was, look,
We're-
everyone's got
we're
different
not-
TA, right? Yeah.
We're not the channel for those people, right? They
Right.
need a place to go.
Right.
I
Right.
recognize my place. I recognize his place.
Right.
His
And
viewers are not my viewers. That's cool.
Right.
They need a place to go.
right. Right. And I would normally send them to Casey if someone was looking for an all-day trade channel to watch, someone that's on top of the ticker. I would probably send them to Casey, but that doesn't mean that there's not plenty of space for everyone, right? There's plenty of views to go around.
Corrupt says, check out the Egg Harbor, Fish Creek, Wisconsin in October. All right. I'm putting it on the screen, so I'll remember to go check that. Every time I think of Wisconsin, I remember that time I was in my military tech school, and there were 3 females that showed up from Wisconsin. They were like the talk of the town in Biloxi, Mississippi. Let me tell you what. 3
Cute.
beautiful, yes, 3 beautiful ladies from Wisconsin. They all went to high school together. They all enlisted together, and they all ended up at the same tech school. We were blessed. But Egg Harbor, Fish Creek in October. All right. I've got another reason to go to Wisconsin now.
Mediocre. You have a boat right now?
Oh yeah, I got a 20-foot cuddy cabin, chaparral.
Oh, nice. You got a boom boom room, huh?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes, I do.
I like it.
Boom, boom room. Does it have a head?
No, it had a porta potty. I pulled that shit out.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I got a bucket. If you need it, take it to the shore and we'll dispose of it. You know what I'm saying? But
1796 says, did you ever check out Extreme Gains? Not yet. I have been busy. How many Extreme Gains fans do we have here? Are you a fan? 1796 or?
Yeah, what does he talk about, Patriot? What does he talk? What is Extreme Gains? What is his channel about? Is he TA guy? Is he speculative? What is he? I guess we're all speculative, right?
Someone told me he's an algo guy.
I thought he was fractal theory.
Oh, well, I mean,
I don't know what the difference is.
Those two kind of go hand in hand almost, right?
I made a very controversial 1-second comment. Some of y'all caught it, some of you didn't, in my TA video yesterday when I said we would end flat today.
Yeah.
I snuck in a comment that I said, and this stock is not controlled by algo. And boy, the comments were lit up. Explain yourself, Denaro. What do you mean?
Explain yourself.
You don't think this stock is manipulated? How dare you?
Explain yourself. What is the meaning of this?
Of course it's manipulated. Of course it's shorted. Of course everything in the market is run by an algo. Nobody would deny that. I show you this book. Well, I've got this book, Dark Pools, and I mean, they've been running algos, guys, for decades. Of course there's algos. All I'm saying is you can't take an algo from 18 months or 24 months ago, just pick it up and drop it over this week and say, this is happening tomorrow, because the algo is going to repeat. Algos get thousands of inputs.
Do you remember, do you remember a while back?
No, but I think you could pick, give me a stock, any blue chip stock. I could pick a pattern off of it and overlay it on an AMC. I bet you. I could pick a pattern from some point in that stock's past and overlay it in AMC, and it will match perfectly, and then it will not match next week. That's just, you can always find patterns in shit if you look hard enough.
The market's cyclical. Yeah,
markets and algos take technical signals, the moving averages, the EMAs, the RSI. They take economic data. They take company-specific news items. They take things that the Fed say. There's just so much that go into an algo, thousands of things that you cannot just pick something up, drop it here, and say that's going to happen tomorrow because it happened 2 years ago. It doesn't work that way. That is I mean this in the nicest way, bless your heart, a very naive way to look at the markets. And the only way you're going to convince yourself that I'm right is by smashing your head against the wall and being wrong for 41 days, 22 hours, 35 minutes, and 37 seconds. The longer you're wrong, eventually you'll understand that I am actually correct. And I don't mean that to be mean. I'm just saying that algos don't repeat themselves like that. There is accumulation and distribution, but there's just so many variables that go into what happened in any given day. You can't pick up an algo, drop it in, and say, I know what's happening tomorrow. We're going to $140. It doesn't work that way.
Bonkers. Table Rock guy said it's like that board above the roulette table with all the past numbers. It means nothing. Great analogy.
You could, if it doesn't work, just stretch it, squeeze it, flip it. And then if none of that works, just say, well, they changed the algo. And
they slowed it down. They sped it up.
I'm just going to end this by saying, if they can change the algo, if that's what you end up with, then you shouldn't have been wasting your time predicting the algo in the first place. Honestly.
Correct. Because they can,
Exactly.
they really can. They have people on staff that go,
absolutely. This book talks about how they go in and change the algo. And not only do they change the algo, they can change the way they do the orders. It's just like,
who's the author of that book, T?
Scott Patterson. That is a great book if you want to really understand, not the Lou version of dark pools, but if you really want to understand where dark pools originated, what their intent was, how they started out for the good and ended up evil. Order that book from Amazon, Dark Pools by Scott Patterson. It was one of the,
does happen though.
One of the very first books I read when I got in this play. And there's just so much misinformation about dark pools. There's a lot of correct information. There's no way that retail should be having all our orders routed into dark pools. That's not what they were there for. It's been bastardized. It's been hijacked. But there's still misinformation running amok, even today. Am I saying dark pools are innocent? No, but you've been fed a lot of misinformation about them. Yo, what up?
Is that it?
It's called Dark Pools: The Rise of Machine Traders and the Rigging of the U.S. Stock Market.
Okay. Got it.
Even this author, is talking about how it's rigged. It is rigged, guys. And their machines can trade faster than you. So
yeah, remember, you get your real-time data from your broker.
They're getting real-time. These algos, these high-speed trading firms are paying money to be in the same room as the exchange computers. Do you know that?
With no latency.
Right. They're in the same fucking warehouse. You are never going to beat them. So when I say learn to play with them, I'm not fucking joking.
Neither am I.
Every high-speed trading firm has computers in the same fucking warehouse as the exchange.
That's why I changed my Discord name. Monkey see, monkey do. Screw that shit, dude. You got to follow them or you're going to lose. It's just that simple.
Every now and then we get lucky and catch some hedge fund that misjudge things. And yes, I agree. They misjudge retail willingness to buy and hold. I get that, but look how many plays we're getting slaughtered on, like Bed Bath & Beyond. You can't overcome bad fundamentals. Bed Bath & Beyond, it does not matter how much they buy and hold. They are fucked because the company is fucked. I do not want to see AMC go bankrupt.
Me neither.
I want to see the balance sheet improved. I want to see the company, as much temporary pain as it might be for us as investors. And you might have a different opinion. I flip-flop on my opinion every day. Like, do I want to hold through dilution after March 14th? I don't know. We'll talk about that after the earnings. We'll talk about that as we get closer to the vote. But retail buying and holding is something that they couldn't account for. And they are preying on your psychology. This is a long game to wear you down. And I'm seeing people flip every day, losing their fucking minds, blaming the CEO instead of blaming themselves for putting, their entire life savings in one stock at 40 or 50 bucks after it had run up from 7 or 8. My only intent is not to make those people feel bad, but for those of you who plan on sticking around to help you not make that mistake again, because I was not around at that time talking people into this play, but I sure would have been talking you out of it.
And I'm not saying buy and hold doesn't work, but
it does work. That's the only time we actually have any power, when we buy and hold, and then you get a catalyst or you have a small float, right? There's certain times when it works. It doesn't work as often as you're being told that it works.
Exactly. You can't just be on a stock that has no. Why would you leave a stock that is going to zero? Why would anybody short leave a stock they know is going to go to zero? Seriously.
You're saying why would a short hedge fund leave if they know Bed Bath & Beyond's going bankrupt?
Yes. Why?
Or if let me just throw my other favorite of the moment, GTII, when they have no income and they know that the only way they're paying the bills is because the CEO is writing personal checks to fund the company. Yet you see these pumpers on Twitter putting out 50 tweets a day saying naked shorts are the problem. They're not the fucking problem, dumbass. GTII is its own problem. And until they get income, until they fix their fundamentals, the shorts are not going anywhere. You can bitch about it on Twitter as many times a day as you want. You need a CEO who is working to prevent bankruptcy, to improve the balance sheet. And you might have to, if you got in at a high price, I'm sorry, you might have to, if you love the company, you might have to endure some temporary pain to fix the balance sheet. If you don't like that, leave, come back later, buy it when it's cheaper. That might be an option. It might not. I don't know. I can't tell you. Can't tell you what's going to happen. Anyone who says they know exactly what's going to happen is, their crystal ball is as good as mine. I don't know what's going to happen. But I do believe that the executive team is doing what they need to do to improve the balance sheet. What the end result is, what happens between now and March 14th, anybody's guess. We're loaded for bear. That's actually kind of a good phrase, right? We're loaded for bear. We got the buckshot.
I miscalculated AMC. I thought it would have recovered much quicker because of COVID.
Well, I thought that we would have a second squeeze before November and then the recession hit. So now we're in a different game.
Yep.
We're in a recession, high interest rate. Everything that I thought before November of 2021 has kind of been, I got my knees cut out from under me. Thank you, Jerome Powell and Janet Yellen and everybody that printed money and handed it out like it was cornflakes and candy. Anyways, we're in a different play, guys. Recognize where you're at. Recognize the economy. You can decide for yourselves whether you have the patience to see it through, the balls to see if some unknown catalyst comes up. I don't promise you any catalyst. It's going to be, I am 100% certain if there is another short squeeze, it's going to be something unknown, something that no one's talking about.
Yeah.
But you got to have the other conditions: high short interest, high cost to borrow, and then it'll kick off. So since it's unknown, I can't give you a time frame. In the meantime, I'm going to focus on the fundamentals. You make your own choices. Woo! That was a lot. Save me, guys. Save me.
Well, I'm gonna jump off. I don't want to make you guys get off. I'm gonna jump off.
Jump off time.
It's 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm gone. I'm going off and going to bed. I gotta get up. I can't be late. It's my fourth day on the job, so I'm going to bed.
All right.
On. Thank you so much, T Mediocre, for having me on, guys. Appreciate you. let's talk tomorrow, I
can't wait
guess.
to
I get
come
out at
up
6.
there.
So
I can't wait to come up there and have you hand make me an orange Julius. Looking forward to it.
a banana orange. I got you, bro. All right. I'll talk tomorrow. Have a good night. Guys, thank you, everyone in the chat. Love all you guys. Have a good night. Night.
Cheers.
Later, Mass. Take it easy, buddy.
All right.
Later.
Let me see what we have in the comments, and then we'll wrap it up here, Mediocre.
Perfect. Good night, Mass.
See how many people I pissed off here in the last 5 minutes.
I didn't see too much going on. Maybe, though. Oh.
I know most of my viewers already know this stuff. We talk about it all the time in the Discord. But if it's your first time here, it could be like a wake-up call. Wait a minute, this guy's not gonna mainline me hopium. No, I'm gonna tell you exactly what's going on, because that's how we've always been here. Mediocre, do you know how many times I see videos from people saying that I made people buy at $70 in May? I forced people to buy. I wasn't even fucking around. Tony Denaro's been one of the worst people ever in the AMC movement, forcing people to buy at $70 a share. Just absolute horse shit. I
mean, I didn't start getting on YouTube till way after all that shit, until way after the run up to 72. But I've been in the play the whole time, right? But I never really, I just did my own thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I never really watched YouTube or any of that. But I did find you in Massalorian, and that's kind of how I got started with the whole deal, because I was doing technical analysis and people weren't talking about it. But it was getting close to the $35 run up, and so it was on the Masses channel. I sent them some messages, stuff like that. But and then I was like, well, I told you that's how Froggy and I hooked up, but was because of technical analysis. But I just, whatever. I was taking care of myself, but then I ended up with that whole community, which I love. I have a great community on my Discord, which I absolutely love. They're great people, but it's so I speak the truth over there. Like, I speak openly. I don't, right? Just like you do on your Discord, and it's much better. But I never pushed anybody to buy anything. I don't tell people to buy. I don't tell people to sell. I don't tell nobody nothing.
I spend most of my time telling people to be careful, because the thing that pisses me off the most is bag holders. Watching other YouTubers make people bag holders.
I look at the charts. I look at what the stock's doing. What's the reason for it running up? Dan Spencer, no, but not really. Like, I don't have I don't get mad at people like that. The only person truly in this fucking community that I was ever truly mad at was Cam, and I'll fucking say that openly. That's it.
The hacker from Canada.
Yeah. But do I disagree with other people in the community? Of course I do. But I'm not that guy. I don't really hate people like that.
Yeah,
I just ignore people like that.
I disagree with a lot of people too. I always get lumped in. Oh, Tony's being paid along with Bigums and Boss Blunts, and who else do they? Massalorian's being paid. But believe it or not, guys, we all disagree on a lot of stuff, and none of us talk on a regular basis. So,
Just Another Ape says, Mediocre pressured me to buy popcorn at AMC popcorn at the grocery store. You're goddamn right I did. You all better buy the popcorn.
I'm serious. I'm going to go when they show up with that AMC popcorn at my local HEB. That's our grocery store chain here. I'm going to go buy that shit up at least at one store. I don't know the price point of the popcorn. Popcorn's not really that expensive, right? I just hope that it's not like a whole aisle. If it's a couple $100 worth, I'm going to buy it all up and take a photo.
That's a good idea. I like it.
And then we like popcorn. I like microwave popcorn. It's a good, healthy snack. And whatever I don't think we can eat before it expires, I'm going to look at the expiration date, calculate our usage, and then donate the rest. Just to give it that little bit of. Can you imagine if the headlines say AMC comes out with popcorn and sells out on the first day? Can you imagine the headlines?
But I think that could have a possibility of happening.
It will happen. There's no doubt in my mind.
Too. I agree with you, Tony. I think it's totally possible. What are people going to say then? I don't know. Whatever.
It better be good. It better be good. That's what all I'm saying. There are some dodgy brands of microwave popcorn.
Yeah. It better be good. You're right.
If anybody's left in the chat here, I know we're running low on viewers. What is your current favorite brand of microwave popcorn? What do we have? Orville Redenbacher. We've got Act 3. We've got Costco brand. Even then, when you get in the popcorn, you've got the low fat. You've got the movie theater flavor. You've got the extra butter. I don't know how many different versions AMC is coming out with.
I don't know. But I know one thing. Gus says if we mow ass, Tony Denaro has to ride a bull.
A real bull, or like one in the nightclub?
That's what it says in chat.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm not sure what kind of bull he means, but we'll find out.
I have ridden a bull. This is Texas after all, and you guys have probably seen that movie. What was it with John Travolta? Urban Cowboy. Was that Sissy Spacek that was in that movie?
He says a real bull, by the way.
Ah, Lord. I rode a mechanical bull, and I managed to get to the count. And then it was at a bar. I was drunk. I don't know how I stayed on. And I had my jeans on, my cowboy boots, maybe a hat. I don't remember. But I woke up the next day, Mediocre, and my thighs were bruised, like massive bruises on the inside of my thighs from gripping that fucking mechanical bull. Look, if you come here, I'll take you to a club where we have mechanical bulls. If there's a female on there, they do it all sensual, and they kind of like, if the female's on there, Mediocre, they'll tilt the bull down, and then they'll kind of like bump, 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 bump till her pants fall down, and you can see her till you can see her G-string. She's leaning over, and her butt's up in the air, bump, 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 and the jeans just work their way down. I don't know how the guy that's operating the controls, they know just how to do it. They do it really sensual for the ladies, but for the guys, they go hardcore on you. They try and knock you off in 1 second.
Yeah.
So I did the full time, but I paid for it. My thighs were bruised up all to hell the next day.
I'm supposed to go down there if we hit $90 and shave Casey Shaw's beard off.
That would be funny.
Oh yeah. If it happens, we're gonna do it live on YouTube.
Prometheus says, Tony, if you buy a shelf full of AMC popcorn, I will buy a shelf full also. I will, if it's not an unreasonable amount, Prometheus, if it's like, let's say under $200 worth, $300 worth, I'll buy the entire amount out. And then I'll pray, that they, well, I mean, I guess if they have a bunch in the back and they reload the shelves, that's fine. I need to clear out the shelf for a photo. And I won't do a rip off. I'm not going to unload the shelf, take the photo, and then put it back. If I unload the shelf, it's going in my cart and it's going in my car, and I'll show a picture in my vehicle, so or a picture of the receipt. Ugh.
Gus says, laugh out loud. Let's put KC on a bull.
Sitting on my audio cord. Hang on, I can't hear you.
Oh. We gotta wait for Tony to get back.
All right, I'm back.
So Gus says, Now we got to put KC Shaw on the bull. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Gus had a few pops tonight, I'm sure.
It's even funnier every now and then, especially here. They'll get 2 girls on the bull.
Really?
Now, imagine that whole G-string scenario that I just laid out, but imagine 2 girls. There's probably videos on YouTube you can watch.
I've seen videos. I've seen one video of a girl riding a mechanical bull, and she's stands up, gets up in the rafters, does her thing, and then gets back down on top of the freaking bull. I'm like, how the hell do you stay on that thing? So I was going to be funny one day, and I take my wife and my daughter to the fair. Now my daughter's 26 years old now, but she was a cheerleader. If you know anything about cheerleading, my daughter was a flyer, so she has very good body control and balance, right? And I'm a smart ass, so I pay for the mechanical bull because I want to see my daughter get thrown off the freaking thing. That is not what happened, Tony.
What happened?
She rode the damn bull, bro.
Very nice.
Yeah. She's like,
no bruises?
No.
See, I feel like that's a setup. If they're really nice looking female, the mechanical bull operator wants to have a nice long ride, and I feel like they go easy on them.
Nah, he wasn't. I was encouraging him not to.
All right. I believe you.
It's body control. That's what I don't think I could do it. Like she tried to get me on there, and I said, that ain't gonna happen.
Tampa Bay Buckeye says Cowboy Tony Yellowstone failed TV extra. I would love to do a extra on Yellowstone, or even extra. Being an extra is overrated. I did my time in the very beginning. I did some extra parts, but that is overrated.
Yeah, Tony's a paid actor, you guys. He can't be doing.
No, I've never been paid to be an actor. I have been paid to be an extra.
Have I been lied to, Tony?
Yes.
Did somebody lie to me?
You've been lied to. I was paid to be an extra, but if you're an extra, you're usually like that fuzzy guy walking in the background. Okay, the scene is we're going to film a downtown scene, and we need 100 people to walk like you're populating the downtown. Those are the fuzzy people in the background. You get like $7 an hour to do that, and it's like a 12-hour day, 10 and a half hours of which is sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah.
So I did that just to get familiar with, being on set. And then I was like, okay, that's enough of that. Let me actually go try and audition for some speaking parts. And I did start doing that. This was like 15 plus years ago. But, until you have an agent, until you have a reel, until you have clips of yourself actually doing something good, then it's impossible to, or if you're born with natural talent, which I'm not, it's impossible to get paid gigs. So I did many unpaid gigs just as a lead or a secondary. And some of them I'm proud of, some of them were horrible. Of course, the people that hate me only show you the horrible ones. So, but no,
I've never looked up any of them.
I've never been paid to have a leading role, and literally, like, calling me a paid actor or a failed actor is like picking on someone that took a guitar lesson in their 30s and saying you're a failed rock star. Like, I was trying to grow myself, learn something new, get out of my box. I worked, guys, in a business where I'm a business owner, not having to, you go from a corporate world mediocre where you're around thousands of people every day for 15 years to owning your own business where you're just by yourself for 15 years. You become very siloed. I'm like, I don't have any contact. I've lost my whole perspective of interacting with people. I need to get out of my box.
Yeah.
Let me go take some acting lessons and figure out how to get out of the shell again, because I've lost it. So that's what I did. It was challenging, and it was a growth experience. It was not because 15 years later I wanted to come on YouTube. Nobody even knew of YouTube back then, and I haven't done any acting since however many years that was ago.
Now you're a YouTube actor, Tony.
All right. All I'm saying is if you're making allegations after the MOAS, you better have proof, because I'm coming after you and we will go after defamation. That's all I'm saying. You're making allegations out there in the public. I've already got screenshots and you will be dealt with. So you better have the evidence to back it up. And I know the evidence doesn't exist, and we're just going to leave it at that. Watch what you say.
Yeah. I don't know what was. See, I'll be honest. I'm kind of like an airhead. I don't pay attention to shit. That's the truth. You know what I mean? Like
I don't pay attention to it either. Unfortunately, people send me screenshots. What do you think about this? I said, some people are desperate for attention. Like, they just can't quit me, mediocre. I can't quit thinking about you, Tony Denaro. Let me put out 3 more tweets about you today. I sure do miss engaging with you on a daily basis. Please pay attention to me. I'm just joking.
You're not hurting my feelings, man. I'm good, dude. I just, whatever. I'm just here, man. Living my life, doing me. You know, I don't, look, I never even looked for a following on YouTube. I never even tried to get subs, to be honest with you. I never cared. I still don't really care.
Hey, mediocre.
Yeah.
15 years ago, I took a dance lesson too.
You're a professional dancer?
I'm a failed professional dancer by their standards. Some things, guys, you just do for chicks. Like, I always joke about having a dating channel. Get out of your fucking box. Get out of your house. Stop being an incel. I'm talking to the people trying to call me out. These little fucking pink pantied incels. Get out of your house. Stop posting on Facebook about how you wish you had a woman, you'd treat her so right, yada, yada, yada. Get out of your house and go do something where you interact with females. Take an acting lesson. Take a dancing lesson. Take a skydiving lesson. Go join a Ironman, whatever. Get out of the house and go do something. Expand your life. Get off the fucking computer. Stop criticizing other people and focus on improving yourself. You might actually have a life. How do you think I got so many women? How do you think I got a wife that's 20 years younger than me? By fucking living my life and improving myself. Just saying. Maybe you could learn something instead of being a dick.
Shit, my wife tells me I change my hobbies too much.
Well, don't listen to her. That's my first advice.
No, she's just joking, but because, I do a lot of shit, dude. I don't sit around and do nothing.
As a man, you do your thing, and she either participates or not. She's along for the ride, mediocre.
Yeah.
You have your mission. You have your hobbies. She's probably got her hobbies. You do your own things, and then you spend the time together of the things that you enjoy together. And if anyone's trying to talk you out of what you enjoy, you need to leave them. That is a failed relationship. Just fucking walk away. Not talking to you. I'm talking to anybody listening that needs to hear this. If someone's trying to stop you from what you enjoy, walk away.
No, I agree. Gosh, you got to knock that off, buddy. What the hell?
What'd he say?
He put a comment, I am well on.
I'm reading the one below.
I think he had too much.
He's trying to talk about ape. We're well past talking about stocks at this point. We're well past talking about stocks. But seriously, guys, guys and ladies, I've had a variety of life experiences, including marriage, divorce, dating bipolar people, coming from a very sheltered life to coming to a very top G life. If you need someone to talk to, I'm always here for you. And I'm going to tell you exactly like it is, and it's going to be harsh. and it's going to make you question everything you've ever heard or been taught in life, but it will fucking change your life. You got to get out of the media and societal programming and go your own way. And only then will you truly be free. And only then will you truly find someone who appreciates you for who you are.
I'll say this, and you don't have to be perfect, right? Because nobody's perfect. And that's part of the reason why
I'm far from perfect.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I call myself mediocre, because I'm just an average dude. That's it. There's nothing special here. I'm just a regular guy. My wife thinks I'm special, but I wouldn't expect anybody else to. I'm just a regular guy. That's it. I know, and I have respect for people, and I just hope that people have respect for one another. That's all I care about.
Same here. That's probably a good comment to end this live stream. Bringing it back to having respect for one another. Mediocre, I appreciate you. I appreciate Massalorian, AB Investments, KC Shaw, Pantheon, Boss Blunts, Bigums, everybody that's been on this channel, past, present, or future, that can keep it respectful and real. Talk about due diligence, talk about our thoughts, our opinions, our hopes, our dreams. And even if we agree or disagree, still be the real G. Not fall into that trap of thinking that everything is a personal attack, or not fall into that trap of making everything into a personal attack. You know where someone loses me, mediocre? When they don't address what I'm talking about, but they attack someone personally.
Yeah.
You've already shown your hand as a weak ass bitch. You had nothing compelling to say to the due diligence, so you had to go for the fucking shank in the kidney by doing a personal attack. You're just showing yourself as a weak ass bitch. So I want to give a shout out to all the real G's in YouTube and Twitter, the guys that keep it real, the guys that keep it professional, guys, ladies and gentlemen, who can have agreements or disagreements on due diligence, on Adam Aaron, on the company, on the financials, but still keep it professional. Because at the end of the day, that is how we all learn, by having discussions and being able to do it rationally without emotions, so that we can understand each other's points and then see if we still are strong in our conviction or if there's something else we need to consider. Right?
Right.
You feel where I'm coming from?
I totally do. You know, I mean, I agree with you on most of it. The only thing is the professional part. I like to have fun, motherfucker. No.
You like to have fun, what?
I said, I like to have fun, motherfucker. Just being a wise guy.
Professional is like from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. In the evenings, we get a little more raw. You know, you're going to hear a little more raw talk from me. We have a drink in the evenings.
I just being a smart ass.
But
you got to have fun. But you're right. People should be professional in what we're talking about, right? You just can't come in and just be a knucklehead. I don't agree with that either.
We got a lot of knuckleheads and chalk eaters in this play, unfortunately.
Mm.
And, you know, for my part, I wish that this play, AMC would just hurry up and have its next squeeze so we can sell at a profit, move on, and I don't got to deal with these knuckleheads again, because I'm going to have no mercy on them after this. I'm trying to be nice. Trying to be nice right now for the benefit of everybody. There's no point in me adding to the fucking emotions and drama.
I can relate. I'll say that. I can relate. Okay. I don't really like to talk about positions or whatever, but I am not in a bad position.
What's your favorite position?
Oh, I can't disclose that. The wife will probably be upset.
Just say Tesla and get yourself off the hook.
Yeah. Yeah, she likes Bed Bath and Beyond.
Okay, all right.
She's into the home goods.
You almost tricked me there. She likes. I was like, what is he gonna say right now?
She's into home goods, Tony. Nah, seriously.
She
though.
likes that BBBY. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm just trying to be funny though. And in all seriousness though, I like helping people. That's the goal, right? And it gets to a point where it gets old. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of getting to that point. And it's not because I don't want to help people. It's because people don't want to help themselves.
Yep.
You feel what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I mean, I've been using this phrase and I hate to say it. Honestly, I do, because I don't want to pile on people when they're down, but I see all these people flipping and these people putting out 5-10 videos a day talking about market mechanics completely incorrectly. There's 0 shares available to borrow. If you have been in this play for 18 to 24 months and you don't understand how things work, like you're not using the right tools, you can't help yourself, and I can't help you. But for the ones that want to learn, the ones that want to prosper with someone that's going to shoot you straight, Mediocre, good channel to sub to. Myself also.
I try to keep it real.
Same here. And it's not always going to be what you want to hear on his channel or mine, but you're going to make money by not bag holding and not getting in shit too late and then holding it past the point that you should have. Right now, some of y'all are stuck in plays. I get it. We'll get past this, whatever happens, good or bad. But at the end of the day, it is about surviving to the next play, making smart decisions to prosper in the future. And especially right now, you need somebody that is giving you it straight, because this is tough economic times. This is tough market times. You don't need fucking hopium and bullshit. You need real talk. Anybody's a genius in a bull market, right? Mediocre.
Yeah.
This is where the real survivors are made, right here. 2022, 2023. If you make it through this year by focusing on the right people and not the bullshit, you'll be set for life with tools and education and a mindset that is grounded in reality, that is grounded in good trading strategies. If you're focused on the clickbait and the hopium and everything's against us, you are doomed for failure. You're going to keep on getting in plays and holding them too long and buying in too late. And you're not going to make it.
I have to agree. I mean, it's only going to get worse in this market. I can tell you that right now. And I'll just say I try to keep the majority of my money liquid at this point.
Nothing wrong with cash. Mediocre. There's been many times in the past, since November of 2021, when I started telling people, get rid of your margin, get some cash, get a second job if you need to. This right now, 2022, 2023, is the time to be in cash and take advantage of those opportunities on the blue chip companies.
Mm-hmm.
Your 5-year self will thank you. It might be your 1-year self. I don't know when the market's going to recover, if it's 1 year, 2 year, 5 year. If you are investing in solid companies with a history of increasing revenues and increasing profits, and maybe as a bonus dividends, are you going to be a millionaire overnight in those? No, but your future self will thank you, because when the market recovers, those companies are going to recover quickest.
Mm-hmm.
Solid companies. So cash is good right now, and being patient and waiting for a good entry on these companies that are having layoffs or having misses or having outlook revisions, like, oh, we don't think the rest of the year is going. When you see that news and you see these big drops in these big name companies, pounce on it and be patient.
What'd you think of Apple at 140?
Let me pull up the chart. I don't think I own any Apple right now. I've been watching so many blue chips and adding so many. 146 right now. I don't think I have added any Apple. It's on my list.
I think it's too early still, but it proves my theory that
181. No, it's not. Let me put up my chart. I actually have a trend line drawn on Apple. Believe it or not. So it hit my buy point one time, mediocre, right here, 123. I did not buy it, as I recall. So yeah, I mean, according to my trend line, this is not a place to buy Apple. I could be wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. There's 9,000 companies you can buy.
That's right. It's not
I
wrong.
want to buy this. I want to buy this when it is valued at a point that I think is worth it based on the trend. What were you going to say?
No, I agree with you. You don't have to. That's the thing, right? People, this one's wrong, that one's wrong, this one's right, he's wrong, blah blah blah. I hate that, right? Everybody makes mistakes. Do I think it? I think it's going to come lower. I'll be honest with you. Right?
I do too. I think we will retest this line.
Exactly. I don't disagree with you. So that means the market is overall going to come down. People can't correlate the two, I think, and that's part of the issue. I don't know. Maybe it ain't. Maybe it's just me. Maybe that's just what I assume people think. I really don't know what they think. I'm just
mediocre. I said that for over a year on Tesla, that it's going to come down.
I think Tesla's overrated.
I had this buy zone. When Tesla hit 1,200 and then they did the reverse split 400, I drew these lines in of where I would buy Tesla. And people said I was crazy. It's never going to go below 150. What are you talking about? It's at 400. I waited. I actually bought it right here at the very fucking bottom.
Well, what's the price?
It's 196 right now.
What was it when you bought it?
At the bottom. I bought it at, I think I bought it at 98. It says 101, but I think there was a wick. I bought it right after earnings miss. Let me go to the daily.
Anyways, I think it's going to retest that area, though. That's just me.
You think what?
I think it'll retest that at some point.
Yes, it will. I already sold.
So
I bought it at the bottom. I sold it on the run up. I sold it early. It kept on running up. But this is what I'm talking about. Taking a first or second base hit. If you do that every week, guys, in the long run, you're going to be fine. You don't need the time. Everything doesn't have to be a home run. Tesla it's going to come back down into this zone. Look at these moving averages. It's already coming back down.
Oh yeah.
When it comes back down, I'll buy it again and I'll rinse and repeat.
And that's the name of the game. That's why I try to stay liquid, especially in a market like this. You don't have a choice. It's just, if you hold it, you're going to be underwater. You're going to be stuck and you're going to have to wait for it to come back up. For me, that's not a position. I don't want to be in that position. So I try to keep my money liquid, take the run up, get out until the market totally recovers, I don't know when that'll be, but it will happen.
Later this year, maybe the end of this year. Chris asked the same question. When Fed pivot?
Yeah, right.
Not for the next 6 to 9 months, man. Honestly.
You're still going to get higher interest rates coming. I wouldn't be surprised if you get I know it's at least going to be a 50-point increase.
I hate to keep beating a dead horse because, again, I studied economics. That was my degree in college. Economics and the people that are running the Fed when you are looking at economic indicators and you make a change like increasing the interest rates, it's like a slow moving, it's like a ship, and you start changing the direction of a huge fucking ship. It takes a long time from the input when you turn the what do you call it, mediocre? The wheel or the rudder?
Yeah.
For
Yeah. Yeah.
for the ship to actually correct. That's how economic inputs are. When the Fed makes an interest rate change, it takes time to propagate through the system. So the Fed is going to make changes. They're going to keep on changing rates until they see repeated evidence that inflation is slowing down, and we're not seeing that right now. So you're going to keep on seeing interest rate hikes. It's unfortunate. It's the facts. I was hoping we'd be done with this by March, April. I'm revising my forecast. I said June, July, but honestly, probably September, October. And maybe through the end of this year. Who knows? I always wake up every day optimistic, but I'm starting to think 2023 is not going to be as great a year as I hoped it would be.
How much lower do you think the market's going to go?
How much lower?
Yeah.
All right. I have my SPY line.
I'm curious. I just want to see where you stand.
I drew this probably a year ago, mediocre. This trend line on the SPY.
Mm-hmm.
We bounced off it once back in September. What is this, like October, November timeframe? We bounced off it once. I think that we will retest it again. I think we will retest this again before this summer.
What's the roughly what price around there you think it is?
370.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that far of a fall because I mean,
no,
the trend line's moving up.
I think it's possible. I was thinking 360.
Yeah, I mean, if I draw it out till the summer, till August, what is that? If I draw it out till August, it's like 365.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm right in there with you. That's why I love you, man. You got a good head on your shoulders. If we drop below this line, look out the fucking below.
I don't see us drop. It could happen, but I doubt it. Right? So
I doubt it. I mean, I drew this line well before we bounced off this line, and notice we bounced fucking right off the line that I drew. If we drop below it, that is a danger signal. So if we get to 365, that's cool as long as we bounce off of it. If we drop below it, God help us. That's all I can say.
You think pre-COVID level?
Yes.
I got that level marked myself. I can see
it would be nasty. I mean, pre-COVID level 209. We're not set up for like a 209. You'd need another COVID to get in that area.
Yeah, I got it marked just in case, but there.
We'll be okay unless something horrible happens, like a nuclear war or another COVID. So
or World War III.
But guys, don't be surprised if we retest 360, 365 before this summer. I should probably show these more often. I should do a daily update, mediocre, on my predictions for the SPY and AMC. If that's all you got to say,
I was going to say
I'm just teasing.
I was going to be a smart ass and say, well, I heard the SPY was going to rip. We were going back to all-time highs. Rumor has it
there is zero indication from basic economics and analysis of the Fed that we're ripping there's zero chance that we're ripping to new highs anytime before July. Zero chance.
I
mark it right now. Zero chance we will beat 472 before July of this year. More likely we'll hit 460, 365.
Huh, interesting. And I never took economics, Tony.
It's a fucking pain in the ass, man. I thought I was a pre-engineering major for a while. First, I was a government major. Then I went to because I thought I was going to go work with Russia, the U.S. Embassy, or as a CIA. I was like, fuck that. Can't make money doing that. Probably get killed. Let me do engineering. And then I started taking physics and chemistry, and I was like, oh, fuck that shit. I want to make money. All right. Economics, finance, banking. That's what I ended up in. Where was I going with this? What'd you say?
I said I never.
Oh, you don't like economics? I
didn't say I didn't like it. I said I never took it. I don't. Everything I learned on YouTube.
I absolutely loved freshman and sophomore level economics, like macro and micro. But man, when you get into that junior and senior level economics, mediocre, it's like as bad as being a pre-engineering. It's as bad as being an engineering major. Like the equations they give you, the calculus, the fucking shit. Okay, you've got 40 inputs from the government and from the Fed. Figure out, based on all this shit, what's the outcome of GDP? Fuck you. I decided right then and there I do not want to be an economist, but I do appreciate the education that I got. Somehow I ended up being an engineering manager despite my economics degree. So it's funny. I was pre-engineering major, ended up being a manager managing mechanical and electrical engineers. It's funny how life ends up that way. I ended up in my original dream job without having to get the degree.
Yeah, my daughter helps me out with some of that stuff because she went to school to be a CPA.
Speaking of kids, can I just brag on mine for a second?
Go for it.
Let's see. He called me today. What did he tell me? He's going to work for a private equity fund, or he's going to work for a private equity firm for his internship this summer. And he's interviewing to work for, what did he tell me? He's already interviewing for his internship for 2024. He's going to the business school here. What did he tell me for 2024? It was not a hedge fund. Something along those lines. I'm like, buddy, my son, I can use you in about 2 years. Whenever you get your degree and you get private equity. All right. I'm going to have to come back with you on that, but it was something that you would be interested in. I know people are already going to say, oh, he's already working for the bad guys. He's going to be our inside edge in a couple of years, guys. My kiddo.
I like that. I mean, I say to my daughter sometimes, I say, look at this and tell me what you think of this company, just because she can read that shit real good, like when I need help. But she moved to Boston.
So is that bad?
No, it's not bad. I mean, she's got a shit, man. She makes good money. What can I say? She was here. I was like, hey, check this one out. Now I don't have that. I got to do the shit myself. You know what I mean? But I love there's a lot of people in this community who can read good financial statements and stuff. So I usually bounce it off of them. But I won't trade nothing unless there's a reason to trade it, number one, right? Like just because somebody says, buy this checker, I can't stand that shit, dude. That shit irks the fuck out of me.
I love my son called me today. He's like, hey, I'm just checking in, because I asked him to go see Ant-Man and he couldn't go with me because he was so busy. But he called me today just to catch up, and he asked what was going on. And I told him about the whole AMC thing and the vote. When you can have a discussion with your kid about preferred stock versus common stock and the whole debate, and he's like, yeah, I get it. Yeah. When you can have a discussion with your kid about something like that, it just warms your heart.
Yeah.
Like he understands everything that I'm talking about.
I get it because my daughter's like that too, because she went to school for that. But my other kids, nope. I'm not going to say that about my kid.
My other kid
They
is
take after their father. I'll say that.
my other kid, my oldest son, is getting his PhD in psychology and counseling. He'll be a doctor, and I think that is also very apropos for dealing. Mediocre. The kind of people that are losing their minds in this play right now.
Yeah,
I'm going to refer them to my older son when this play is done.
he's going to be fucking rich.
Either way, both of them are going to be rich, but through different paths.
Yeah, that's good though. One of mine works directly for me. The other one does what he wants to do. And my other daughter does what she wants to do. And
how old's your daughters or your kids?
26, 25, 24, and 22.
Damn, how are you older than me?
No. Nice
you
try.
you just started really young, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I don't know how old you are, Tony. I'm only being a smart ass.
I'm like 97, dude.
Yeah.
But my kids are in their 20s.
Yeah, I'm only 80.
Everybody's trying to figure out trying to do the math right now. Are these guys pulling our leg or what? Yes, we're pulling your leg. Nobody's wished me a happy birthday in a long time, Mediocre. Every time someone told me happy birthday in the chat, I used to increase my age. I guess that's not a thing anymore.
Oh, they gave up on it?
But I do have a birthday coming up next month. And by the way, the last time AMC stock ran up, I want you to know, was on my birthday in 2022.
Wait a second.
That is 100% a fact.
So you're a Pisces then?
I'm an Aries.
So you're at the end of the month.
Yes, sir.
My birthday's in March as
well.
well.
I'm just going to say, look, this is not a promise. This is not financial advice. But if nothing happens on February 28th or March 14th, there is always the end of March to look forward to. And Tony Denaro's birthday.
The run-up probably... I gotta go look at the chart. Hold on.
I'm gonna have my wife dress up. We're gonna put like some whipped cream right here and some candles, and it's gonna be a great birthday celebration on this channel. I think that might have been the last time she was on my channel. Actually,
she was supposed to come on a Saturday with us. But
I know.
What happened?
I'm gonna have to get the belt after her ass.
Let me see.
She's dates. Like 3 weeks delinquent on her promise to come on a Friday or Saturday night. Tampa Bay Buckeye says, my birthday is this Wednesday. Go celebrate in Ybor, Buckeye, courtesy of Tony Denaro. Send the bill, please, to my secretary. Ybor City is where it's at. Guys, if you have not been to Ybor City, you need to get your way down to Tampa Bay. Pam used to be a network engineer. Holy fuck, Pam. You have a multitude of talents.
Nothing happened on my birthday. I checked.
What month is your birthday? I won't make you say the date because these fuckers will dox you if they can find out your birthday.
Yeah. Tony, Gus says.
What month is your birthday?
Mine?
Yeah.
March.
I guess I missed that part. So you're a Pisces or Aries?
I'm a Pisces. That's why I asked you that question.
I don't know much about Pisces, but if you look up Aries, I'm in the definition of an Aries, like brash, arrogant, asshole, don't care about people's feelings. Yeah, I'm all that.
I just want to tell you this. Gus says Tony has to ride a bull on his birthday.
I know you already told me that. I'm like really scared now. You know, riding a bull can kill you. Guys, I'm going to the rodeo. I already I already bought 3 nights of rodeo tickets for myself and my wife in March. I think it starts March 10th. I'll put some pictures up for you or some videos when that happens. But people die doing fucking bull riding. You know that, right?
Yeah, I do.
Or they
You
get
know?
their faces smashed in. Have you ever been to a rodeo, Mediocre?
Yes.
Do you see when they have the little kids like grab onto a sheep and they make them, if you can if the little kid can ride the sheep all the way across the arena?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I could probably do that, like ride a sheep without falling off. The bull, I don't know. I mean, I would love to do it. It is on my bucket list to do the what is the bull thing called in Toledo, Spain? Running of the
Oh,
bulls.
running with the bull?
I would do that. I would do that. I'm not so hot on the idea of riding a bull. That shit'll fucking kill you.
Not me, man. I'm good. I'll watch.
I like adrenaline type events, but I've seen people's faces smashed in from riding a bull.
Crumpet says, "Screw the bull. Be the guy in the barrel, Tony."
I would do that. I would do that. I would. Yes.
I don't know if I would do that either.
I would do that. No
That's too
problem with
crazy.
that.
You want to be the clown?
I mean, yeah. I can dodge and weave. I played soccer, Mediocre. That's right up my alley.
I ain't fucking with no bulls. I'm telling you right now.
I'm not scared of much. I'm not scared of a bull, but like I am getting old, and like my reactions to be able to control my body when that bull's body's coming up and my head's coming down, my skull gets smashed. I don't know about that. I don't know if I can hiding in a barrel or running, dodging, weaving, ducking. I could probably do that.
You still think you can move like you were 18, bro?
In my mind, I do. Yes.
I feel you there.
Of course, you always in your mind, guys. For those of you that are younger that are watching, if you're in your 20s or 30s, when you're 50, 60, 90 like me, you always think that you're like still in your 20s.
That's right. You'll always be 20.
Until your knee gives out like mine, and it takes 6 months to heal.
That's right.
I'm almost back to normal. Almost. It's been fucking 6 months now. God damn it. Almost healed up, son of a bitch.
Or you hurt your back from walking down the stairs. Some shit like that.
I have, for being my age, I have no health issues other than like blowing out my PCL, the posterior, whatever the fuck, crucial ligament, whatever you call it.
Where's that located?
You know how everybody, when you have your kids, many times them or their friends get an ACL tear?
Yeah.
Well, I got a PCL. There's the anterior and the posterior, front of the knee, back of the knee.
Gotcha.
I got knocked down by a 100-pound husky, and I fell on my knee on a hard tile floor. And guess what's the number one way to tear your PCL? Falling down on your bent knee.
Really?
Yes. So I fell down on my knee, which I thought was no big deal. Like, okay, so I fell down on my knee. But being my age, it apparently tore my PCL. And this has been a long, slow healing process. And I'm very anxious to get back in the gym, but I'm not quite 100% healed yet. And I did not want to get surgery. So I am forcing my body to heal itself. Anywho, By the end of this year, I'll be deadlifting 300 pounds and squatting. Remember, guys, I'm in my 90s, and I barely weigh more than a feather. Deadlift 300, squat 225. That's the goal by the end of this year. I'm going to need at least till probably April or May to be 100% healed.
Good luck with that, Tony.
Not worried about it. Been there, done that.
Good luck with that one, buddy. I'm not even going to fucking try to compete with that.
Come on, man. It's not that hard. Just get out and do it.
Yeah.
And the easy thing, mediocre, is 10 strict pull-ups. What should we say? With a weighted belt of what? Let's do a contest. 10 strict pull-ups with a weighted belt of... I'll make it easy on you. 50 pounds.
Oof. I don't know. Maybe I probably could do it, but we'll see.
Strict pull-ups. Dead hang to chin over bar. No kipping. No cheating. How's your shoulders and your delts and your back?
My shoulder's gone. I'm a fucking plumber, Tony. My back's blown out, probably, I'd say.
All right. I already got you beat then.
I'm pretty fucked up, I'll be honest. I'm on my knees every day, you know, just bent over, some piece of equipment or some shit like that.
Well, I'm kind of dreaming on the deadlift and the squat. I can't even. We have a refrigerator and we have a mini fridge for the sodas and the energy drinks. I can't even bend down and load the mini fridge with my energy drinks without pain after 5 seconds. That's how bad my PCL is right now.
That sucks.
So some people, I see them in the chat. Oh, he's bragging. I'm not bragging. I'm just trying to program my mind to be optimistic. If you can't think positive about your healing, then you're never going to get there. So that is my goal for myself. Been there. It's nothing impressive. Squatting 225 is not impressive, guys.
So Tony Gus says the only thing he's pulling up is a spoon and fork.
I can respect that.
That's funny shit, man.
But
I need to get into shape, to be honest.
Yeah,
but I will
stay in shape. Right, stay in shape. Exercise. Move your body. Get out of in front of the PC. Get off your phone. Go out and do shit.
You got a Peloton?
No, fuck no. I do when I'm not at the gym right now because I'm injured, but I do heavy barbell, and then on my off days I'll do like I'll do swimming some days, biking some days, and the high intensity sprints. So run for 20 seconds, rest for 20 seconds, repeat. Just do that like 5 or 10 times. You know what I'm talking about? High intensity?
Yeah, I can't do any of that. I'll be doing the breathing treatment right after.
Swimming is what kills me.
How the fuck you do that when you smoke cigars, dude?
Swimming fucking kills me. The breathing, like I could swim 2 laps back and forth. I'll be if you don't do it all the time. If I did it right now, I'd go one side and back and I'd be dead.
I got asthma because I smoked for 20 years.
Well, I don't smoke every day.
Yeah.
This is Friday night. This is like relax. This is instead of going out to the club and wasting $100. This is just hanging out, having fun.
Oh no, I do that sometimes too. I'm just saying, like I I probably got COPD or some shit. I don't know.
I do worry about that, but I gauge it by my aerobic activity. I don't know if you heard the story, but my wife and I, she got me into this. I never smoked, but when I met her, she kind of liked the hookah. You ever smoke hookah?
Yep.
And we got really into that to the point where I was smoking hookah almost every day. Horrible. That is horrible. I had to stop doing that. I like my chest and my lungs hurt all day, every day, just from smoking hookah in the evening. I was like, I got to stop this shit. So that's when I switched to the vape, and that improved things a lot. So don't do that hookah shit. The cigars, the only time I smoke a cigar, guys, is when you see me smoking a cigar. So once a week, once every 3 or 4 days. Don't worry about me.
Gus wants to know what's a hookah.
Hookah is like a water pipe. You got a bowl full of water. You got a hose. You got what do you call it? You got a bowl on top with some coals, and you load that bowl with tobacco, flavored tobacco. It might be grapefruit or lemon. What are some popular flavors? There's any flavor you can imagine. Starburst. And you smoke it through the pipe, through the hose. It goes through the water and then comes up. But the water really doesn't flush out a lot of the irritation. It will fuck you up. That's some strong shit. Way stronger than cigarettes. And people that have not smoked hookah, you could take like 2 hits off of that shit and you'll be messed up from the nicotine. Am I right?
Yes.
We've had friends over when we used to do that. I threw all that shit in the trash a long time ago. But we'd have people come over on the weekends and hang out, Scarlett's friends. And they'd have like 2 hits and like, oh, I'm so dizzy. That shit will wreck you.
It's nicotine. That's why they probably not used to nicotine. That shit will fuck you up. This is one of the most addictive shit that's on this planet.
Table Rock says it's a giant bong. Just Another Ape says, anyone seen a cocaine bear? Have you seen the cocaine bear, Stephen? What are you waiting on? Lucy, what's up? Lucy says snowing in California. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Prometheus says Tony is so old he was there when dirt was discovered. I actually, I carved out the tablets that Moses wrote the commandments on. That's how old I am, Prometheus. My family, I have a long history of stonemasons in the family. Work out every other day, best for me because my body needs to rest, Pam says. Yes, that was one of the hard lessons I had to learn in life, Pam, was you do not need to work out every day. Every other day, 3 to 4 days a week, max, especially as you get older. Give your body time to rest and heal. That's when you'll actually get the gains, Pam.
The gains.
Them gains.
Four to 5 inches of snow. What's that, in California?
Pam says she is in Long Beach. Lucy's in, where are you at, Lucy? It's hell getting old, guys. I tell you what. That was my mamaw. We called her mamaw. That's what we say in Texas. Mamaw. My mama's favorite saying. I think she died late in her 90s. I would go visit her and she'd like, Tony, just want to tell you, it's hell getting old. If she died in her 90s, guys, you're going to have to deal with me for at least 40 more years. So I hope you're prepared. Unless these damn cigars kill me or this foosball.
Foosball.
Only a couple of y'all get the foosball.
Gatorade. I love Adam Sandler.
It sure got quiet in the West Wing here in the house. Mediocre. I guess my wife fell asleep.
Yeah.
2 o'clock in the morning. Well, we got nothing planned for this weekend other than seeing a bear and some cocaine. So
I ain't doing that. But
do you guys have any other pressing questions for Mediocre Trader or Tony Denaro? I watched Black Phone. Have you seen that movie? It's not in the theaters. It's on a streaming now.
What is it?
Black Phone. Anybody seen Black Phone?
I did not.
It's about this kid that got kidnapped and he was hidden in a basement and there was one black phone that was disconnected down in the basement. It took me 3 times to watch that movie, guys, because I always trying to start watching it around 1 a.m. and I can't stay awake.
Surprised you're staying awake now.
I think it was directed by Ethan Hawke. I don't know if he acted in the movie. I don't know if he was in the movie. Prometheus says, my grandpa died at 1:06 with a moonshine jug in one hand and a cigar in the other. That is the way I would love to go, Prometheus. With a martini in one hand and a cigar in the other. I need to get back into martinis. I've been like hooked on whiskey.
What do you know about moonshine?
I've been drinking bourbon and scotch for a long time. I need to get back into the gin and vodka martinis. What do y'all prefer, gin or vodka martini? And if you say gin, I want to know which brand, because there are a lot of varieties in taste. What were you going to say, Mediocre?
I like vodka, but I was going to ask you, what do you know about moonshine? You know who Popcorn Sutton is?
No, I don't know a lot about moonshine.
Popcorn Sutton is
that didn't Joe Biden go to high school with him?
That's a different popcorn. Oh shit. That's fucking awesome. Oh shit. Popcorn Sutton is an American moonshiner who got caught by the government, and this happened not too that long ago, but he's got a documentary on YouTube. It's called what the hell's the name of his documentary? But it's about moonshining. They actually talk about him on that show Moonshiners, but his documentary is way better. But he ended up he passed away in his car because he was under criminal indictment.
Passed away like he took himself out?
Yes.
Oh, shit. I'm going to get back to the moonshine, but I want to address Pam real quick. Pam, we started watching Black Phone last night, and I fell asleep while the movie was on. And I don't have dreams very often, Pam, but apparently I'm a light sleeper, because as I was falling asleep, that movie, and you know all the jump scenes in that movie, there's a lot of jump scenes and ghosts. I woke up with the worst nightmares. I couldn't fucking sleep last night. I don't know what time I fell asleep. It was early, but I woke up in the middle of the night having the worst, horrible nightmares, and I couldn't go back to sleep for a couple hours. And then I tried to rewatch it, and then the same glutton for punishment. I tried to rewatch it, and the same shit happened again. So I finished it in the light of day this afternoon as the market was closing. I was watching the end of that movie. I don't know if it's a particularly scary movie, but something about as I was watching it while I was going to sleep. It's not about you. Remember the ghost jumping out at him?
I have to go watch this movie now. It's called Black Phone.
Black Phone. Yeah. There were a decent amount of jump scenes in it, and I don't know if it's a Academy Award winner mediocre, but it was pretty good. I never saw it in the theater, but it's pretty good. It's free on Amazon Prime right now. Now back to the moonshine. Remember, I had family. Well, I don't know if I told you. I had family that was from the South, and my first experience with moonshine was one of my family members had a farm, and they had a cellar under the ground, and they made homemade moonshine and homemade wine. Maybe I'm making up the moonshine part, but they definitely made homemade wine. But so I don't know. No, my parents would not they would not have let me have moonshine at that early of an age. I had homemade wine, but the first moonshine I can remember moonshine in Puerto Rico. I was married to a very beautiful Puerto Rican chick, and we would go there every Christmas through New Year's for 2-3 weeks, and it's a long celebration of the holidays over there, and you visit all your friends, and everybody's got a little bit of the hooch under the kitchen counter. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Everybody's got a little bit of homemade moonshine. That's where I really had the first moonshine. And then the last moonshine I had most recently was when we went to the Smoky Mountains. And there's all these places on the strip there. You would think the Smoky Mountains would be like serene and quiet and camping. No, it's a fucking tourist trap, man. But on the strip, every other block, there's a place that sells moonshine. And they have free tastings. You can come in and get like a 1-hour tasting of 12 moonshines. You're going to leave that place fucked up, mediocre.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
And they have every flavor you can imagine. And my wife still likes to buy it. We brought back like 2 cases from the Smoky Mountains of moonshine, only to find, once we got here, that our local store carries the same damn brand.
No.
Do you know how much of a pain in the ass it is to carry a case or 2 of bottled liquor on an airplane and not worry about it breaking? Anyways, that shit gives me a headache. I don't like buying it, but she likes it. So
I make my own.
you make your own, really? What's the base?
What do I use?
Yeah.
Sugar.
Huh?
I use sugar.
Sugar. Okay.
Just sugar water is what I do. And then I ferment it in 5-gallon buckets. And then I have a beer keg, and I pour it in that, and then I put a fire under it, and then I send it up a pipe, and then I send it through another pipe. It's called a Liebig condenser, and then fine spirits, buddy.
Very nice. Prometheus says apple pie moonshine is friggin' awesome. If I could make one moonshine, Prometheus, it would be apple pie moonshine, without a doubt. One of my friends used to bring that shit to the club, the country western Texas, right? And he would sell little mason jars of apple pie moonshine. Oh my God, that shit was so fucking tasty, and it will knock your socks off too. If I could figure out how to make one moonshine, it would be apple pie moonshine.
So the other thing you could do, like, so I basically make basically vodka is what I'm trying to make. It's just it all starts at the same process. It depends. Like if you want whiskey, you're gonna use corn and all that kind of grain stuff.
Yep.
That's what whiskey is. But if you want to do a gin is basically vodka, but you want to put a flavoring in it like a fruit. So you put like a gin basket in, whatever. I don't do none of that fancy bullshit. I just make vodka. You know what I mean? We're just making vodka, buddy. That's it.
Where do you make it? Do you have like a special room set up for that, or you do it in the
I
garage,
do
or
it
what?
outside. I do it
Outside.
outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I throw it under a fire.
I think in my next house that I build, we need to have a room specially dedicated for making homemade wine and spirits.
So you can see that's the thing. Like you can there's shops you can buy all the shit. But
We have them
I think
here, yeah.
Chopper in the chat has one in his basement. So I would imagine Chopper's in his basement is electric. So he has an electric heater that he does it with. I'm assuming. I don't know that to be fact because I didn't talk to him about it, but I put mine under an open flame outside. That's just how I do it. And I do it as a hobby. Like I said, I have a lot of hobbies. My wife gets mad at me.
It's a hobby that I've looked into. I just haven't had the time. There's a couple hobbies that I want to get into, like doing homemade spirits and getting into, I know this is going to be a shock because I'm in Texas, but I do not have an overnight smoking barbecue type setup.
Oh, dude, I love that. I smoke meat too. That's another one of my hobbies.
I've got a grill, but I don't have a good overnight slow smoke setup, and that's something that I would like to have in the next house.
Well, it depends on how you want to do it. Do you want to? For me, I want a 250 gallon smoker, which is basically a propane tank. A friend of mine owns a propane company around here, so I could get the tank easy, but you got to pay somebody to weld it all up. I'm not a welder, so like I said, I'm just a mediocre dude. I tried to weld. I am definitely mediocre at welding. I can promise you that. You don't want me welding nothing. But yeah, I mean, I would love a 250 gallon smoker, but you're gonna pay a lot of money in labor to get it built, So
after the MOAS, money is no object, mediocre.
Yeah, that is true. MOAS could happen, you'll be rich.
The next house we build is going to have the best outdoor kitchen and living area that you can imagine.
Right now, I got you. You know what a Traeger is?
Traeger. It sounds familiar, but remind me.
It's a pellet smoker.
Okay.
That's basically what I have. You can do what you want to do with that.
I think one of my friends was telling me that I needed to buy one of those. He's always talking about, you need a pellet smoker.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do one like Texas barbecue style, where you have the oak burning down in one section, and then the smoke comes into the other part where the meat is.
Yeah, you want a 250 gallon, basically propane tank, cut it to make a smoker out of it. That's what you want. You want what I want. You want a wood. You want to burn with wood, right? Yep. That's what I want to. Expensive though, Tony. Well worth the money though.
At some point, it won't matter.
I hope you're right.
if you had to, and for the chat too, if you had to like prioritize your expenses between outdoor kitchen, motorcycle, or boat, how would you rank them?
Say that again.
Outdoor kitchen, and I'm talking the full thing, like barbecue, whatever barbecue arrangement you want, plus a sink, a prep area, and a refrigerator for your cold drinks, and all of the seating and a table. Outdoor kitchen, motorcycle, like a Harley or something along those lines, or a boat. Outdoor kitchen, motorcycle, or boat. How would you rank?
What would I choose?
Yes.
I'm taking a boat. I'm taking the boat.
What would be your number 2?
The outdoor kitchen. What kind of boat we talking?
Whatever you want. My most recent boat
A
was
yacht?
my most recent boat was a 31-foot Sea Ray.
That's a nice boat. I would love to have that. I would definitely take that.
It had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, the dining area also converted into a bed, and it had a full head and shower, air conditioner, heater, cable TV.
Yeah. My boat
That was a nice boat for the lakes that we have here. It was
I mean, I have a nice boat, but it's only a 21-foot, chaparral. It's a really, really nice boat, but it's just all it is it's a bed on the water, you know what I mean? It's got a little, it could sit probably 6, 8 people maybe, but nobody goes down in the cuddy cabin. That's my wife's area. You go down there, you're gonna be in trouble. She's not gonna be happy with you.
my order on ranking would be right now, because I'm older, would be outdoor kitchen, then a motorcycle, just for my own personal time. Not to do any road trips, just to go to the grocery store on a badass bike. And then a boat, because I can always rent a badass boat. There's a lot that goes into boat ownership, right?
Oh, yeah.
The cost, the marina, the insurance, the electricity, the fuel, the cable. I was spending $2,000-$3,000 a month on a boat.
Did you use it?
Yeah, I mean, we used it every weekend, but I was traveling. I was out of the country 6 months out of the year.
Yeah.
Spending $2,000-$3,000 a month for something I'm only can enjoy half the year.
I don't know. See, I like to sleep on mine.
When we went out, when I was in town, we'd spend the entire weekend on the boat.
Most boats go in when it starts to get dark.
Go in like back to the marina.
Well, yeah, they go, whatever.
No,
but
we had air conditioning and a generator, so we just anchor up in the cove and spend the night out on the cove.
That's what I'm talking about. But most people don't do that. It's quiet.
It's scary quiet. Like every time I slept on the boat, I was afraid someone was going to crash into me in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear that.
Hallie says he already has a motorcycle. What do you got, buddy? The same weekend I get my first tattoo, I'm going to go buy the motorcycle. I can promise you that.
What's your tattoo going to be of?
I've been thinking about that for 10 years. I haven't decided yet. But Hallie says, boat, break out another 1,000.
That's right. See, he knows.
Yep. Pam says, I want a boat, naming it Pam Cakes. I love it. He has a 2019 Spider Riker and had a 30-foot Carver. Very nice. Very nice. When I bought my big pickup truck, Mediocre, I had a Ford F-350 dually king cab long bed. And the salesman's like, what do you want all of this for? I was like, well, my reason for buying it was in case I ever need to haul my boat out of the lake, out of the marina, and tow it down to the coast to take it to wherever, take the boat to wherever. You know how many times I did that in the years that I had the boat?
I don't know how many.
0. My boat never left the lake. I bought that fucking big ass pickup truck. Never hauled the boat anywhere. The only time the boat left the lake was when it went to the dealer for winterizing.
See, that's why I like 20 footers, man, because you could fucking take that thing anywhere.
Before that, I had about a 18-foot ski boat. Just a very basic entry-level ski boat. That was my first boat.
Yeah. I want to.
And yeah, you can take those anywhere. 18, 20 foot, easy. I hauled. You want to hear a funny story? You know what I hauled that ski boat with?
What?
A 69 Camaro.
Oh my God.
I had a custom hitch welded into the back of the Camaro.
Oh my God.
They welded a bar all along the bottom of the frame and then made the hitch come out from the frame. It was people would laugh at me when I was pulling that boat out of the boat ramp.
You know what I want to do? I want to take my boat out of Florida over to Bimini, Bahamas.
That was my dream, to put my boat in the coast and just travel to wherever, Florida, Cuba, any of those islands. I never did it. Life regrets.
That's one of the things I want to do. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but I'll try. It takes money to do that. Somebody's got to pay your income. So, I either got to get really good at trading or.
For those of you that have a dream of getting a big boat, just a little tip. If the boat is big enough, you can, and I did, you can write the boat off as a second home. I don't know if you knew that. Tax deduction.
I did not know that. What size boat we talking?
You have to have bedroom accommodations.
Interesting.
All
that
right.
would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, you can write off a lot of shit if you have a good accountant. Learn the rules, take advantage of them.
That is the truth.
All right, Hallie, I will take a look for your DM on the picture of the bike and the boat. We should probably call it a night, Mediocre. I'm not tired, but it's fucking 2:00. It's 3:15 in your time zone, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm dead, dude. I'm hurting. I was ready to go when Mass left, to be honest, but I was just.
You have been a trooper. I'm starting to feel my eyes get a little bit heavy.
I'm saying, man, it's going to be a late morning for me.
What do you got planned for this weekend?
My wife works a fun job. She doesn't have to. She does it because she just likes to do it. So she works Friday nights and Saturday morning. So it's like, oh, whatever. So she won't get home till I don't know what time she gets home tomorrow, actually. I think she gets out at 3. So I don't start until 3, but we'll probably go see a movie or something or go down to MGM. We'll like that.
Go check out Cocaine Bear. It's got cocaine and bears.
I'm going to go do that. That's a interesting. I'm going to go do some research on that movie. I did walk by the sign and I'm like, what the hell is. I didn't pay no mind though.
When Scarlett she watched the preview, she's like, that looks like a really dumb movie. I was like, that's the point. It is a dumb movie.
Mm-hmm. As long as it's funny, I'm good.
I hope it is. Pam, did you see Cocaine Bear yet? Prometheus says, haven't heard you complain about rabbits and cables lately. The rabbits are still alive, Prometheus. I think the last thing they ate, my wife has an electric heating pad that sometimes she likes to put on the bed to go to sleep with. You know, those fold out heating pads are like about yay big. they fucking ate the cable on her heating pad and it almost caught on fire.
I was not expecting you to say that, dude.
I'm like, finally, they ate one of your things. Like they ate my speaker cables. They ate my surround sound cables. Finally, I guess all my shit's been eaten. My desk I have here, I learned everything's like, what do you call the little plastic tie wraps? Everything's tie wrapped.
Zip ties.
Yeah, everything's zip tied up now, so they can't eat anything of mine, but they found her heating pad cable. She's like, there was almost a fire. I had to throw it in the bathroom. I was like, well, that's what you get. Can we get rid of the rabbits yet? Oh no, I love them. She was getting on to me the other night, Mediocre, because she's going back to work now. She's like, I just need you to feed the rabbits in the morning and change their litter because they're potty trained to go into a litter box. I'm like, nope. I'm not going to change the litter. And you need to wake up earlier and feed them. But I was like, those are not my pets. You wanted the rabbits. You fucking take the litter out and throw it in the compost pile. That's not on me.
Tony, have you ever had rabbit?
Yes, I've eaten rabbit stew. Yes.
It's very, very good, isn't it?
I've thought about, building a rabbit hutch outside and having meat rabbits besides the chickens that we have. But I haven't gotten into that yet. Maybe the next property when we get the ranch, I'll do meat rabbits, but I would be the only one eating them. She would never eat a rabbit. But if these ones keep misbehaving, you never know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here for her rabbits identify as dogs? I don't know what she.
Tony, I hope she doesn't watch your shows.
She doesn't. No.
You're good then.
Hey, what I'm saying right now is nothing that I've said to her face. Nothing that I've not said to her face. I tell her every week, like those rabbits are going to end up in a pot.
That's something I would say. I
said, or you're going to come home one day and they're just gone, or they're going to be like living outside with the chickens. Oh no, they can't do that. Let them keep on eating cables in the house. You better figure something out. I only have so much patience. Anyways, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but I know she loves them, but I do not. They're not my pets.
I got a little min pin.
A little min pin? What is that?
A miniature Doberman Pinscher looking thing.
Okay. Well, I mean, dogs and cats I'm cool with.
It's my wife's dog. I love the dog. It's just annoying, though.
Grizzly says, why do they chew on cords? Apparently, their teeth never stop growing, Grizzly. So they always need something to gnaw on. And she's always buying them little special wood treats or little things for them to gnaw on. But you know how animals are. They don't want to gnaw on what you buy them. They want to gnaw on whatever they can find. The day that I see my baseboards being... Did Mediocre leave us? Did he say he's leaving? Anyways, the day that my baseboards start getting gnawed on, those rabbits are out of here. Okay, he says he'll be right back. Pam says, am I the only lady in here? Any other females still in the chat? Let Pam know she's not alone. Stew kettle with dumplings. That sounds delicious. Anyways, I know you guys told me eventually the rabbits were going to eat something. You were right. They ate something. Lucy's still here. Thank you, Lucy, for letting Pam know. Thank you, Lucy and Pam, for hanging out with us. Lucy, what state are you in? Are you in California too? What's up, Justin? Oh, all right. Lucy's in California also. That's why you guys can hang out so late. It's only midnight where y'all are at. It's pushing 2:30 in the morning here. Luckily, I got nothing to do in the morning other than figure out what movie we're going to go see and what time. Justin says I'm a bottle of red wine deep. I just killed my bottle of Bullet Rye. This was what I had tonight. I asked Scarlett to pick me up something tonight. I said, just get me something cheap. It's been a rough week in the market. I don't want to spend a lot. You know how I try and gauge my expenditures commensurate with my success in the markets. And this has not been a great week. I said, just get me a bottle of Jack Daniel's, something cheap. And she came back with a bottle of peanut butter whiskey. And I was like, that is not Jack Daniel's. But anyways, it's the thought that counts. So tomorrow, if we do a live, I don't know if we'll do a live tomorrow or Sunday, there'll be one. I guess I've got about 2 ounces left of Casamigos tequila, not tonight. And I will not mix that with peanut butter whiskey, but that's what we got left. Justin, thank you, says, we appreciate you. Count on you as a friend. I've never what? Oh, sorry, my mouse is in the way. Never met in person. Soon, Justin. What state are you in, Justin? Anytime you guys are in Texas, let me know. Lucy says, Texas is way too hot and humid. You must have been down in Houston or Galveston, Lucy, right? It's not humid really where we're at. Pam, I noticed you colored your hair. I saw that. I like it.
Prometheus, I agree with you, dude.
What'd he say?
He said, Tony, that's not enough for a live stream.
The Casamigos that I had.
Yeah.
That's like the first hour of a live stream. Well, I've got a whole bottle of peanut butter whiskey, so that tequila has been sitting there for weeks and weeks, not being touched. I don't know. Maybe I need to buy another bottle. I don't like mixing my my alcohols. I can't do the Casamigos and then switch to peanut butter whiskey. That would not be well. That would not be a good night.
Good, though.
It is good. Yeah. El Duque is in New Mexico. Lucy was in Texarkana. Come on, Lucy. Liz Clayman's whistle. That is not even humid. No. Texarkana, not humid. Austin, Dallas, not humid. You get down to Galveston, Houston, Corpus, humid. You want real humidity? Florida, Puerto Rico. But I guess if you're used to California, Nevada, yeah, maybe we're humid, but no.
It gets pretty humid up here. I can tell you that.
Puerto Rico is like 2 showers a day humid. And Florida to a certain parts of Florida also.
I hate when it's so freaking humid you can't breathe.
Justin says the ladies in Puerto Rico are worth the humidity. Amen, brother. All right, mediocre. Let's wrap this up so we can get a decent night's sleep. 4 minutes. We're going to end on the half hour. I'm going to put my phone right here so I can see the time. 4 minutes. We are ending right at 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. Get your final comments, questions, trolls. I hate Tony Denaro. Whatever you need to say, get it in. It's been a good night with like not that many trolls. I had the chat pretty open tonight. I guess they were all taking the night off. Ape to the moon. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Justin.
You're gonna wake up Scarlett and she's gonna fucking kill you, dude.
I don't know if you've ever heard me say, but she is legally deaf.
Really?
Did you know that?
You did tell me something about that, but I didn't.
If she doesn't have her hearing aids in, like I could scream from right here and she'd never hear me.
No
Depends
shit.
if she accidentally fell asleep with them in, then she could hear me, but probably not. I could be right standing next to her talking to her, and if she's not looking at me, sometimes she can't understand what I'm saying. She can hear without them, just not like you and me.
Gotcha.
If she has them in, she can hear fine.
I'm not legally deaf, but I'm pretty freaking bad.
Well, I'm getting old, so the best thing about that is like I can curse her out and she'll never understand it, Tony, you should cover MMAT sometime. No, you don't want me to cover MMAT. You really don't. I covered MMTLP for a long time. I told people to sell at $10 to $12. They didn't listen. They argued. They said they'd rather watch it go to zero and be in a legal battle for 5 years. Okay, that's your choice. But I would have sold at 10 to 12 bucks. I covered it all the way through.
You do more than I do. I ain't got time for that shit.
Well, I mean, I have my entire day is trading mediocre. My businesses run themselves, so I have time to look into this shit, and I look into what people are asking me.
Yeah.
And there were at that time a lot of questions about MMAT and MMTLP. So I had a lot of time to look into it, and I decided it was not for me. But as it ran up, that was a beautiful play. And as soon as it started coming down, I said, if I was in this play, I'd be out right now. No, Tony, we want to stay in. There's a billion shorts. They're going to be forced to cover. I'm like, no, they're not. They're not going to be forced to cover. You're going
Just
to
like the red box shorts, right?
You're going to end up holding something worthless, or you're going to hold something for a multi-year court battle. We want to do that. Okay, then don't ask me about it again.
Red box shorts were supposed to cover too, right?
I'm so tired of that argument. Like, I just want to make money. I don't want to be in multi-year court battle plays or multi-year whatever, no one wants to be in AMC for 4 years. No one wants to be in MMTLP for 4 years. We want to make money, get in, get out. That should be the goal. I'm going to keep on pushing back on you guys that say you want to be in a multi-year court battle. I'm going to push back on you. You're not going to like it, but in the end, you're going to love me. Because at the end of the day, putting money in our wallets, putting money in our bank accounts, that is the only fucking thing that matters, and move on to the next play.
Yep.
How much good can you do watching your money parked for years in MMTLP, waiting for some court battle? How much money could you have made if you would have cashed out at $10 and then rolled it into something else?
I don't disagree with you. I don't know what people made either, so, or what they had invested, but
They were
that's a-
in it so fucking cheap, mediocre. They were in, some of them were in it for nothing almost. I don't know. I don't get that shit. I don't get it.
make your money and get out of the fucking plays, people.
All right. Time.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you one and all for joining myself, Massalorian Mediocre. Remember to be good to one another. Let's avoid the name calling and the personal attacks. Folk, you can disagree on due diligence. You can disagree on Adam Aaron. You can disagree on a stock. You can disagree on anything, really. But keep it civil. And remember, at the end of the day, we all have one goal, and that is to survive this recessionary market that we're in, to make money, and to move on to the next play. Mediocre, take us home.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I just, there's no reason to go after people. It's just, let's make money. It should be no drama. We're all trying to just make money in the market. I don't get it. Just let's continue on making money, find new plays, invest in new plays, in and out, protect your money, educate yourself. Let's go.
Read some filings.
Yeah. Other than that, have a good night, and we'll see you next time.
All right, guys. Peace, love, and we will see you on the next one.
Good night.